Test 1, 2. So you can send me some more?
If you don't mind. That's fine.
Beneko. Kodoshin iya or achahatne pinna. Kodod Zoom call that ehido not so legit kit not tahiki pinna. Ancient iya o kodod skin iya. Just a real quick brief introduction. Maybe just your name, your clan, and your position title and your department. Not all the around the world and all around the Navajo Nation stuff you get in the Gako. Just your name, your clans, and your title, and your department. So with that, I'll go ahead and we can start. Jordan, maybe we can start with Jordan with a brief introduction and then just go around the table. Yeah.
Okay, good afternoon or good morning. No, Yahagi. My name is Tom Franklin. I serve as a chapter president for Kaibito chapter. I just came here to sit in on the meeting and then also give some documents to the Honorable Mr. James. So, no, I didn't. So, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vaughn Salabai. I am Ani on this Ezet Hachini. Hashichin Ashin Dashichedo Twitchini Dashinella. I am here representing Gray Hills Academy High School, Chief Executive Officer for the school, and also representing our community school and also our students and staff. Thank you.
Hi, Yad Ebene. My name is Suzette Haskey Oberly. Last Chinchna, Tratnesani Bashichin Kiani Dashichedo, Trachini Dashanella. I work for Dodi in the office of JWEM.
Good morning. My name is Shayla Yellowhair. Nanish Ajitachini Bashishtin Tabohai Dashite Bibitotni Dashanala. I am the director of Cogni and Navajo Nation, one of the program managers within Dodi.
My clients, Roy Tracy, Delegated Assistant Superintendent and Program Manager, Statistician, Office of Educational Research and Statistics, Dodi.
Yad Ebene, Shay Denise Pete Thomas in Shadow, Adodona Enslene, Yadesh Chitney Nishlom, my Dishkizi Bashichin, Tratnesane Dashichedo, Trachine Dashanella. I'm the department manager for Dene Youth and CEO for Boys and Girls Club.
Yat Shas Twisani Silketch, a cat on the Lengi here. She ya the light up behind Sanjikin, the Bashish Chin, Sanjikin, Dashiche, Twitch eating a dashinale. Ado Office of Standards Curriculum Assessment, Aja in Nashish.
Yade Beneshe Ya Derek Franklin in Shadow Kia Ani Slena Kaiden Epashin Twitch Ini Edashe Nana Oge Dashanala. I am temporarily hired by Dodi to assist with the Office of Dene Accountability and Compliance and the senior planner at Dodi.
Good morning. I'm Angelita Benally. I'm the advisor for the Health Education Human Services Committee. The Dahni National Adult Center, but the Bashish Chain, Tui Glini, Dashanella, out of Topa and Dashache. And thank you and good morning and good to see everybody here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Karen Thompson. I'm the legislative assistant.
Good morning. Yat Ebene Ade. Kwagin Hano Yahido Yaha for being here. Shay Indinezin Shet. Organization Twitchini, Bashishin, Touchini, Eshichedo, Dashanale. I currently sit on the 25th Navajo Nation Council, assigned here with the Health Education Human Services Committee. Although I work alongside our communities of Fort Defiance, Sawmill, Crystal, and Red Lake. It's Sahotodo, Nihiche, Tonel Ilido, Beg, Helchi, Koyate.
Here had Yad Ebene, Shide Vince James in Shadow Twitch in Shrow, the Jenny Bashichin. Ado Kia Ani Dashichedo, Hanavani Dashinale, Ado Tatnas Nelebat Shahi, Gikin Dachi, look until Ilti Trahuye, Jedito, I could our Asian Nation lineage on funds at the politician level. I had Oyat a Benet Arnold.
Good morning, Yat ASA Claudia Edgewater. Yat A Bene, Shade Jermaine Simonson in Shia, Ado Shisha den Enshi dot is a plan of Bashashin, Sadashkiji, Dashanal dots at Kia Ani Dashache, Adon laid Settle don't Ado Hard Rock, Pinion, Forest Lake, Whippoorwill, Black Mesa. Adeo Besh Bankas an Nslom Banasha, Ado Oyat a Benin Hidashnido Leto, Hehakwa and Rano Yai.
Yat Eben. Ritzas. Oh, she Curtis Yanito and Shia. I'm with the 25th Navajo Nation Council. The Kodon Hano Yangi Hian Bishni Thanos Sodasan so Zinigido Dato Kregado Jo Dada Liato Adon the Shea Bana Shaniya Mexican Water, Utah, Arizona. Adon the Red Mesa, Utah, Anath, Utah. Adon the Tees, Nazpas, Utah, Arizona. Adon the Twatakan. It would would all represent yeah.
Yes. Good morning, all of you, personnel. I just want to say good morning to all of you. My name is George Toth. I'm with the 25th Navajo Nation Council on the HEHSC, and I represent Baca, Casimir, Little Water, White Horse Lake, Bentara, Torion, Counselor, and Oho Sino. I have 8 chapters that I oversee and work with them. But I mean, slot, okay, but she's chinking, Ani Dashanana, Kaidne, Dashiche. But so welcome to our casino up here. So, but thank you.
Good morning, Yat Eben. Shay, I'm Delegate Helena Nesbigay. On the AP Todo, the Tonalia Coppermine, and by the way, Gab, with the council delegate in Schle. What did you in Schle? Dot is the Flana Bashes China, Kaidne, that's just Chedo, Nash Edgetaba, Dashinella. Go welcome. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Kristen Lowell, and I am the attorney advisor to the HEHSC committee. Let's see. I am on my maternal side, French and English, born for Irish and Scottish. And then on my paternal side, I am Italian, born for Portuguese.
Yat Eben and Shay at a Shirley, she had a Little Singer Community School that are the principal and she I'm not so yet for the addition.
Good morning. My name is Marie Williams. I represent Little Singer Community Schools.
Good morning, Crystal Martinez Tom with Zafadithi Community School. Not Anines Dent Nasha Trouble Hanishna Hashgonzo Bashichin.
Yes, 1, 2.
Check. Hello. Okay. Yat Eben, Shay Downwind P and She, Naku, the Nat and Shla, Zilka, the Naki, Ani Bashin, my dish kitchen Dutch. Not all the net Kachine Dashanale. Sponsor A. Nasha. I am the community library manager for the Navajo Nation Library under the Department of Dene Education. So good morning, everyone.
Yat Eben. Aro, Zuna Ebene Esto. Say, Torich in so Hare Bus Chin, Aro, there's Chinas another touch in it as it say. Make it a cheat day, hey Aro, just a teen. So good to see my brother there, Vince. So good morning, and then also good morning to 25th Navajo Nation Council, Health, Education, Human Services Committee. So yeah, I'm the IT manager for Department of Education under Doty Administration. So good morning. Good morning, everybody around the table, everybody here, my colleagues.
Yat Eben, Shay late will still there. Are on Shamana Gado Shaj Kojo, the teen East one of Yellow Tisto, Arizona, are they on Hopahan Shledo Ashin Bashin, Hanagat Chedo, Anita Shnella, Ado the education Panash, Stro Bissen ni hier not ani lini Claudia Edgewater bitten de shakondele anti bitlo was they Holbrook Winslow bitkahi ade bitlo glush a call yate de sis I am delegated here until she gets here shnata council delegates you baseball das an ado kwai the nani tlinigi ado nikaya nijono yo yate kins kwa ni o speech liebe gan bisno Nia, a call. Oh, yeah, good morning.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that introduction, brief introduction. Sunday, but I cut it off for you guys just for four items. So with that, we do have a quorum here, and I'll go ahead and call the Health Education Human Service Committee, the 25th Navajo Nation Council Special Meeting, June 6th, 9 a.m. Twin Arrows, Arizona time, 10 a.m. at Window Rock time. I'll be calling the meeting to order here at 10:20 a.m. With that, staff, can you do the roll call for us?
Good morning, roll call for the Health Education Human Service Committee, 25th Navajo Nation Council. Special meeting Tuesday, June 6, 2023 at the Twin Arrows and Neck Conference Center, Twin Arrows, Arizona. Delegate Helena Nesbegay. Delegate Helena Nesbegay is present. Delegate Vince R. James. Delegate Vince R. James is present. Delegate Dr. Andy Nez. Delegate and Dr. Andy Nez is present. Delegate Jermaine Simonson. Delegate Jermaine Simonson is present. Delegate George Toth. Delegate George Toth is present. Delegate Curtis Yanito. Delegate Curtis Yanito is present. Chair, you have 6 members present, including yourself, which constitutes a quorum.
Yeah, done. She has a thank you for the roll call. With that invocation, do I have a volunteer? Maybe one of Doty's staff? Oh, doctor.
Nada, but citizen, that get his late, that get his tail. Arishi, nada, the grayish key. I don't know, the sui, it. Now, I don't. A hanegi, citizen, those sin. That tlohoshi, that get his late, that get his tail. I tell hanegi, I don't know, hagi, a deep citizen. Up in the in our case, not in Nasi Hassan. Oh, 1980. Eshi, ni here tarted and then he shaded on you mustn't. Eshi could she a what Dutch bit zeal ultra the neck college be hadalia. A DD citizen, a Hojonja but citizen, dark a chent a kish, a yada kyoya. So I'm big prayer, not because of the education. You halchin, it's okay, you know. I'm gonna off with that. And if you go to Hojonja, Kuro Hojonda live now Hassan Shema, the other Hishita. Son, Chalkis, Hayol, no, it's so Johan a yet keepers. But the Shewan, but that's all. Don't the case cannot. And yet, Hojon at 8, Kuro Hojonda list. I said, now, was need to yash need the Sisnagin, so that because it depends on this now, that it's all you'll usually bash in the others is zeal. National Yate, I don't be I could adequate, no costly, it should be zeal, but had it although lay show could adequate. Now kids other, your gray kin touch na is down, not Zakda, your gray son, don't any clean be I. Quite Jono Yateo, the nannitle, the ne, no car, the nannitle, no car, the nannitle, no car, the ne, a lush slay. Ado the Navajo Nation biyagi kuta indel disto the ne ni masan ni che ni chodan lon ni zazadan lon surzun ya ni hahata si le huelte na so sana bijiata ila Navajo Nation kuta biso atlao the nenitle ni diskifte ni hadot is ni dort is net sodo net lokai has na has dale the nenitle die kwa not on it and long kwa basement das an kuta ni hin not on it and long has keje not ado hojonje na hata ado die kwa the nebo ostrat the nebo Washington ado ni not on it and lady president or vice president ado the judicial branch ado kaya has anido ni dake ado ni lead ni tupe ni kwa kosen da to kosen sis artists kota na has tindo ni jono go yato ni khadatin jono go nda slid ole ni jono ostrat dan lady kota safety ado be health and lady been sick case mit is ni jono go yato ostrat da illa ado amado ja ado kwa kaya has ani kota Kitchen del distillation sad, your case sad, is sad, the chili sad, bashin is sad. Adolf kitchen del nation. Adolf kitchen yelt here. The Genoya, Jonogo Yato, Epilnas, Epilnas lag. The Jono Ostra, by a date idolish. Ebe, who's orderly, because shut now, sleep, do, yas, need the says, who's order, he can't who's order. Nihi yagi hojonro ni kegi hojonro le. Nihi na altsuden hojonro le. Liza hojonro le. Hojana hasli, hojana hasli, hojana hasli, hojana hasli.
Yeah, for those so there's a Lenin Pabe Heinzi equal Dr. Berlin Clark equal in Chicago. Thank you very much for that beautiful prayer. Aishi ben Nachet Ecuador, Lahni Glindo Lako, Ecuador, Kate Hona out, not sauce cut, that's the Hikishi Ahodo Lako. So with that, committee members moving on to the next item, which is announcements. Committee members, are there any announcements? Going 2 times, 3 times, no announcements. With that, moving on to item number 2, recognize guest and visiting official. Quite Kodo a Huin Zini Bena a quite Handaho Leko Ado quite Hikonofonigi, Department of the Net Education, the Andan Hitiana, so Kaido, Adotan Hijeda, the house of the Ani, the co Ashin Hata Hushi, Joshin Ada Shin Aya Nihijit Dod, Adon and Nothinigi Dod. Na nashino ta inkishin ajit akun shaded iya iba hotnet do litako adonana kodo isano saiki to nachit basic chi ajit sad not ibelj iya in da huil na iya ikwaki iya isano ko under the Zoom link ako ajit to yat e benen hidini do lit not ko ko ya ade isano ko what Ashide ya Kodo recognizing guest and visiting official Liki at the Schlito. I believe we have representatives from Speaker's office on the line as well. I don't know who is from Speaker's office. Sinlatsa, Jim, Shema Yat Ehebene. I know from Office of President and Vice President. Adadai Adothan he yada ako Adothan hitch holding the Ade ACA Vivian Shea Vivian Montoya AJ Nahanata or Lake Agenda Nil Tin hit or need Nako Dale on Hania. I don't know. She is on the line. Oh, I see. OPVP Vivian. Okay, so Okoyat Ehako Okwagi so we do have representative from OPVP and Speaker's office. With that, I'd like to move on to the next item, item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. With that, staff.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. You have your proposed agenda, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, 25th Navajo Nation Council, special meeting, June 6, 2023. The time is 9 o'clock, Twin Arrows, Arizona time, and 10 a.m. Window Rock, Navajo Nation time. Presiding, Honorable Vince R. James, Chairperson, Honorable Jermaine Simonson as Vice Chairperson. Place is the Twin Arrows Dene Conference Center. It's an in-person meeting and via telecommunications, Twin Arrows, Navajo Nation, Arizona. 1, call meeting to order, roll call, invocation, announcements. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, reviewing and adopting the journals. None. 5, receiving reports. A is the Department of Dene Education, the summary regarding the overview of the issues listed, and also 3 challenges of each, including Navajo Nation, federal, and the 3 states, Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. Objectives, goals, and accomplishments. Presenters are Jody, Department of Dene Education Administration, Office of the Dene Accountability and Compliance, Office of Dene School Improvement, Office of Standard Curriculum and Assessment Development, Cognia, Navajo Nation, NCA Accreditation Certification and Assessment, Office of the Special Education Rehabilitation Services, Office of the Navajo Nation Scholarship and Financial Assistance, Office of Dene Development, Navajo Nation Library, Office of Educational Research and Statistics, Navajo Head Start, and the Johnson O'Malley Program. B is the Department of Dene Education, the School Board Reapportionment Redistricting presentation. And it's regarding Doty's statutory authority under Navajo Nation Code Title 10, overview of the apportionment process, the timeline, population data, definition of local control, school board compensation and stipend policy, analysis of reapportionment plan 6, previous reapportionment plans. And you have your presenters listed as Derek Franklin, Education Program Manager, Matthew So, Legislative Analyst, and Claudia Edgewater, Interim Superintendent. 6, old business none, 7, new business none, 8, close the meeting, announcements and adjournment. And the next meeting dates are as listed. Mr. Chair.
Staff, thank you for reviewing and reading the agenda here for special meeting June 6th. With that, committee members, do I have a motion or a second? Motion made by Vice Chair Simonson, second made by Honorable Curtis Yanito. So with that, committee members, are there any corrections, deletions, add-ons to the agenda? Committee members, going once, going twice. With that, committee members, we do have an add-on that was requested under item number 4. Review and adopt the journal for May 17th meeting. And we do have the hard copies here before us that was given to us. So the motioning party, if we could add that on, kindly requesting if we could add that on under review and adopt the journal. Vice Chair Don Simonson. Honorable Yanito. Okay, thank you. Honorable Dr. Ness.
Yeah, Shija. I do see the listed presentations from the Department of Dene Education. However, I think it would be great to also include the IT department. It's not a distinct program within Doty. However, there is a lot of good information that I think can come from the presenter who is here present. So if we can add that under presenters for Doty's IT office, quote unquote. Again, there's no distinct office, but Mr. Brent Nelson is here and can present on that behalf. I'd like to include that to the motioning party. Thank you.
Motioning party, there is a request from one of your colleagues to add on under presenters, add on IT department. Presenter would be Mr. Brent Nelson. Vice Chair Simonson, do you concur? Honorable Unito, you concur? Okay, so with that, there is an add-on under presenters. I also want to mention to the presenters, yesterday we did adjourn, or last night we did adjourn at 7:37 p.m. And so with that, we did have about the same amount of presenters yesterday. So each presentation, we're estimating at least 45 minutes to an hour. So with questions and answers that are going to be happening. Of course, with that, I don't know who or which staff are lodging here. If you guys want to rearrange your presentation on who's leaving, or does not have lodging here, that will be going home back to your homestead this evening. If you don't want to drive late, then work with your delegated individual if you want to rearrange your presentation. And this is the time to rearrange the presentation listing. So it all varies depending how long your presentations are and how many questions are going to be asked of my colleagues. At the same time, we also would like to make some recommendations, which is in regards to your plan of operation, if amendments need to be made, if title amendment needs to be made. And that's why we have our legal counsel, Ms. Slow, here with us as well. Or if there needs to be a directive that needs to happen, that's why she's here as well, to assist us to make those directives. So with that, I'll go ahead and give some time to Ms. Shayla Yellow Hair.
Sure, good morning. I just wanted to say that we, in thinking about the time and the information that we have to present, what we've done is we came up with one presentation with all programs. And so this morning, we're going to start, because our leader isn't here yet, she's on her way. We're going to start with Dr. Clark, and then we're going to go to myself, and we're going to go through all of the programs at once. From there, you all can, I know it's a 20-minute per presentation, correct? If we could even have 30 minutes to go through all the programs, and then you all can ask the questions that you have based on that. That way you have the big picture, and then we can go into the micro level if that's possible.
Just to clarify, the 20 minutes, there's no time
Okay,
limit
perfect.
on this one. So if you want to talk and provide the presentation for
I'll
4
talk all morning.
hours, that is perfectly fine.
So I'll do the presentation, and then you all can ask questions based on the program as needed.
Okay, and then we'll be doing a hard stop at noontime.
Yep.
For lunch. Maybe recess for 15-20 minutes, and then just do a working lunch. Just forgot to mention that. So that's totally fine, unless I have an opposition from the committee members, unless they wanted to hear it from each department individually, then this is the time, then you would make those remarks here, committee members. Honorable Dr. Nez.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Yellowhair, for that recommendation. If I can ask the Department of the Net Education and my colleagues, perhaps what we can do, because there are, I think, a lot of significant information related to each of the programs within DOTI. My recommendation is to do 6 programs first, and then entertain questions and answers directly to those 6 programs, and then spend some time there, and then do the remaining 7, because again, we added IT, and then we can shift into that. Because I think if you give the entire presentation, my colleagues here on the HEHSC committee are going to miss some of the significant information that I think are relevant to the programs here. So that's one recommendation that I want to propose to my colleagues here, as well as to the staff from the Department of Net Education. Chair.
Thank you for that recommendation, Dr. Nez. Department of the Net Education, just know that you have our attention throughout the whole day. And that's the reason why we came out here to sit down and to talk about Department of the Net Education and not in Window Rock, because in Window Rock, of course, we have a small table in front of us, and all of you guys can't fit at that small table. So this is your day to provide us all the information, the recommendation that you would like to move forward on of our assistant as Health Education Human Service Committee. How do you need our assistant? And this is that time to share all of that information with us. So with that, Honorable Toth.
Thank you, Chair, and also HEHSC Committee. I guess this is the time we need to hear all the programs. And no matter how long it takes, we're here. So I would like to hear all the programs so we can have a better understanding. Any recommendation can be made through this body. So I also would like to hear all of the reports. Area and HEHSC, that's the reason why we're here. So thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Toth. So with that, we do have requests from two individuals just to do individually at this point. So with that, I'll give you the floor back. I apologize, excuse me, I forgot you just recently graduated and got your doctoral degree. I apologize. Congratulations to you, Dr. Shayla Yellowhair. The floor is yours, Dr. Yellowhair.
All right, thank you. And just as a note, we do have in the PowerPoint that I sent you all this morning, we do have IT in our PowerPoint, so you will receive that information, and it is written in the slide 72 to 75. So I'm going to pass it over to my colleague, Dr. Park. And if I could share my screen, I can put that.
We haven't adopted the agenda yet, where we're trying to figure out this whole presentation deal thing, if we're going to do it as one whole. Your request was to do it as a whole presentation, but now here with my colleagues, the committee members, they're requesting that we go through individually, one by one. And so that's where we are at. So with that, I would, I'm understanding, since there's no motion or a second to make an amendment to do it as a whole or to do it as 1 through 6. I leave it up to you, colleagues, if you guys want. So the way I'm understanding this is we have a motion and a second with an add-on, but there's no amendment or request to do it as a whole presentation. So the agenda will stand the way it is, as in doing an individual presentation by the department. Okay, any other questions, committee members? No questions, so there's a motion and a second to move forward with individual department presentations that will be done. With that, before I call for a roll call vote, I will be calling for a second reading. Staff?
Yes, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. You have your review and adoption of the agenda with a recommendation to add, a request to add Department of Dene Education's IT department, and the presenter will be Brent Nelson, who is the manager. And also the addition of the journal for May 17th, which is was the HEHSC regular meeting. Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the second reading, staff. With that, we do have a motion made by Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson and then second by Honorable Curtis Yanito. With that, are there any other questions regarding the second reading, committee members? Going twice, going 3 times. With that, we'll move forward to a roll call vote. Honorable Dr. Nez, Honorable Vice Chair, Honorable Yanito, Honorable Toll, Honorable Helena Nesbigay. With that, we do have 5 in favor and then 0 opposed and chair not voting. With that, we do here have an adopted agenda before us. So with that, moving on to item number 4, review and adopt the journal. Committee members, we do have a journal here before us from regular meeting, May 17, 2023 at 10 a.m. We do have the hard copy and it's all written. It's written out of our previous meeting. So if you guys want to make a motion to adopt the journal from May 17th as written. I would need a motion. Motion made by Honorable Dr. Nez. Do I have a second, committee members? Honorable Toll, seconds. With that, committee members, are there any questions regarding the regular meeting, May 17, 2023 journal? Going twice, going three times, there is none. With that, let's move on to a roll call vote. Honorable Dr. Nez, Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson, Honorable Unito, Honorable Toll, Honorable Nez Begay. With that, we do have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Moving on to item number 5, reviewing report A, Department of the Net Education summary. Again, if you as staff of Department of the Net Education, DOTI, if you guys can email electronic copy, the PowerPoint presentation that you guys have or your summary, that would be very helpful. And then also some of my colleagues also like to have the hard copy. So if you have those hard copies, you can provide that to staff and staff can distribute those hard copies, presentation documents to us. Within your presentation, it will be regarding the overview of the program summary, your program staffing, your vacancies, the personnel, program challenges, solutions, timeline of solutions, and then your 3 challenges of each of the entities, Navajo Nation, Federal, Utah, Arizona, and New Mexico, and your objectives are your goals and your accomplishments. So that's how your PowerPoint and your document should look, that you will be emailing and also distributing hard copies to committee members here. With that, we have presenters. The first one here is Department of the Net Education Administration. With that, we'll go ahead and call on Claudia Edgewater, Interim Superintendent, Department of the Net Education. I know Dr. Ferlin Clark indicated that he's delegated for now since she's on traveling, commuting here to Twin Arrows at the moment. So with that, I will go ahead and give the time for Department of the Net Education Administration to provide their presentation. Dr. Ferlin Clark.
Navajo Nation Council, higher education, elementary, junior high, high school, health, education, human services committee. Yat education, Shanat Ani. Danoshado Keba El Ado Kebelnas Shamado Shamasan Ado Shahastui Shanat Ani Shanale Ako Ado Shikis Shidini Dr. Eddie Nez. Not only the Shabesh Bantasan, she told us that I don't Shiki, I don't Nasha, Shaje Korea Tisto, 18, a call Yate Edition, the Navajo Nation Department of the Net Education, the leadership here, our team. Nidando Das, Nidandi Das, Nihido, Nida, so the Niha Das, he has tweet, he is on in Madu Nija, date, Kodo. Nasi Tani, Ado Shnat Ani Dandani, Ado Quiet Niado, about 3 months I down, Quiet Nia, Ado Nihinat Ani, Hero Bigay, a presentation song, Quiet Nia, a conde, a Kojo, Dahiado, Kojo, Shanella Bedini, water, a ko Nihinat Ani, Lick, a Koyat iteration. We have a lot of challenges. You asked the questions on challenges. We have a lot of good activities. We have a lot of actions and recommendations going forward. Shanat Ani. I know you have children and I know you have grandchildren. You have relatives, nieces, nephews, across the Navajo Nation. And I say that the Navajo Nation, we are the largest, the most powerful tribe in the United States. I say that because I hear other tribes say that that's who they are. But us, without a doubt, our leadership, our government, our programs here at Dodi, and it's a challenge to be working with the Navajo Nation. And so we have a number of colleagues here, and we've put together a presentation that we thought could be insightful to you. You probably already know some of the issues from your home, your community. At the same time, it's kind of like that's a crisis for us. By our Dr. Nez, so without a doubt, that's number one too. Ado pesantante, ado behasani, ado our schools, but another really important matter, committee, before I turn it over to Dr. Shayla Yellowhair, Maitsui, thank you for acknowledging her like that. And all the courses and the committees, the defense, and all that you have to go through to get that doctorate degree. And so our health and our safety. Shanat Ani, I sent you an email yesterday. Safety and Health Task Force. There's some recommendations with Nihima Shama Bedini, the Vice President, Office of the President, Vice President, Education, Yana Atoya, Ya Hanad Zihigi, Vivian Montoya Watuma. And then the delegate, Hinat Ani Lini, Shandin Parish, the Speaker of the, we form a task force because of what's happening in our Navajo. You know what happened in Farmington just recently, that shooting that happened. We don't want that to happen on Navajo. So our committee, we want you to accept that, and then we want to do something about it. So I want to say that to kind of preface our leadership, and then our visitors, the school boards. There's a number of major concerns that are before us, and in a nice, good, respectful way that we could understand each other, that we could work with each other, because the Navajo Nation Department of Education, through the Treaty of 1868, the Navajo Nation Council is our governing body with the president, vice president, and the judicial branch. Underneath that, we are authorized under Title 10 as a Department of Education. So we appreciate, we respect that relationship without a doubt. And so there's going to be some movement as we talk about the session this afternoon. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'm going to turn the time over to my colleague, Dr. Yellowhair, and let her, I know she tried to take over your meeting, and she's like that. She's like that, my Tsui Bedini. And I'm real proud of her. I'm grateful for her. So, Dr. Yellowhair.
Thank you. I know that there is a Zoom thing, if we could get that taken off so we can see the PowerPoint. Yes. Okay, is that better? Thank you for letting me know that. So our superintendent is on her way walking in right now, but just to give a quick overview, these are the leadership on the screen. So we have Claudia Edgewater, who's our acting superintendent. We have Dr. Ferlin Clark, who is the program administrator for Office of Diné School Improvement. We have Dolores Noble, who is the program manager for Office of Standards, Curriculum, and Assessment Development, which is also the office of where Diné language and culture lives. We have myself, I am the program manager for Cognia Navajo Nation. We have Paula Sines, who is the program manager for Office of Special Education Rehabilitation Services. We have Ms. Rose Graham, who is the department manager for Office of Navajo Nation Scholarship and Financial Aid. Denise Thomas, the program manager for Office of Diné Youth. Donovan Pete, who is the program manager, community library manager for Navajo Nation Library. We have Roy Tracy, who is both the delegated assistant superintendent for Navajo Head Start and the program manager for Office of Educational Research and Statistics. We have Suzette HEHSC, and you'll hear from each of them. Suzette HEHSC, who's the program manager of Navajo Nation JOM, And you have Derek Franklin, who is the delegated program manager for Office of Diné Accountability and Compliance. And so each of us you'll hear from today. Claudia, do you want to take over this part?
Good morning. She Claudia Edgewater Share. She my discussion is long the local at the Bushes Chief. I don't she that she don't talk behind additional. I got a good in So good morning, honorable members of the council, the HES committee, my colleagues, and invited guests here. Thank you for being here this morning. My morning started early, so please excuse me. Had attended the president's meeting early this morning at 6 o'clock, so just catching up with things. So going on to our presentation here, we have our Board of Education. There's appointed members by the late administration of Jonathan Nez, which is Dr. Pauletta White, Andrea Thomas, Dr. Henry Fowler, Spencer Willie, Joan Gray, and Emerson John. The newly elected Board of Education members who were elected and sworn in this past January is Dillard Curley, Mary Begay, Nadine Chado, Frida Nels, and Sharon Todachini. The Navajo Nation Board of Education is to see all of the Navajo Nation operations of education, to establish guidelines, assumption of control when we have to take over schools if necessary, to report to the HES committee, to find funding for Navajo education, to act in the areas of budgeting, creating positions, organizational leadership, and just overseeing how DOTI, Department of Diné Education, operates. So that's usually the Board of Education's roles and responsibility in working with the HES committee and also working with the Department of Diné Education. On the administrative level at DOTI, I'm the acting superintendent. We have Matthew So, who's our legislative analyst, Brent Nelson, who takes care of our systems and program management for technology. We have Cody Begay, who's our public information officer, and we have a couple of positions that are vacant. But we also have our front office staff, who is Pauletta Sosi, she's our admin assistant, and also Alicia Davis, who's our office assistant as well. So as far as the DOTI administration responsibilities, we are there to provide guidance, support, planning and monitoring implemented administrative duties for schools and the operations of the Department of Education. We have to create and implement process and procedures to ensure compliance with Navajo Nation laws, federal regulations, and also legislative mandates. We also are the oversight to ensure financial procedures and adhere to funds allowable within the guidelines. We report to the Department of Diné Education Board of Education, the HES committee, and the President, Office of President and Vice President as well. We also provide oversights of schools on the Navajo Nation, primarily those that are tribally controlled and BIA operated. Challenges. We have several challenges that we endure here at Department of Diné Education. The biggest thing is dealing with other entities in the Navajo Nation, such as OOC, DPM, OMB, because we deal with a lot of grants. We deal with vacancies and positions at Department of Diné Education. And so we have to interact and try to resolve issues internally with other offices within the Navajo Nation. There's no consistency of implementation of policies, and that's something we feel is challenging. Our policies need to be updated. We really have a lot of issues that come up, but we're very limited in the interventions or the things we can do because your policies aren't established. They need to be updated, so it becomes very problematic. And the other thing we also find is we have a lot of vacancies. We can look on the DPM website. We see a lot of Head Start openings. We see a lot of DOTI openings, and it's because they need background check. Navajo Nation Department of Diné Education is very different than any other department within Navajo Nation. It requires an extensive background check, state, federal, and local. It has fingerprint clearance that it has to go through, so it's very time consuming. It takes an average from anywhere to 2 to 4 to get background checks done on employees. So it's a lengthy process, and what happens is people, of course, have to eat and provide for their families, so they can't wait months on end for a background check to clear. So we lose applicants to that, to issues like that. Another thing as Doty is our salaries are well below any other area as far as salary comparison. A lot of our staff, make anywhere from $20,000 to $30,000 less than going to a different government agency to work there as well. And also in lieu of that, the benefits and the retirement packages aren't that enlightening as well. So at Doty, our pay is way below market value. Another thing with the Department of Education is we have a beautiful building, but inside it's just really not conducive to a healthy working environment. We go through the hottest summers without AC, and then we go into the coldest winters with no heater. There hasn't been a formalized check as far as asbestos, as far as the sewer lines, even with our power capacity of electric in the building's outdated. We can't turn on all these things electric wise, or else we'll kick off our circuit, which also hinders our technology usage as well. So, and of course we have our security guards sitting out front, the cows. We have livestock that kind of just hang out in front. I mean, we're glad we understand livestock and they're a part of our lifestyle. However, it does pose a threat to maybe someday ram at somebody or whatever. So we do have that issue at Doty as well. So the current school systems no longer support Title 10 as far as language. So in lieu of everything, there's a lot of things that need to be updated. There's a lot of new policies that need to be created, amended, and changed. So, but the wonderful thing is we embrace the changes and the challenges with solutions. Thank you. Next slide. Solutions. We've now begun to embrace change and the opportunity. We have a great staff at Department of Education. When we looked at our personnel infrastructure at Doty, about 99.8% of all our staff have a bachelor's degree or more, past a bachelor's degree in our Department of Education. So we do know that we are equipped with the experts and the skills and the knowledge to be able to move Doty and elevate Doty to the next level. Doty we operate with internal control, internal processes and procedures. We would like to have and house our own HR, being able to see the oversight of our financial responsibilities internally as well, as far as maintaining our building, just the operations to keep grounds and janitorial services clean and nice and tidy at Doty. We've created subcommittees to address the facets of the organization of Doty. There's a lot of things that need to be addressed, but if we look at the initiative of a 10-year plan, a 15-year plan, we'll be lucky to get even 2 things done within that timeline. So what we've taken is an innovative approach. We've created subcommittees, and our subcommittees consist of our program managers, our Board of Education members, and so we're also would like to bring on other members as well. But what we're doing is we're cultivating diversity. We created 9 subcommittees. These subcommittees are going to identify needs of area of Doty. They're going to simultaneously move and work together at the same time to gel. And they're going to complement one another. If we need something changed in Title 10, we amend it, we change it. If we want to focus on academic improvement for the betterment of Navajo education, we change the reauthorization process. So a lot of these things can simultaneously move at 9 different ways that they gel and start to complement one another. And the end goal and the big picture is to actually see progress, the progress that benefits Navajo education for all. And so with that being said, we also like to think of the thought of one day to become a state educational agency, to be the first place, an Indian country To be the 51st state as an SEA, we are able to have a process in place, such as your policies, your procedures, your funding, your accountability. We house everything within our agency, and we would like to venture off into the unknown and pave a new way for Native American education as a whole. So this is a wonderful time to embrace the opportunity to see the big picture and to start gearing our initiatives towards that, paving that new way. So within that, we also like to expand out. One thing I'd like to add to that is we have, in the past month and a half, we've made tremendous progress. With SEA, we have that initiative. We've also established a partnership with Arizona Department of Education to bring in a certification unit to Doty. So we will house a certification unit within Doty. We no longer would have to send teachers and administrators a one-day trip, gas expenses, meals, possibly an overnight expense, that they can come to Window Rock and get their certification done the same day. So these are things that we see that are needs and that we're making the effort to make corrections. And more, how are we here to help Navajo people? And how are we here to elevate education for Navajo to the next level? Thank you. Right now, I'd like to turn the information over to our wonderful program manager, Mr. Roy Tracy, for our data.
Really quickly, we have an agenda before us, and we're going to go through each department individually. So with that, since you just now completed Department of the Education Administration, I will give the floor back to my colleagues here, the committee members, if they have any questions, comments that they would like to make regarding Department of the Education Administration. And then we'll move on to the next item, which would be Office of the Net Accountability and Compliance. That would be the second one. And so that will be the second one. So with that question coming from Honorable Dr. Ness.
Yeah, just a point of clarity, the data that you're prepared to share, is that overall for Doty as part of Doty administration? Yeah, I figured that was the case. So if I may, Chair, to allow the Department of Education to continue, because I think the data is a reflection of Doty overall and not specifically to a program other than the administration. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. So we're committee members, we're still under Doty administration. So with that, I'll give the floor back over to them to go over the next data. Honorable Toll.
I don't think this one has a warranty on this one, so go ahead and use this. Thank you, Chair. Members of HEHSC committee, also in education. Every program that came before us, there's always an issue of plan operations not updated. And I just wanted to know how long it's going to take to upgrade or improve your plan operation. Yesterday we had other program came, same issue. Plan operation needs to be updated. So I just need to question that. How far are you guys at? Responsibility of the education that needs to be clarified so everybody have a good understanding. Why do we have that and what's the purpose of it? The other one is, how many times have you gone out to train BIE and contract school, travel control school? I'd like to see the result. How many times your program, because you have a lot of employees in your department that should be going out and oversee the school. How many times have your personnel went out to train or, communication consultation, who is, are you guys gonna, along with the grant school and control school, BIE, that we need to work on Title 10 and 11. when can we see that? It is the opayat so. What's the issue on BI background investigation on school board? So we just met with Mr. Tony Dearman when we went to Washington. And response is that Mr. Dearman said, go ahead and use the tribal background. That's okay. So that needs to be in place somehow? Or do we have to do a legislation to include that background? Because if you're going to do the federal, it takes forever because it's close to about 50 pages just to request for background. So AD. The other one, tribal control policy needs to be created for tribal control grant school and BIA operated school. How far have you gone and what are the content of it? And any consultation with these grant school and control, also BIA. And then in your solution says, in order to fulfill operational state education agency, we need to fulfill these operation. I need a clarification on what is the content of it. How are you approaching? Idea, not just kidoli, chair. And then thank you.
Honorable Toth, for those questions and for the comments. You can, staff, Mr. Masana, Ms. Edgewater, you can hold off on his questions. And then when you're done with your data information here, which is part of DOTI administration, I apologize for interrupting you. I didn't know it was part of administration. I thought we were going to jump all the way down to Office of Educational Research and Statistics. So I apologize for interrupting, but hold off on Honorable Toth's questions and comments until you get done with your presentation. So with that, Mr. Tracy.
Thank you, Chair, and members of the Health Human Services Education Committee. Real quick, just because statistics can get misinterpreted at times. The PARC assessment is our federally stated performance measure. They call this high stakes testing. It's a requirement all school systems in the United States must have. And they call it end of year testing, a summary test. They also call it a criterion reference test, okay? So back in 2015, the BIE, Dr. Hamley and Dr. Lewis with DOTI decided to try a 5-year period using the PARC assessment. At that time in the United States, that was the driving performance measure test. And so DOTI compiled up to 5 years of PARC performance tests from all 34 grant schools. We also looked at the BIE schools. In general, the first year by color-coded bars up there, that dark purple represents school year 2015. And if you look at each colored barcode, that performance measure drops from 720. 750 is the cutoff line for the PARC performance measure, okay? Now, these are a combination of all schools, a mean for all school performance. So 720, all our schools started out about 30 points below that 750 cut score. And eventually you see the down drop all the way to 711, for example, for school year ending 2019. The PARC assessment is no longer used. They use another version, which was dictated by the Bureau of Indian Education. And so we are tracking that to date. So this should be our second year in capturing data. This is the BIE Unified Assessment. This is the new assessment. Now, this was the first year implemented. Don't forget, we had a 2-year waiver period by Secretary DeVos, who waived the first year for all school testing. And then the second year was kind of a waiver as well, too. So last year, the schools finally started up again with this new unified assessment. And so here's our English language arts score. This is a scale score. Again, 750 still the cut score. These are broken down by grades, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, all the way up. And the average is at 700. Again, the red line there is a 750 cut score. That's level 1, 2, and 3. That 750 separates. Anything like 751 and above is level 4 and 5. So the majority of our schools in English language performance is averaged out at 700 to date. The next one is math. Just a real quick look at math. 3rd grade, 4th grade. Again, you'll see at the bottom graph, the average for those previous year was 693. Again, the 750 cut score. That 750 cut score is a national process in which they identify what the least or base minimum performance measure should be for student development or student growth, student performance in these unified assessment. This listing we conduct annually. It is our enrollment status. The big conversation today we hear among Navajo education is the decline in enrollment. For about 7, 8 years, maybe even 10, we had 95,000 students attending public schools, BIE grant schools, and such on the Navajo. Today, we only have 73,000 students. And we released this report. It breaks it down by Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, BIE, grant, and also residential schools. We also track schools that are on and off the Navajo Nation, okay? You'll see inside this graph in that 3rd column, number of districts. So if you look at Arizona public schools on Navajo, there are 11 districts, for example. That's how you read that. And so we have a running total for enrollment. We also break this down for another sheet that can say Arizona on Navajo. We list all the public school district names in there. And this is available on the websites as well too. This is the overall conversation piece. This is probably something that HEHSC can use in the dialogue on the council floor when you're addressing student issues or student enrollment issues, the services and such. We break it down. This is shared with the Office of the President and Vice President, with HEHSC and the council when we come before the council summer or winter sessions or any of the sessions. So Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, BIE, grant, parochial, and private is tracked. Off reservation, we track Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, and residential halls. So the total to date that we reference in our grant applications and such is 73,707 students. Again, this is just another breakdown of our enrollment trend. Again, if you see that first bar, that's 2018, 2019 to the left, and you'll see the downward trend. That is just letting us know there's a lot of students leaving the Navajo Nation. Where are they going? We try to track them because we track the public schools too. The public schools have also experienced a low enrollment as well. So where are those students going? They probably are going outside the system that we are tracking. So hence, one of the initiatives in the IT department is to build the Navajo Education Information System, a student information system process. We call it SIS. That will give us the ability to track students wherever they go. The 3 states, we could give them a unique Navajo ID, and that Navajo ID will be tracked in the state system, in the BIE system, in the grant system. So hence the NEIS also needs that funding support. This is the average scale score That first scale you saw was a average of the schools. This here is the overall performance, including all the schools that we just talked about. Again, it's a reiteration of the first graph. It's 720, and then we ended up the 5th year study at a 711.
So this graph is a screenshot of the draft and an approved prototype of what we propose for the organizational chart moving into SEA status. Now, again, this is a prototype, meaning the board has looked at this and they have approved it, but with everything, you need to test it and you need to see and kind of make adjustments before anything is actually finalized. So we were looking at this in the long term, 5-10 year, once we become a full SEA, these are the issues that we need, or these are the offices that we need to have. Everything that is in yellow on your screen is what we currently have in already right now with plans of operations and with some sort of budget, whether it's general fund or external. Everything in orange is what we need to create. So some of the work that we're doing, and this kind of goes back to the question that you were asking, Mr. Toth, is the plans of operations. We need to look at the different areas, what offices do we need to split apart? What responsibilities do we need to rearrange? And how can we readjust those plans of operations and add as each year as we move forward, moving towards a full SEA status? So again, this is a draft of the proposed plan of operations. And one thing too that we had talked about that kind of goes back to the solution or to the challenges in terms of hiring, finance, everything that we have issues with getting on a timely basis. In order to be a state education agency, we need to be able to pass or to do our own accounts payable, accounts receivable, purchasing, contract growth management, and grant management, payroll, budget. We need to have our own legal. Those are the operations that we need to have. So that's the clarification. So again, this is a draft. We're testing it. When issues come up, we pull this out and we look at it to see, okay, this is an issue that we're having. Does this organizational chart address what we need? And so there has been some tweaks in it. For example, we have taken apart the accountability a little bit and kind of moved some things around. So that this is the draft of the organizational chart.
And to add to the organizational chart, one big thing that we see problematic with Department of Education is we also need a solutions team on here. So that way, when we have daily calls of just issues coming up from our schools, BIA, charter, grant schools, public schools, any school that serves Navajo children and communities, we have their voices being heard and addressing their needs. So we need a solutions team that can identify and provide those services there. Another thing we'd also need is also an assumptions team, a licensed assumptions team that when we have an oversight of schools that we get into an issue with no administrator on site, that we have the credentials of these individuals overseeing these schools, training and providing those services to the school and enabling them to get back on their feet and returning it back to the community schools. Thank you.
Okay, I found a document here. It's from the conditions of appropriations released by OOC and OMB. I was just sharing with the superintendent here that out of the 268 program budgets provided in fiscal year 2022, OMB has identified 262 of those programs with official plans of operations, which is about 97% compliance. This is in the report released by OMB and OOC that was given to the council. Number 7, Department of Diné Education. There are 27 programs. All 27 programs have updated plan of operations. So that's just to answer that small piece of the plan of operation that Delegate Toth spoke to. Just FYI, we can share this document with you if you need that immediately.
Nana dole. Nada snidole. I am the delegated program manager for ODAC.
Mr. Derek Franklin, Accessio. Okay, now we just completed Department of the Education Administration presentation based off the agenda. So with that, there was questions that was made by Honorable Toth. Some you guys answered. So I'm going to go back to my committee here. Committee members, are there any other questions, comments regarding DODI administration presentation? Honorable Helena Nesbigay.
Oh, yeah, it's Nahatchini Yaja, Nahata al Qaida. Nahapan das Nashida, Hehe. Ado, the Nebin, but the Nebazard, you Nahadol Asta, that did know your deal ticket. Cote Obelagani, Malwal, this out, and I see it. Oh, you let the best Eda. And needy yes, but the neck etche, so the sin odds. And a call, Nishizad, a yell the yen hatne, dot so the sin at a hatne. A call Nahalchin lachit egg on Jonago, Nishitits and dot left that did no chit and I see it hardly a call. Ako hashot nihitene nihizad nahani liahi biniget traditin hizat nihizad shai a hashot by yale tioshi nahalchinen junako tsitan lay with that even though they got first degree in the junako the neck at yaltio ita she Johuinsen, do hot on his citizen deeds atle. She says, do a what the schnittle co. Behind the a hot on halchine bunses case. It's a head start to all junior high, high school, into university, vocational. Military. Ako hashin sogo o hayu school that's what you're telling us. There's BIE school. Nikita inil ta BIA and kade BIE. Don't a grant tribal control school. No. We have public school. Hashin Sako Belagani Yajabe Bebe Oltana no Ohot Abba Yana at Kitleko. A did a that's a Besahanta Leho, Njonago Besantaho, Johnson ya Nahansis case. Ado but the old jo that they're out in the field. Bespeta hausen, el chineage, sel cage a key, oltaide do, yinache iho dos alide. A did a bespa hausen, a co a that's a beslahan dat le do, beslentaho
What are that in John go the hunt that the not be at the John Soda, Nahansis Kersako. Ato and the base of the net there he del to. John go, she to that as administration. J are the channels down. Base of the height in the heat Washington do could the nebe Washington do ya gon lay all cut has go hidden the heat. Jo are the da kite are the belt and she that's the little the hunt that not be double the Johnson what she does. Johnson wants his case out of school board do han. That's it do and lan hat the has kai joinsin do. I call what so I do the chart nesh ingo huge. Niki base o den yatati nigo. I call we're just like we're adding more to our organizational chart. Ako de oyo o hayu na halen not ani o you leho to on ta hin atle ako do shan hilpa hosen don salto without that's the way I'm looking at your organizational chart ako to nishona kwashi bet all nito hot end so based on the heat, we want to really give these money that's coming down to the kids out there. Nahal hajo iho dos Halandle a HEHSC companiensi kagon nahal chinido yo at the hos dan his non hitato ni ko halet ego yego at the hitos atla. Johnson sto on the to call the workforce the Nikitat on the house kai that the Pitasto Kedigi dates tutors the
Thank you. Ado dan shadekodo sa behenzi ado nana dam comment in la seleko questioned a abahaten ako committee members yesterday ako let's not try to go all the way around the world and around the whole Navajo Nation. Let's stay with the agenda because it's very lengthy. We have a lengthy agenda before us, and yesterday, adjourning at 7:30 p.m. Your questions, and then I just want to say quickly here in regards to your PowerPoint on page 4, where on page 4 you indicated pursuing funding to support Navajo Nation education. Can you please give us an update on an overview regarding your requests regarding that bullet point? Again, on page 4 of the PowerPoint, you talked about the proposed budget. Currently, what is your budget allocation? What was allocated to you? And what is your balance as of today? And does it look like you will be using the full amount that was allocated and budgeted to Department of Diné Education? What I'm trying to get to is regarding your budget on page 4, your budget is, I really don't want administration to start running around the last minute trying to use all the money that was allocated, because there is no carryover funds. Whatever funding is left at the end of the fiscal year goes back into the general funds. So the practice has been by departments is we have this much money left. let's give bonus payments. Let's give bonus at no the nen kiti the last minute. And ado oyo sa na hotle. That animosity is created among staff again because this staff received this much bonus and I do this and then it goes down the line. It has its ripple effect. Okoko ela hait ao quite again your budget iki regarding page 4 of your PowerPoint iki hait ao be osle. Nana, moving on to page 6 of your PowerPoint, page 6 iki. On your page 6, you did give an overall review of the process. Can you please share with us your plan of operation legislation number that you guys are working with? The legislation number that was approved for you guys. Moving on to page 7 of your PowerPoint. PowerPoint number 1, I know your page 7, your challenges, you indicated it is difficult to work with DPM, OOC, OMB, contract and grants 164 DOJ. Now, as HEHSC committee, we have some oversight over Department of Personnel Management. Of course, yesterday we met with Division of Human Resource all day yesterday. And so there were some recommendations that were made at that meeting yesterday. But the main point that we're trying to get to is how can we streamline the process of the tedious process regarding DPM. At Kodoya Ikagi, the 25th Now for Nation Council, if we start and in a year or 2 years, then by the time that comes around, nasan ka term na at Kodolis or Ajit not the notices. So we're working with Department of Personnel Management, and the question that we asked yesterday was the current NABIAP-26-16, your plan of operation really is just general. And so how in the world did we get to this point to where there is so much process in each of the section of Department of Personnel Management? There is a very lengthy process even in just your EPAF employee performance evaluation process. It's very lengthy. We just put all of these issues and concern in a bowl and it's not moving anywhere. It's not going anywhere. And we know of this situation for years. And we're still not addressing it. So Honorable Toth indicated to them, we don't want to hear your responses anymore. We don't want to hear your excuses anymore. We've heard enough of it. And so Honorable Toth made a recommendation yesterday to have a written draft amendment plan of operation in place within the next 30 days. So we came to an agreement that we will review that draft an amendment plan of operation at our next HEHSC meeting, which would be on June 28th. And so regarding that draft. So we are working on that issue and the concern regarding the lengthy process. Now, as HEHSC, the big concern that we have with OOC, OMB, the contract grants and the 164 review process and the DOJ, the consistency needs to be there. Why are we all singing the wrong tunes and we're not all on the same boat? As an overall committee, as HEHSC, we don't have oversights of those departments, but we'll continue to advocate on our department's half, the oversight departments that we have regarding this consistency that needs to be in place. So with that, yesterday's Also, yesterday's meeting, we also put down 3 legislation that we will be working on. One is in regards to the Navajo Nation TV and film. So we're going to address that issue. Number 2 is in regards to your page 7, your challenges. Our building is horrible. We also received wording that there is a plan, a draft that has been out there for administration building 3 and 4. So yesterday we came to an agreement that we'll drop legislation to move forward with developing that administration building 3 and 4. So that's one of the proposal that we're going to stand by each other here as HEHSC to address the need. So just so you know, somehow we're going to have to try and put you into that administration 3 and building development to move forward on requesting funds regarding that issue. Not only is it you that's going through the problems, there's other numerous programs that are going through the same situation, similar situation that you guys are going through. And so and then one of the other recommendation was that Ganado Unified School District does have some office space, building space, and that was one of the areas that agreement needs to be made as well. That's what we shared with Vital Records yesterday as well. So we're just sharing all that information regarding Ganado Unified School District's building to those departments. If they want to go into an agreement with Ganado Unified School District, then that's up to the department. The third one is in regards to OSHA. OSHA is requesting to have all Navajo Nation employees attend a 10-hour OSHA training. And then the number 2 request is for all of those managers, supervisors, directors to attend a 30-hour OSHA training regarding building issues. And so that's going to be the third legislation that we're moving forward with. So what I wanted to address those concerns in regards to page 7 of your PowerPoint and share that information with you and the rest of your departments here. So with that, are there questions, Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson?
Thank you, Chair Vince James. Ado Department of the Education Kwadon Hishin Tahos na Honza Holjish. Ado Kwa on Hisens do Elchene Shee Elchene Yego Eya Yo Alla Yohol Ahanson Taskes Dobel Nahon Ata. O coho do choho ego ben sa case de lo do o hat a chin bansas case o coho di quid test quid hotel e ti alla e ik ti do de ti yen atapo o ya tapo kao do shel ya shwonda do shel ya eta Ako honey alle do yahosnit enoch do honey hajo ha ishi yi chihiki ha ishi yen liniki shan shan ha ishi yahosan bahazano edi chin ha ishi yahosan Ako dit do welepe o belagana ba oltra ya beke ni kri Sata aquat egot eya need zen. A call shade or shit ya at eta. The neck etchikon saha case. The neck etchiko ya at hit. The neck etchikon hat a Asia. Doldo youth el con his yino. Coden yada. Quode a hat has 2 nationals at Lassaline. Praat de mooie dan leed in college de. Dolle dan has 2 da jui dan de barben sito dat al jou. Asahan lego Washington oi rahi ade. Pelagana kode ihilcheni kahi a koyen rat a bezat the yinodit iho bich ejeni ikes. Eshe hait ade okat donde ebelagana achiastki donde ebelagana ache iltra o cohorts it the neppe all is the neppe zab neppe nantin. Ye ben da ste yego. O coho nijonago ya hot ego ya ina nazla. Ko den jonago na dan begin no but so hotezen. O coho she bansas case oi kodo hajo the neck etchigo hinet the ne bezado the ne ba all in hajo the etsas lego but sas lego etadilni hatadilni tato ne hajo hat etadilni dik at hesna hat khanigi ladies ado kon shiaj na kidosh do kon shna ado kon shiaj kwa yegon he ya the nebazat the nebel is yegon his ako ani kwat ego seho hishi yegon he ken si zidolis o eta se di no kwa yego eni higa hiti zi ani she ha hait bansen keshe the no she etcheniaje nishi donle has ashla benachaje yeg sa the negina hoidol as the nebazat di yin yuhidol as sa she quit yego la nansen lego na has ago belagana bazade do yonan ada ahoten na apoho o ko din lede le huis aden jarago the nebazad do chon ego nan hit non khane o koho ado le nats osashi Mandarin Chinese ADA lanjnant he the nebazad na kigon dol dot da onso bansas case ha ilabani na do ha ji benanit ada dol dot hizad jano be yeltke obenanit ada lelien o kon ha chindishide ha shin soko sa ya yatanzen a coho old cut that what raho bilingual well ya the netto belgana bazadi deeds that do ye yastki hat no do yan hajon ba benit lida coho digi yego a largent date nil dolly chita dit dolly din halchen dol dot nebazadi yastki hey that no o cut about the wheat ni dolly o cut old hat nash o ko oya banan hinge kan kodo yel ben si queso o ko the ne that the nebanat tin dol dot she do a u bot zil olya o ko anle et the liege anle kat the geste anle hawan na mazda al neche inde do chon ego and si is case o ko but ado yego hashin tsogo hashin is do lesi skoche betet inle a ko dik at le gon betest lejin le gon has agon betlahan detle got le kinahal gaida Washington da de tro hotane shat yati nesidli sha a ko shamasan halon hashish a ko do shato yoshna tinida and le asad nezatin donaki benachente a ben le gona na otratel glosho a benzo a ko we aje inat zato do what shnat khadia do sha tinida a ko halet aje indi khalansen dide o ko din lede na zata has she kebeda khagado she keda has tui da itle aje ade she ke has tui ade hawan de yeda hasan de o ha no hanekle halet aje indi khala ko hawan sha osle do di nida o ko ya hat di ba huint insen ba hunt insen dide Oho ahul yahi benache. Yego be naditi na dohajo be nedit zinsen. Be yat eho ne nasna ne katolil. Okoho njanagon hachin nek etiatatio. Na kay bainit inla. Do chon oigon o kwaje neto kwat ego ado na nishin hits huta in da nishka na nishta halone da no inte balchine do chon nek ape bezadie yatati na kay gache das iso haji ede yatastisha on jeno shnal nash inla a ko aro di kete ba de si di shilanansen hot le ko nta il tra no betratradia a ko hilt ein lede o yo belagana o ilchgot eya de di the mon yeta Chamawa Indian School de additionalni iltra de ya iago njonago ahande qua got cedar njono hachino bel ya put auditorium sa then lay the stage lay the ade put on jnogo qua the doja lay ado njono but ado halchin hot ado ado kun ya do ande china ade ya kai china ya kao equado sin bahadot njono equado sa di sin ye ya kai do the nesbin Aro kwata ina shane bizad ye kwa atsota zinina. Aro ada kuhi HEHSC. Aro eya china kao kwa kwa sentla hanado o china ilde. Kwate sha adatsa elke ilkit. Hot o koho in son anhe inda anhe eta il ini del aj indi kahan son tis case. She hot lanansen. A coho ya chine o jone a co deja curriculum development aja Navajo language culture nish don't chon ala nil de o hope additional but not and the kids need that sense of belonging a coho this was theirs. This coming into this auditorium and from their indigenous youth, they smelled that cedar burning that was theirs. They heard that song that's theirs. A coho, is that how we're setting up our schools? A coho oban so kesto so ade o ego but that nil kalo. That let that be our vision. How do we get there?
I got Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson, Honorable Yunito.
Ya nana teo ya njono go ya kodo ta hasne do njono go ta not yo nkhata zolne Arona kodo Claudia Edgewater as an acting superintendent kodo njono go nigitlasan and as being an acting superintendent you're experiencing a lot of difficulties here as far as education institutions. Throughout Navajo Nation. Legobans is a case, so aid that's what hot Edinson Ebans is a case. Shady the dark eto chance this is an in lagi a Wickedish heat a the neck college with ado eho de point out and so there's in this song. Need Hali Lena Aranas dan Ishahat Asotilzen. Eben Nashiba Hazen. Edi Quainan Hitish Kidole. Dide. You guys need to hire a permanent superintendent. Zakhashi by Znoshin Yego. Zats was in Saki City Quant or Yubahada see the neck a yard hit. ado ani ebelakana edo nan tladabo jil ao edo dona kin lo in that kerbo jil a di kwagi har osa gid yego betskilo befirm ado na kin len yego ntono oslali nitsen ado nda yego higher pay ako dito basan agit ada basen hito ali nitsen John here ya adonne nike oversight no throughout all the Navajo Nation. So don't know any last of na. I don't the dida where has anigi ya. It sounds like the whole institution that you guys are administrating. It sounds like it's all politics. Achadol neligate about what about how are you guys gonna planning on amending the Title 10? Yeah.
Oh, Nana, delegate, you need to, ado kwa shana on transit and sha, bashan legal, be the hashnet now. A coho, ado kwa shiaj Mr. Toth, naidil kitosa, that's has
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, Vice. I'm gonna send this letter or concern that I have to the acting superintendent. I don't want you to respond and you put it back in writing to us, okay? So one is Department of Education Authority. The DOTI is the only to monitor and provide technical assistance to the school. How much technical assistance has been provided in school, especially staff going out, okay? Another one's Board of Education, Board of Education. They have been assuming school when there is lack of quorum. I don't know, we have Board of Education members here. But the school will have an administrator to run the school that the education or election officer should provide immediate assistance to the chapter. Ito. Auto DOTI's administration responsibility. DOTI staff is not assuming or assisting the school where it is needed. Right now, the reauthorization is happening and some schools have not heard from DOTI staff. Auto DOTI challenge AI policy changes. What are some of the proposed and the school board and administration, these changes were informed. Auto grant school system no longer support by Title 10. Do some check into it. DOTI personnel had degrees, and how many of these workers have worked in the school system? The last one is the state education. Stakeholder had not been informed to school board or administrator. Auto administrator do not know what's happening. This is the way for them to move towards Public Law 638. So those are some of the concerns and issue. Would like to have this in writing to the committee. Your response, Dolly. So thank you, Chair. Madam.
Nana, ado that's on idol kita for comments. Committee members going once, going twice, and let me quiet. Nanda Deshtas Shitsui, Miss Edgewater. DOTI administration Banhasan na ikit ea she not Hananzi hiki e kwa hodili. Kodo the question I deck hit some of the questions also pertain to reapportionment plan. So don't worry too much about that, Adoshiaj, Mr. Toth. And then you also asked for a response in writing too, but I'll just hand it back over to you, Ms. Edgewater, if you want to provide a response to some of the questions that were presented just regarding your Doty administration presentation.
Okay, thank you for that. Honorable Toth, you asked a total of like 8 questions. The first one, the organizational chart, that's a draft, and like I said, it's gonna be altered. There's nothing finalized on that one. I know that Ms. Nesbigue also had mentioned about the funding on that, and we see a lot of staffing personnel. Doty Department does not receive funding from schools. The funding schools from BIE and the public schools are directly from federal to those schools or from the state to those schools. Doty doesn't assume any of that money coming to us for personnel or the operations of Department of Diné Education. Responsibility of Diné Education is we act as a governing structure, assistance to schools, BIE and charter grant schools. So, and you guys asked about training for BIE and tribally controlled schools. As we're revamping Department of Diné Education, we're very limited because we have such a huge nation to be able to drive out somewhere and come back the next day. It's really time consuming with the limited time that we have. Excuse me. So what we're going to do is we're going to start having professional development. So our teams are going to host professional developments. So we have numerous schools coming for services and assistance and resources at Doty. Our professional development will be housed like at Doty, and then it'll go to Western Agency once a month or a couple times during the month. It'll go to Eastern Agency. That way these schools around the Navajo Nation will have accessibility to the training given to them. So, and we would like to provide a lot of training to staff and schools so they can be successful. Another thing is we are still in lieu, are still planning to meet with Grant BIE as far as meeting with them and telling them, we want to go to the table of not saying, hey, BIE and all these entities, you tell us what to do. What we really want to do is capitalize on sovereignty for Navajo education. We want to go to the table and say, hey, this is what we want you to do for us to help us elevate Navajo education to the next level. We're not going to these tables and having a conversation of, hey, what do you want us to do? If you're going to give us this, what do we need to do in favor of that? We are changing the mentality of how we deal with operation for Navajo education. One being an advocate, one going to the table of what we want for our Navajo people. So another thing is we have Title 10, Title 11. Those have to be revamped. Those have to be looked and amended to. We still are having those conversations with the Board of Education among the program managers, meeting here at Department of Diné Education, and for the first time, our meeting with you, the HEHSC committee, to be able to have these really engaged conversation of what do we do and how do we do it and how are we going to go about it? How are we going to create these policies, amend these laws, change the legislation to be able to really give teeth and really hold accountability across the board? Our jobs here are really having accountability, being able to capitalize on education for Navajo. So that's where we would look at what's in place for Title 10 and Title 11. And like I said, have those conversations, make sound decisions of what we'll do from that, changing them or amending them. Background check is a problem everywhere. So we are looking at entertaining different avenues of addressing background check. Right now, background check with the Navajo Nation is very daunting on time. So evidently we're looking for a solution of an alternate route for background checks. Let's see. Then you also asked on clarification of operations for an SEA. When we look at an SEA, we are looking at developing, managing, supporting an educational entities as an educational agency. We are no longer going to have to look at responding or looking to question and answers with New Mexico, Arizona, Utah. We are able to help Navajo people elevate Navajo education and have hands-on say and action of what we do for Navajo land. So that's basically the big picture of an SEA for Navajo Department of Diné Education for Navajo Nation. So, and then like I said, several of you had asked question or inquired questions, which I'll let our wonderful managers answer that within their presentation. Another thing is that we've also had those discussions based on Navajo language and culture and identity. That's really important. People have to understand who they are, where they come from, how they value themselves. Statistically, it shows if somebody is very solidified in their identity, that makes them excel even more. So we are looking at that. We do embrace Navajo language, which Miss Noble will share in her presentation as well. So, and then Head Start, Mr. Tracy will address those issues with that. We also have school board issues that will be addressed with Mr. During this afternoon session with the regional reapportionment conversation that will take place this afternoon. So, but as far as really looking at what we have in place is really getting what we can out of it with effectiveness, efficientness, and productivity. How do we hold people and outside entities responsible? How do we hold ourselves responsible and accountable for the things that we do here? We have to be darn well near perfect to be able to do these things. But most importantly, we embrace these opportunities. Yeah, we have challenges, but the great part about it is this is a wonderful opportunity for us. When I say us, the Health and Education Committee, the Department of Education, the BOSBA, we have different entities that we can work together and elevate Navajo education for Navajo people. To be able to give the opportunity for kids to learn, to be successful no matter where they're at and what they want to accomplish in life. To be able to give parents the understanding of what their rights are and how they can look out for resources, why literacy is so important, why speaking Navajo language in the household is very important, why it's important to go out and be a part of your community and build your community and value education and increase literacy, going to the library, putting your phone away, let's sit at the table and read a book. So these are the things that we see for Navajo education for Department of Education. But like I said, you guys have wonderful questions, great understanding, engaging conversations, and I'll leave it to the rest of our program managers to answer your questions posed this morning. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Adgewater, for that response. Adoshi ni huta aho jisho shi kwato point of order. Tol.
Okay. And again, it seems like you're kind of mad at us. You need to calm down and be with us at our level, okay? So that's the reason why I say, so I know you're frustrated, all these questions. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Toth. What I heard was more kind of passion. But certainly probably a level of frustration as well, because we hear some of the same challenges over and over. And I know we all want to do good work. So I believe none of my committee members had any more questions, and I gave sufficient opportunity. Office of the Accountability and Compliance Mr. Derek Franklin, Auto Education Program Manager, Delegated Nabaka Okoho Eshi Eight Nahoji. Go ahead.
Yeah, long. Honorable Simonson, Auto HEHSC Danotheniki, Beshbasa Anna, Hikadeshni. The Office of the Net Accountability to Compliance, a Giba Bahudeshneto. I need program manager, delegated in Shlem, temporary status and in Shlem. Ado Kaitwana Lavida Maestas, Senior Education Specialist. Jamie Lowerly, Senior Education Specialist. We have one vacant position. And then we have Ryan Sosi as our office specialist. Our program overview is to monitor all Navajo grant and contract schools to ensure compliance with all laws and policies, particularly with federal, and some state and tribal law. We provide technical assistance to all local school boards, schools, and their respective communities to ensure compliance with the school policies. Provide guidance and technical assistance. When these BIE schools, when they want to convert, we assist them in that conversion process to, if they want to move from a BIE operated to a tribally controlled school, we assist in that manner. We also provide technical assistance and guidance and training in the reauthorization process. We provide trainings every year in the fall. Our trainings are usually all day long. It's very intense. We explain the different policies, the different things they need to incorporate into reauthorization. We also ensure that the schools follow and also are in compliance with the 5 content standards that were developed by DOTI. And this is for them to develop curriculum, Navajo language curriculum at their school sites. Promote collaboration with stakeholders as well as other educational entities. And then the Navajo Nation school boundaries, we also enforce that to ensure that schools attend their proper schools according to their communities. Moving over to the challenges and solutions. Again, we provide technical assistance to school boards. And we're trying to optimize the training services that we have. We also, one of the challenges again is that a lot of school boards have difficulty understanding their own policies and procedures. And this is evident with the ethics and rules, the hearing and appeals office, sorry. So there's so many that they receive. So the solution to that is to target specific trainings in those areas. The audit findings are another challenge. We have schools that year after year that have continuous audit findings. Hashint al schools they have the difficulties correcting their issues year after year. So we assist in, along with the BIE, we help them if they call upon us to develop corrective actions. The issue is they don't implement the corrective actions the following year. So again, we provide that type of training, both BIE and DOTI. There's a unclear understanding of the reauthorization process, and we try to provide hands-on exemplars to correct that. So that's what we're making that stronger at this time. School and stakeholders have an unbalanced relationship. As you know, we have been implementing several what they call the Navajo Nation School Intervention Policy. What we're finding is that there's a breakaway from communicating with their community members. And so the solution to that is to provide training to community members as well as the school board and the schools to ensure that our schools are communicating, because mostly all our schools are community schools. They should be working with the communities. They should be listening to the communities on what's best for those students, or our students, I should say. Navajo educational entities, continuous mismanagement and communication. So there's a disconnect in some of these what we call Navajo education entities in terms of their roles and responsibilities. So we want to revisit the educational entities scope of work as a solution because it's very unclear in Title 10 in terms of what they're able to do in terms of their entity. The other thing that we're hearing from Washington, as far as Washington, who is to advocate for education? Is it HEHSC committee or is it the school boards? A lot of times what we hear from congressional delegates is that how come there's just not one voice in the Navajo Nation government? We're hearing comments from one school board, then we hear another one from another one, then we hear another one and another one and another one. And then we hear from the HEHSC committee, then we hear from the president. There's too many. So the congressional delegates are saying you need to uniform that process. So hopefully realigning the roles and responsibilities will assist in that manner. Effective school personnel migrate to different schools. We have a lot of ineffective school administrators, teachers, and so forth that have a hard time at different schools. When a teacher is not able to teach properly and they're let go, they go to another school and then they take on that same experience at that school where the students are not learning or they're not being an effective teacher. So we have to develop guidelines on how to track that or how to provide professional development. And then the last challenge that we have here is the shortage of DOTI staff. We have, as Miss Edgewater stated, is that it's when we travel out to one school, say for instance, if we go to Alamo, that's a whole day and a half travel when we provide technical assistance. So we need more staff here at DOTI to remedy that situation. So Honorable Simonson and Honorable or Chair of the HEHSC Committee, Mr. Vince James, Honorable James, this concludes my presentation for ODAC. Are we going to address
Thank you,
questions?
Mr. Franklin, for that report in regards to Office of the Accountability and Compliance. Committee members, are there any questions? Honorable Toth?
Good morning again. Our time is 12:15, so anyway, thank you, sir, for providing this information. On your topic here, accountability, sir, financial audit findings. How many schools can you provide that? How many schools are having problems? What is solution for them? If it's a grant school or contract, it should be forward to the Nebula Association, whatever. Seems like we're all on separate, there's too many chief around here. So I understand what you're saying about who's responsible to run the education. We have Board of Education, but are elected. And then we have this oversight. So it needs to be streamlined. So probably have to work on that. And then the other one is staff. But you know, that's always like that because of the hiring procedure. So hopefully that can be addressed somehow. Also, your section, how many schools have you visited within a year? Did you provide any training in documentation? Either seems like grant school and contract school, control school and BIE. That's what I noticed. No. So it shouldn't be the case. We should all come together and listen to each other, how the process works, because we're even the school board every day we're having this issue about reinforcement. So even if I go out to my community, that's number one thing that school board members always complain. So I just, you know, sometimes I respond, sometimes I don't. So so appreciate for your presentation. Lady, yeah, I know the other part is too. So what you're saying is it's the BIEJ hotel. These a lot of principal are not doing their job or teachers their processes though. So how can we work that out? Only school board bahat ito. I ipasa holnoda. Then we have Window Rock BIE staff. Sometimes they work with you, sometimes they don't. So those are some of the issues that I noticed. Thank you.
Yeah, should not ask for those questions, comments. Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. No questions. Honorable Helena Nesbigay. Shade. Questions. Honorable Dr. Andy Ness.
Yeah, Chair James, to my colleagues here, Ado Kuroshinala from the Department of or Office of the Net Accountability and Compliance. My request is just, can you just summarize the reauthorization process to help educate us as HES members, but also just kind of give us a clear view of that process, what is determined there, and how ODAC works directly with reauthorizing schools, primarily grant schools on the Navajo Nation. Yeah, Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Thank you very much for the questions, comments. Mr. Franklin, good to see you again. So let me go back to page 21. Your PowerPoints don't have numbers on there. I'm just going by the number that's on the PDF. So on page 21, then if you go back to the last they'll go back. That one. In regards to technical assistant, your technical assistant in regards to providing that, can you provide us one example of the technical assistant that you provide to local school, to the school board, the respective communities, and the Navajo BIE grant and contract, and then the reauthorization for the grants and the contract school application, and what are the 5 content standards? I'm trying to figure out how this technical assistant is done from Department of the Net Education and then from your office. I think that technical assistant is very important. And at the same time in your presentation, you indicated that you're short-staffed. And so, how many times do you guys go out there to provide that technical assistant? So I'm trying to do that comparison. If you're short-staffed, then I'm assuming that you don't provide that much technical assistance. Maybe it's just maybe giving us the example, maybe I'll figure out that it's just on an on-call basis or based off an email or I don't know. I'm trying to do that comparison. And then at the same time, the duties that you and your staff do. I think there was 5 of you guys or 4. We have 1 that's vacant. And so how do you guys manage that technical assistant is what I'm trying to get to. And then moving on to page 22, which is the current slide that was up in regards to your challenges. I totally agree your concept of one voice, one message, and I totally agree with that. And so the difference between a board of education and then the school boards ako akwaki ito just from becoming chair to now, I've learned so much. But what is it that we're doing? What is it that we are doing as HEHSC committee to assist in that area? Okay, from the time I became chair to now, the whole umbrella overall way I understand this is that the school board were reduced because of enrollments at each of these schools. That's just how I congregated the whole concept of the reason of combining these schools together is because of enrollment. Ako akwaki it's very interesting. And then at the same time, I question it, and it's like, if based off your data, if overall the Navajo Nation student enrollment has gone down, then why are we not reducing the Board of Education members as well? So just from the time that I became chair to now, I'm trying to analyze all of this and trying to figure out, okay, what plan are we on, and what plan of operation are we on? What trail are we on to get to this point? And because this year is the year that we're supposed to be doing the reinforcement plan again. And so that's what we're supposed to be doing this year again. But having all of these vacancies and trying to find individual, some of them have been vacant for over a year, for 2 years, 3 years. So when it comes down to, like Vice Chair has stated, do we really need those positions? Do those position titles need to be changed? I'm trying to figure that portion out and getting to that point to how we can have that one voice across the board. And I always hear different stories. I've never heard so many different stories until I became chair of HEHSC regarding education. It's all different. I just don't even know what is what anymore. You guys have your stories, and then BIE, the grants schools and the contract schools, they all have their own stories. And then school board members have their own stories. Board of Eds have their own stories. And then if you don't address it, then it's like, wow, how do you want me to address it? I don't know who to believe anymore. I don't know who's actually providing me the correct information if we're not all one voice or providing that same across the board message. And so what are the legislation plan of operation that you guys are operating on? And eventually maybe the other departments probably have that answer for me. So I'm just waiting for that answer. To give us an idea. And I think some of those plan of operation needs to come back to streamlining that and updating it to create that one voice, that one message across the board. And it's really interesting reading the solution. So I really appreciate your slides, your PowerPoint. It's been very helpful for me. And just to let you guys know, I'm not ignoring your guys' PowerPoint or anything. I'm saving them, and I'm going and trying to review where we can help as lawmakers. So don't say or make a comment that, I don't know why we need to give all these documents to council delegates. It goes in one ear and goes out the other ear for them anyways. but for me, respectfully, I am trying to figure out how I can assist you guys, and I'm saving it. I'm just speaking for myself now. So that's why I asked for electronic copy, so I can try and analyze and try and figure out where I can assist and what kind of legislations need to be made or drafted, or what kind of meetings I need to set up to get and narrow down the whole concerns and issues. So thank you again. Honorable Helena Nesbigay Shade.
Yeah, Nana, I quite yeah, school board members having difficulties understanding own roles and responsibility includes own policies and procedures. Yeah. How are you guys working with them? And I don't think we have I don't think we ever had an update from Dodie, see how the school board is doing. Then with the new plan, how is it going? Aton report and how many are still on there, and how many do we have any vacant? That's just where my question's gonna be at. Yeah.
Honorable committee members of HESC, are there any other questions, comments? Honorable Vice Chair.
Oh, I'm also Shadot Kodo Chair James in Kidi on this case. Department of Education Board ato betlahit later. Haishi at that instruction. Haishi I don't really I don't know any of those members, and I don't know who they are. I also have no understanding of what they do and how what their roles and responsibilities are. Ako ani di alleged at the no, they should really also be a part of this discussion, because from what I understand, they're the ones who select or hire the executive director for Dodie. So it's a real interesting thing. The president, Mr. Niger, and I had just a really quick conversation, not anything long enough, but we said to each other, this is a really strange setup and operation in terms of the Department of the Net Education. There's a board who we here have no oversight over. And then there's Dodie that we really have no, direct oversight over, like other programs that we do. So it just seems to be all independent, maybe, of one another. And when that happens, how do you really work as a team, and who reels everybody in? And then also, how do we how are we then accountable, to the work that we're trying to do? So that's just my question. If somebody has contact for this Board of Education folks, maybe they're on the line. But I've mentioned to Chair James a couple of times that I'd really like to meet with the board, the Department of Ed, or this board. And I did mention to Mr. Nygren that this is a strange setup. And with all the issues, one of the biggest ones that we came upon, we are just kind of slammed in the face with it as soon as we walked into and became HES members, that reauthorization, the plan 6A, and that was a big issue that we came in on. And so that was, we're still trying to, maneuver that and go through that. So it would be really helpful, if there's at some point that we meet with that group as well. And then I think overall we need to look at how do we work together going forward, because everybody is doing something important, has a piece of something really important. We all need to come together and work together.
Okay, I had Honorable Vice Chair, committee members, are there any other questions? If not, I will go ahead and give the floor back to Mr. Franklin for response.
Okay, Nana, accreditation. I try to capture all the questions. I have 2 pages, so I'll try to answer all of them. So, Atsashin di netwadeshne. Shid the neck eche yo adis Quinded Yashtiegi Oyo Lata Oyo Shatantla. Beninanigi Oyo Sadigi dot ski lo benashni ho benina Lata o the sneezle. A koshamado shajaya a shislintle. Ado Belagana do the neck eche atran netle a Njonago Yantike. Either speak with English or Navajo. They get after me. So Lata Adis Heda do ya Heda Yastio. Najunago Yashtike. Balagana Lata Heda Yastio. Should the neck edgigi or Yoshatlant. So a bonson case though. I shown that on I will try to speak in Navajo, but sometimes it becomes a little bit difficulty. The first is Honorable Toth asked about the audit findings. We have some schools that are doing really well in audit findings. They have no repeated findings. They have no findings. And I can name them, but I don't know. I don't think they want to be put on the spot, but there's a handful of them that over the past 3 years, they have no audit findings. Hashind al ditlats ultka. They have findings year after year. And when schools submit their audits late, it starts a domino effect. If you submit your audit really late, say in October, audits are due in March, the end of March, and that's federal statute. That's not Navajo Nation statute. That's federal. That's part of your grant. So when the audits are submitted late, it starts a chain reaction. So the next year's audit's going to be late. Then the next year's audit's going to be late. So what we try to do when the question was asked, do we provide technical assistance? Yes, we do. My office provides annual reauthorization training. And we tell them to start your audit no later than October. If you have to seek an RFP on a new auditing firm, start that in the late summer, as late as August, so that when the processes have started, their audits are done by no later than January. But Hashid when we provide this guidance, it's not being followed. Sometimes when I find when we receive their reauthorization application, we look at their engagement letter. The engagement letter is when the auditing firm is going to start conducting their audit. If they get their engagement letter in January or February, their audit's not going to be done by March. We tell them to get their engagement letter way back in October or September. So that way, when the auditing firm starts scheduling their visits to all the schools, they'll have their audit done by February or as early as March. We provide that guidance to them. We give them a timeline. So we can't tell the schools what to do. We can only recommend, because they have their own governing board. So when we provide this technical assistance, it's all recommendations, because nothing in Title 10 that says you have to do it this day, you have to do it this day. We don't have that authority, but we can provide timelines to them. So in terms of the findings, again, we work with BIE, Marilyn Holiday, Otto Kushman, Thompson, Otto Dr. Rena Yas. We work with them to make sure they address all their findings. When the school develops a corrective action plan, they have to list how they're going to address it, who's going to address it, and the timeline. They develop that in the corrective action. Then that gets sent to Washington or Virginia. There's an entity over there that reviews the corrective action plan. Let's get it done. The school's going to address it. But then BIE is okay, we're going to reinstate those findings. We're going to mark them as resolved. Then the school moves on. Then when they come up for reauthorization the next year, it's indicated as repeated finding. That tells us that they didn't implement their corrective action plan. Accompanied not is repeated. Auto, it gets repeated again. So we provide that technical assistance. I even always ask in Zoom meetings. Sometimes we have Zoom meetings individually with those schools. Sometimes we address it in the Zoom meeting. Sometimes we go out to the schools. It really depends and varies when we go. A lot of times we go out there to assist them and provide that technical assistance. So the other comment was there was an example of technical assistance. Let me give you a good one. There was a school that had a disallowed possibly large amount. That money was specifically for special ed. So to avoid it to show up in their audit finding, we caught it right away. Caught BID, we caught it right away at that particular school. It didn't special education money properly. So we went to the school, we asked them, where is your spending plan? Your specifically for special education. Did you do it? And then we look at their spending plan, their special education spending plan. Then we say, how come you use this money to buy playground equipment for the whole entire school? That's a disallowed cost. So we said, this is what you're going to do to correct it. So you're going to have to use some of your administrative costs to put that money back. Otherwise, it's disallowed cost. So we work very, very closely with the business manager, principal, both myself and BIE. Probably 3 or 4 days out there to help that school. So it doesn't show up as a lot of funding. So quite a distance. So we help that school correct that mistake that they made because it wasn't in their approved spending plan for special education. So that's one example how we provide technical assistance. In the area of BIE, Honorable James, you asked, how does BIE provide technical assistance? If I captured your question correctly. So what we're told is, I'll give you another example. With one school, they were having trouble finding a special education teacher, a special education coordinator. Dodie, help us. We're getting behind in our IEPs. We need your help. Do you have somebody out there that can help us? Because our IEPs are about to expire. We need some help. So in my office and other offices that we work with, we don't have that specific type of individual to help that school. So I went over to BIE and I spoke to the leadership there. Can you guys help us? There's a school asking for technical assistance in the area of special education. Their response was, that school receives 100% of their funding. None of that funding comes to BIE, so we're not going to provide them technical assistance. They can go out there and look for a consultant. They can go out there and find somebody else to help that school. That's what we were told. But I told them, I said, it's still your fiduciary responsibility because it's BIE funding. It's federal funding. You still have to go out there. Then they said, no, we're not going to go out there. And then I contacted the school. I said, are you able to hire a contractor? They said, we've been trying, Mr. Franklin. We've been trying, but nobody's applying. Well, now, so 2 months delay. We don't even have a special education teacher. So I went back to BIE. And I even met with Tony Dearman himself in Albuquerque. This school needs help. Can you guys help us? Tommy Lewis at that time came with me too. We both went knocked on the door. We both spoke to BIE. Aquin barely finally, after 6 months went by, I think, they finally sent somebody out there. But they were already behind in compensatory services. They were already behind in IEPs. So that's a violation of federal law. So they finally sent somebody out there to fix the school. Then we found a fresh graduate out of NAU with special ed. They hired that person. She works at that school. So that's how we provide technical assistance, but it's a tug of war when we work with BIE, because of that concept that the grant schools receive 100%. We're not going to provide that technical assistance. BIE. What are the 5 content standards? There's the net language, the net culture, the net character, the net history, and the net government. That's the 5 content standards. We work closely with OSCAD to ensure that, because they make contact with the schools to ensure how they're implementing the 5 content standards. And from the content standards, they develop curriculum that's specific at their school site. So when they go out there and they report back to me, because I'm the compliance, they say the school's not implementing the 5 content standards. So then we go out there, or they contact them, then they say, how can we help you? How can we help you to develop they have about 5 or 6 workshops that they have here at Doty that the schools come. They have these, what do you call them again? I forget, I lost my train of thought. Anyway, they're workshops that the schools come and they provide that technical assistance. So I hope I answered that question. The reauthorization schedule process that Honorable Shinale Hadzi, what is the process of reauthorization? So the process is that in March, the schools have to submit their application for reauthorization the 3rd Monday of March of every year, depending if their reauthorization ends that particular year. Once they submit their application, my staff starts reviewing the application to ensure that the documents that are in the application are what is current and what it addresses. So for example, they have to submit a continuous school improvement plan. They can't submit 2 years ago. They can't submit last year. They have to submit the oncoming one, because that's how they're going to implement school improvement or the initiatives and so forth. They have to submit resolutions from their supporting chapters. They have to submit a supporting resolution from that regional board now, according to the apportionment plan. So right now, a lot of schools are having difficulty because these new school boards came aboard in January. So we're providing that guidance. So my staff, Jamie Lowerly, has been going out to each of her schools and providing that technical assistance. She went out there almost on a daily basis, and I think some school representatives can attest to that. So that's how we provide technical assistance in that area. I hope I'm not going over my time limit. Is there a time limit, Mr. Chair? Okay. So the other one was, I skipped over one, ineffective teachers. We have a lot of teachers that are what a lot of school administrators call ineffective. It's because when they receive their student data, it shows that the students are not reaching the highest level possible. So a lot of time those teachers are let go, especially when they're let go from the public schools. They come into our contract and grant schools and they're employed there, and they sort of implement that same process. So our students are not progressing like they should, because that type of teaching style is in place. So a lot of our schools during reauthorization, they submit what we call a retention and recruitment plan. In order to retain these teachers, they have to comply, number one, with the policy. They have to have employment evaluations. And so if a teacher is struggling, part of that plan is to put that teacher on a school improvement plan before they release that student, or release that teacher. They have to follow their processes. They can't just let one teacher go just for whatever reason. They have to put that teacher on a school improvement plan. So a lot of times we're called in. I was let go for no reason. I wasn't even put on a school improvement plan. I wasn't even evaluated. So then a lot of times, like for the last time this happened, both myself and the acting superintendent, we went out there. We have to ensure that they're following their policies. Why was this person non-renewed? Did you follow your policies? And then a lot of times, school principals get upset with us. Why are you're acting out of your jurisdiction? No, we're not. We're just asking common questions to see if you followed your policy. So there's pushback when we're there, but we basically stand our ground and we say we want to see if you followed your policies and procedures in that arena. So I hope I answered that question there. Let's see. Okay, so how many schools have you visited? Myself personally, I was working with the previous administration for 1 year. I was rehired back in March. So I myself, I probably visited about 10 schools at this point. I am currently implementing the Navajo Nation School Intervention Policy. I've been out to one particular school for 1 week. But I've been going out, both myself and the acting superintendent, we've been going out to several schools in different, handling different areas. The One Voice by Yantkegi, when I served on NIEA as a board of directors, I remember we used to meet with congressional delegates in Washington, and that was their main concern, was that when we hear from the Navajo Nation, we hear from school boards, we hear from this agency, this agency, this agency, they're speaking differently. Can you combine it to just one? One voice is very powerful, Danne, the congressional delegates. So, so in ways to develop solutions, maybe there needs to be a policy that needs to be developed that says that when we're advocating specifically for education, this party or this group, this entity will go out there and speak and present the situations. And we're happy to work with you in that regard, in terms of one voice. That could be possibly a solution. And so let's see. Oh, so the idea of why not reducing the Board of Education, that's something that could be up for discussion in terms of the way the regionalization took place. Maybe that's something that can be brought to the table. I can't really speak to that, but I'm happy to help you plan for that. So in that regard, let's see. So the way DOTI operates is by the current Title 10. We also use the 25 CFR. We also use what federal law states on the areas of education. We also use the state laws, however they pertain to public schools, however they pertain to tribally controlled. But usually state law doesn't really, it doesn't really, it doesn't, what am I trying to say? Grant schools, they follow federal and tribal. It's really hard for them to follow state. So, so there's just an FYI on that. But what we operate on, to clarify the question, is we follow Navajo Nation Title 10, we follow Navajo Nation Title 11, Title 2. And we also follow the 25 CFR. Those are the things that we follow. Now, we have had several discussions within Department of Education and the Board of Education that Title 10 needs to be revised, because a lot of times it doesn't hold a lot of teeth. There's no way that we can just go right in and to assist the school. We basically have to knock on the doors and just provide recommendations. Title 10 doesn't give us that opportunity to just go into a school like the states have. The state system, their laws are a lot more stringent, but Title 10 needs to be updated. Let's see. Okay, the question that revolves around school boards having difficulty. What we're finding is that a lot of times when let me give you a personal example. When we have Zoom meetings, it's very difficult for a particular school board member to access Zoom or to access a meeting. So a lot of times we're providing that technical assistance to say, this is how you operate Zoom, or when they call in using the link. It's you know, you guys experience it too, where they don't put themselves on mute and you can hear their conversations, or sometimes when we give access to electronic documents, they have a hard time accessing it. They say just send it to the school principal. They'll print me out a copy. I don't have email. I don't want to have email. Things like that. Do you have a smartphone? I don't want to have a smartphone. I just want to have a regular phone. So that their technology is kind of a barrier for some, I repeat, for some of our school board members, and not all of them. How's the new plan going? Okay, so the new plan, from my observation, the apportionment plan, how the apportionment plan has been implemented. So I went to 2 school board meetings, and I sat in for most of the day, and I listened to their agenda items. From what I witnessed, things are working. This apportionment plan is working. I didn't really hear any setbacks at that time when I participated in these 2 meetings. I participated in Sehotso 2 and Nadan Inez. And so I didn't hear any difficulties in terms of how schools are implementing their action items and so forth. There was no, I just didn't witness anything. I thought, wow, it's working. It's really working. So that's my witness. That's from what I experienced. So in terms of meeting with the Board of Ed, that's something that we can work with the superintendent to have HEHSC meet with the Board of Ed. In the past, with the 24th Navajo Nation Council HEHSC Committee, we've met several times in work sessions to discuss apportionment, to discuss Title 10, to discuss SEA, to discuss the DSAP. So we've met in that regard with the 24th Council. So we welcome more work sessions. Hopefully I'm not speaking out of line because I'm not the superintendent, but we welcome that. The question on who has oversight over Board of Ed, it basically, the way I understand Title 10, and the attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, is that Title 10, the Board of Ed was given authority to, through the delegation of authority, to handle reauthorization. So they have that authority to reauthorize schools. They also have authorities that I can't remember off from the top of my head, but there's a section in Title 10 that lists all their duties and responsibilities, and we can meet with you in that regard at a different time, because I just can't remember all of them. But Title 10 is what we follow, but the delegation of authority circles around reauthorization. And so that's what the Board of Ed, because at the time when the council was reduced to what it is now, they, in 2005, activated the Navajo Nation Board of Education, and they have that responsibility of reauthorization. So, Mr. Chair, I hope I answered the majority of your questions. I try to write as fast as I could, Mr. Chair, but if you have any additional questions, I'm here to address them. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Franklin, for that response. So through the whole response, I guess right now the need is to establish a task force regarding Title II revision. You didn't say anything about Title 11, 2, and so forth, but I think that's one of the goals at this point, is to establish a task force on moving forward on revising Title 10. I think that has been brought up by a couple of my committee members in regards to that. Number 2 is in regards to setting up a meeting with Navajo Board of Education. So that is what I received out of this whole response. And thank you for those examples that you utilize, and we'll continue to have discussions in regards to Office of the Net Accountability and Compliance. So thank you very much. So with that, I'd like to thank you for that information. And the only reason why I got into the school board stuff is because you indicated on page 21 of page 22 of your PowerPoint presentation. So that's how I got into it. But again, those are some very important information that my colleagues, my committee needs to understand. Again, as the Health Education Human Service Committee, we have oversight of Navajo Board of Education. And so we stand there and we have that opportunity to work with them. And how do we revamp a lot of those policies? And I don't know if they're listening online, they might hold me and attack me for it, but I hope they don't. But you know, I don't know their term limits. I understand it's 6 years. I think that is really outrageous at this point, but that's just me as one council delegate. And it is very interesting. It just seems like we might have a second reinforcement deal thing that we're going through with the local schools as well. So again, it's going to be very interesting, but we would like to have that meeting with the Navajo Board of Education as well. And in the law, it states that we have the oversight of them as well. So it's going to be very interesting on the information that we get from them as well. So appreciate that. Again, before I move on to Office of the Next School Improvement, I will be doing a recess here for 20 minutes to get our lunch and then sit back down. And then unless no, it's not a buffet, correct? It's just plates. So we'll just go ahead and recess for 20 minutes while we get our plates, and then we'll reconvene at 12:21 Arizona time. And then we'll start off with Office of the Next School Improvement. Dr. Ferlin Clark Dolis. So we'll recess for 20 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, are you guys on a lunch break or what?
Oh, wow, yeah, he's pretty good. Yeah, definitely, he would help, definitely help. I do have, you got your email? Remember the final?
Yeah.
Originally, I asked, Delegate, Vince Shane, does he want to do a press release on this? And he told me to work with the communications guy remember the guy that was taking pictures for, I guess he's a new media guy for legislative?
Mhm.
And I asked him, he's done nothing. Yeah, so I'm kind of like, you know what?
Michelle Morris, are we supposed to be able to hear your conversation?
I don't know if we're gonna mute. Hold on.
And our next person that will be up would be Mr. Dr. Roland Clark. Roll call. Reconvening back from our recess.
Good afternoon, Chair. Roll call for the Health Education Human Service Committee. Out of roll call, Honorable Helena Nesbegay. Honorable Helena Nesbegay answered roll call. Honorable Vince R. James. Honorable Vince James R. James answered roll call. Dr. Andy Nez. Dr. Andy Nez is present. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson answered roll call. Honorable George Toth. Honorable George Toth answered roll call. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito answered roll call. Chair, you have 6 members present, including yourself.
Thank you for roll call. With that, we do have 6 HESC committee members here, so that constitutes a quorum. With that, we will continue on our agenda. Presenter is Office of Dinesh School Improvement, Dr. Ferlin Clark, Education Administrator. The floor is yours.
Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Our Ganado red style dust over there, our team over there. Shamai at on them. Ed Benantin Edeti. Ne Dak Ado Kaya has any dots. Is there no. There's a math and science in there, right there. Dust. Oh, you behind that. I don't know how son, I don't know the when they interview me, math, science. So I brought a measuring tape. We're going to measure this snow. Vice Chairman, Council Delegate. There was Ashani, Kidin Tranche. Hashida. Kidin Tran. Hashida. Yonstke. Hashida. The air in Spazen. That measurement, Quaggy. How do we know that this is important? So my Roy Tracy presented that academic achievement chart, that orange line that was on top, and then we're right here below that line, math, science, reading and writing. A colleague welte na sosana biji atayi la da in his doni and we were 100% intact. And then we got to 1968 civil rights movement. We got to 1975 self-determination movement. We said we're going to take over our own schools. The need. Biniga, the late Dr. Peterson Za. Up to that time, our achievement level. This is my question, Mr. Chair. Shanat Ani. In 1968, 1975, when the BOSBA, when contract grant schools were created, our students were achieving, were they achieving at that same level? And then up to now, with all of our Navajo tribally controlled schools, have we done any better? Is it the same, or are we going down? Tell me. So the data over here, our team over here, they said, we're kind of just the same. What school has improved significantly? Because we have Navajo school board members, because we have Navajo principal, Navajo teachers, because Dodi. It seems like we really didn't make any kind of like significant marker on that. Hashot in hashadza. Dosh binil ada. Dosh the nebikeho. Nihinan tikini eteti. Esh aket hashot in. That's my question, Shanat Ani. And then in 2005, our primary establishment for this office was the 2005 Navajo Nation Council passed the resolution, this Sovereignty and Education Act. We want to establish and we want to control our own school. The Dinesh Student Accountability Plan. Dr. Nez, he was at Dodi, he knows all this. So that school accountability plan, Shanat, that's kind of like was my main charge coming in to Dodi. We want to establish a state education agency, like the state of New Mexico, the state of Arizona, the state of Utah. And then the BOSBA, the school board, right then they filed a lawsuit, right? But that was okay too. So right here, our marching order is going to for Form 2, the Navajo Nation Council passes. with the budget that goes along with it. So that's our staff. We have a small staff, but we're a mighty staff too. Cool. Right in there is the NEST school accountability plan. With that, we're supposed to develop the NEST content standards, language, culture, history, government, character. So how are we going to measure that? The NEST bin sikis, the nebinahata, the nebinantkin edetki, nan set benantkin, zil benantkin. My Nelly over here. Not Ani, Yonito. That's it. The next college per. Oh, Ani. Ako Lea anti the next college ato Hatalian da AAT. Not Ani Hatkali Kuta. Eshi Surzanata Idla. E Kut Ela. The Didi Dark. And the other national show. Did not Ani Hatkali at the Dini. How the lady his that Badado do Katlako. That did need. I'm not that young and I'm not that old, but I heard them say that. Auto number 2 was this one. Ondas nedolish. Klondeya, the dark etolish. A tke indolish. Dane, the dini. Auto taco the 80 neo species. Later, when those twin warriors, not the twin arrows, maybe that's why they made this name that way. They were gonna get rid of it, and they left it alone. Hard late, not the stash, and that natsa. So through that, yeah, that this curriculum, the framework for the net education. This plan was written to the Department of Education and the Department of Interior. We want to take over our own schools on the Navajo Nation. We want to be the 51st state. And then there's money that comes with it, right? That's why that prayer I said at the beginning, the Navajo Nation was recognized through the Treaty of 1868, Article 6. In that Treaty of 1868, one of those treaties was signed over there where I'm from, Laguna Negra, over there. They made that treaty. The first chairman was Chief Dodge from Crystal. But as you know, we're operating a Resolution 1934 type of Bureau of Indian Education resolution type government. So through that, every 30 students, a competent teacher to teach the elementary branches of an English-only education. That's what they said in that treaty. So based on that achievement score, those teachers are incompetent. If we're below, we're like 30% proficient. My sister, she just joined us over here, Dolores Noble. What's the measurement? Where are we? How are we measuring that? How are we testing them? So we're having that discussion over there. So that part right there, we told the BIE and the DOI, you are not doing a good job. We can do better. So based on that, I know there's like the BIE, the boards, you're going to cut off our funding. And so that was part of this discussion too. And then over there with all of these certified control schools on Navajo, our staff have been providing technical assistance. One of my staff is currently over there at Loop to do a cultural or a curriculum mapping. She wants to be there all week. Why do you want to be there all week, you know? Well, the school asked for her. So I'm trying to, I used to have really good eyesight. And then the Navajo language, her office over here, language and culture. We have developed a curriculum in language and culture, but there's no assessment that goes along with it. a assessment bond then. And then there's no curriculum that comes with that. And then character development, and then government. Our government, right? We're operating a 3-branch government, a legislative, judicial, and executive branch. Not everybody knows who our council delegates are. Not everybody knows who our president is. Not everybody knows who our acting superintendent is. So that kind of information to our students, this is this tribally control. And then, all right. And I'm not yelling at you. I just want to speak louder. Just because, you know, you're kind of in a classroom, right? I want our students to learn that, to know their hashke name, their cultural identity, their spiritual identity. So that way they know how to think and how to pray. Like that. These 7 directions. Okay. So this language culture, they put in this that's going to be our framework. That was my question to Dodi when I first got there. Willa. So this was my dissertation when I got my PhD. Later, the next college, Navajo Community College. Ato hadal na da it later say li say behile. How she in the car, this chi in the car, how she will ye a que idolia. So na donkey, na don they put that framework in there. We need to agree on this one, or maybe we have a basket framework, or maybe we have a different kind of model. That prayer I said, that one, that's the one that these Hatasi said. Di kutela, di na daha ahagi. That time, that story, no. Our Navajo people were lost in that di na da idadi ya. Na dance gay, kojo na da do kojo na dance so kojo na da the jole na da anostini na da atas and that they came back. And they planted the Hanisa. It came with those 6 ears to the left and 6 ears to the right. Right here. That's that song. Hey, right. Oh, go. So that's what we're working on. It's not to try to bring that together over here and organize it. Work with the Arizona Department of Education. Me and my Nelly, we met with the assistant superintendent, a Navajo young lady. Our Navajo women have taken over leadership on Navajo. Right now, my Nelly, then that lady over there, she's from Chinle Valley Store area. Golly, we should be so proud. Our Navajo children, our Navajo speaker, Christine Curley, Navajo woman, right there. We met with them. We told them about we need to get a licensure office. So they said, we need to get their data from all your schools. That's why we need a Navajo education information system, a database. So the BIE, the BIA, the state of Arizona, the state of New Mexico, the state of Utah, they can share their data with us. In 2005, that was part of this DSAT. A couple of years ago, we said we have a data warehouse. Where's that data warehouse? The snow. I will start walking around. I'm not even in the main Doty building. walking around over there in my office. We went over to DIT. They said, we could house all your data. In order for us to become a state educational agency, we need to have a data warehouse. We need to make sure that we protect the information of these students, male, female, some of them are special needs. So that's part of our conversation with them. And then PED, New Mexico PED, we need to renew a data agreement. Same thing with the state of Utah. Over there, Mr. What's his name? Over there, he's from Ori Foster. Yeah, but nah, Harold Foster. We're working with them, okay? And then this Title I of the U.S. Department of Education, in 2016, they sent a letter to Dr. Tommy Lewis to say, we approve you towards becoming a state education agency, but you got to do, there's 3 phases. This first phase includes this data warehouse. You need to assure us this information you give us doesn't go anywhere, it's protected. And then number 2 is you need to develop this curriculum that I'm talking to you about with over here, the net language and culture, with our team. Then at the same time, we have a partnership with the state of, or the Arizona State University and Penn State University. So when I got to Doty, they took some of those things away from our office and put it under the administration. So we had to take that back. And so that's part of this Title I. And included is that's part A and B. The next piece of this is the, like I said, the data warehouse. IT, the other day we had a meeting internally with controller, the new controller. What's Dominique Bial's office? Sean McCabe, and then over there, Dominique Bial. Dominique Bial, he's been there since the beginning of the government. Some of them I know. I used to work for the tribe before, so coming back, it's like the same thing. And I was sitting there in Doty one day, that building. I still haven't got paid 2 months. I haven't got paid. That cow's outside. Maybe we should just butcher that cow. Dr. Clark, that's just the way it is. Get used to it. You know what? We're the Navajo Nation. It is unacceptable that we can't get paid for 2 weeks. DPM to hire, to do a background check, and then to pay them. 2 months I didn't get hired. I mean, get paid. It took them almost 7 months for them to hire me and then bring me on. And it shouldn't be that way. So part of this thing with DPM, I commend them for trying to fix it. That's a lot of fixing. Same thing with the OCC, our grants. When I first week I got there, my brother right here, Head Start, those 2 people weren't even being paid. So we went down to the controller, Elizabeth Begay. These employees, they haven't even got paid. Help us out. So there's all these fiscal year complications. And then scholarship, federal money. They haven't been given their scholarships. These students are going to drop out. We went over there to Office of President, Vice President. So those are kind of some things that you already know, we all know our government. Bless our tribal government, but at the same time, we just bombarded with a lot of bureaucracy. We want it to be simplified. When we met with the Arizona superintendent, assistant superintendent, they pledged $67 million for school resource officers, for public school safety. We're trying to be all happy about it. My Nelly over there is, oh, we got $67 million. He's all telling our program staff. They just said, good luck. Where's that money going to go? It's going to take forever to get it in and then to distribute it. Some people said we still waiting for a reimbursement from 6 years ago. So we're trying to be excited about that, but should say all not cans. And so that's part of some of our concerns, our challenges, and we can only do so much. just the other day, the Net College, NTU, Phoenix Indian Center, and Navajo Prep. My Shinatani, Dr. Nez over there, try to facilitate with Delegate Parrish to that money that was authorized those universities way back there, 2003. It's already a set aside, yet it got caught up in all this financial quagmire. Their payment. We're trying to work through it with OCC because it went back to undesignated, unreserved, unrestricted, you know, ADOT. Hey, we're trying to take care of some of these institutions at the same time. So this last one is what I was talking about, that NEIS database. 18 years, we still haven't developed a database. Let's just build a barn. Let's just get one of those used, you know, how our families are bought those places, they look like a shed. Let's just put a data warehouse in there, say that's our data warehouse. That's it. That's it. Biniga. Dosh binigata. No. Our Navajo Nation Council in 2005, they said, we want you to become an educational agency. That's 18 years ago. Me, Shadan, Francisco Stonish on. Biniga, hey. I have a grandson that says, Che, I can't know how. And then he also says this, I can't want to. Me, Shadan Nisho, 18, 19, 18. Oh, there you are. That part right there. But we need Health Education Human Services Committee. I was telling one of these board members, I was telling our Doty board members too.
Dr. Clark, sorry for the interruption, but can you tell us what goal statement you are on this?
I finished all of them.
Performance criteria. Kindly requesting that we stick to the PowerPoint. I know we'd like to share stories and go beyond, but we still have 10 other departments that need to provide their presentation. So I was trying to review which performance criteria you were on.
All right, it's all
Thank
right
you.
there. There's a technical assistance. I just want to go through those Form 2. All right, those are all the schools our staff provides technical assistance to. And the things I was talking about, it's all right in there. So this DSAP is our key. So it turned out that we applied for 638.
I'm going to interrupt again, Dr. Clark. The last slide that you had up, go back again. The one that you said that you were on, that one there. We don't have that in our PowerPoint.
Delegate Toth asked a question about technical assistance. So I asked Dr. Yellow here, can you bring that one back up? So that's what we added right there. Okay.
Then we don't have it in the email that you emailed. Okay. All right. That way we're all on the same page. We're sort of lost here of where you're going with your presentation.
All right. I just wanted to go through that Form 2 because that covers everything. It's all information on the data, on the schools. So Shanata, this DSAP, and then to become an SEA, just a couple of weeks ago, they said we already pursuing 638. It turned out in 2020, a request was made to DOJ for the Navajo Nation Department of Education to become a 638 to get some of the BIE school functions under Doty. I didn't know this until about a month ago. So we need to reorganize ourselves within Doty on 638 towards becoming an SEA, and as far as working with the Department of Education and the Department of Interior. That's where we are. That's where we are as far as ODSI. There's this one last thing I'm going to bring up, Shanat. A couple of months ago, there's a young man. He's 20 years old. He walked into Newcomb High School and they didn't check him. There was no security guard. But they finally realized and they arrested him and they took him to Shiprock Northern Medical to get some medication. There's no jail in Shiprock. So they took him to Kayenta. He was there for 8 hours and then they released him. And after they released him, he walked into the Kayenta School District and there was no security guard. And so Delegate Parrish and our president, vice president's office, they convened a meeting with the superintendent from there. So we formed a committee. That committee has become the Navajo Nation School Health and Safety Task Force. I sent that information the other day to Dr. Nez and also Angelita Benali to share with the committee. We have a school summit that we're planning for June 29th and 30th. And after the Farmington news about that shooting, there's been a lot of interest. We need to amend Title 10, this task force, to include school safety. We're going to have a session on, what is that called? Emergency evacuation, on active shooter training, where all of our lingo and our terminology is the same, but we need a kind of an Amber Alert system. So it includes the Department of Public Safety because we don't have enough police officers. So those are some of the things that we're also working on in addition to what my program is doing. So I just wanted to make that information and formally present that to you as our oversight. Yeah.
Again, thank you, Dr. Ferlin Clark. I know that we just now received the updated PowerPoint. So with that, thank you again, Dr. Yellowhair, for that email. For the special project portion, Dr. Clark, that you just got done talking about, it may seem like we're not doing anything as a 25th Navajo Nation Council, but because of safety issues and concerns, we've been meeting in executive session regarding this matter. I just wanted to make that known to everyone that's here present, and then also those individuals that are online. If we can respectfully just respect the safety of the school, we won't elaborate on this special project unless we're in executive session. So just for safety reasons and safety manners. So just wanted to bring that up to you. So with that, committee members, we do have an updated PowerPoint that was provided to us regarding the Office of the Next School Improvement. Committee members, are there any questions to the PowerPoint slides that we just received? And I know Dr. Ferlin Clark didn't go through it one by one, but we have the information before us. Committee members, are there any questions? Honorable Toth.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. HEHSC committee, also people on the line. Just wanted to say you didn't really go over the improvement. What are some of the obstacles that you run into? I wanted to hear how you're working with all the schools, such as Grant School and BIE. So that needs to be, have you shared this information to the school board? Because they're part of our leaders that's running the school, even though we have disagreement in some areas, but what are some of the plans you have for these schools so you can implement to improve the school? How can we improve our school? Are you getting along with BIE school? Because they have their different agenda. How do you present this information to them? And so they can have a better understanding. A lot of times, yeah, you want to get the information from BIE, it's hard to get until they approve from Washington. So those are some of the areas I was looking for. And how have you or have you brought this information to the local school board and trying to promote your improvement schools? How many schools have you visit? And then their response. When you do a presentation, do they evaluate your presentation? Oh, it is, yeah. So that evaluation is very good tool to so people can understand. It is nandishkido lis koroshinat anin lenigi. Hotela chair, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. With that, Dr. Ferlin Clark, response.
Mr. Chair, Shadad, Mr. Toth. The presentation we made on SEA to Hess over there in Winter Rock. After that, Faye Blue Eyes reached out to me. She wanted a copy of that presentation. So I sent it to her. She said, we would like to have you present to us. Then at the same time, at that time, we had other superintendent, but right here for the record too, we'd like to sit down and have them present to us, and then let's present to each other. Let's sit down and talk, because we have some information, and maybe we just need to sit down and talk through some of these things, just real general information. But and then for me personally, professionally, I'm over here working with the executive administration, but my staff, that list over there, they've been visiting all these schools. I went to Many Farms Community School. I've been to Noslini Community School because of some of the reauthorization, some of the concerns that are over there. And so then at the same time, with this school safety summit, we're working with the public schools. We're working with the community control schools. We're working with the colleges and the universities. We reached out to BIE the other day because they have a different training session too. So that's as far as what we're doing to work with these schools. And then Title 10, we're trying to work with a school that has a public school that has a personnel matter that's been brought up to our attention. They're protected by union, their personnel, but if it's the students and the parents, that they would be willing to listen to us. So we're trying to work through that arrangement with the public schools. And so same thing with Monument Valley High School in Utah. And so Shanata, I know that we could sit down with Zilnao over there, right? And then Torian, I just met some of them for the first time today. And our students and our children. So I think that's something that our administration should do. So
Thank you, committee members. Are there any other questions? Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
Chair James, and then thank you, Mr. Clark. I just have a couple of questions. So going back to what was mentioned earlier in the presentation, and leaving our current school systems. You know that much, but I think you might have alluded just a little bit to maybe how you could ask why. Why are these young folks leaving our school systems? And that would be a really good, good something that we should research. And why are these kids leaving? So that's important to me to know. So I know you talk about the school safety plan, and I do I think that is important. And it should be implemented in each school. But also I'm reviewing, going back and looking at your chart and all the people that you need in your different positions. But also kind of coupled with your school safety plan should also include, I've not heard anybody up to this point talk about trauma-informed care, and being a trauma-informed school. And so I would really like to see how you're going to incorporate that, because that's a little bit, it has to do with school safety. Because oftentimes, in some instances in schools across the country, these kids who were bullied in the school are coming back to cause harm to their peers and to the school administration. So trauma-informed care is just really important. And I think that's a real important piece that you need to add to this, because also that could also impact your students' learning and capabilities. And if you can help them, take and be helpful to them. And I've heard some really good, examples. Miss, I forget her name, Deborah Dennison, I understand. She's taking care of a school now, maybe down in Apache country, but there was a great story that I heard from that, and how she's used trauma-informed care to take care of her students. So a young person came to her school with a weapon, and instead of automatically expelling the child and, getting rid of him or her, she brought the child in and said, "Let me hear your story." And the child went then and informed her that I carry this to protect myself because I have to deal with some school bullies after I get off the bus. And so, and that's trauma-informed care. And then the school then decided, well, you know what, we have the resource and the capability to drive the kid, back to their home to make sure they make it home safely. So had it been a school that didn't practice trauma-informed care, they would have just expelled a student, and, it would have been, no fault of theirs. They were just trying to protect themselves. So that's just really important to me. Hotel ba no they come to school without sleeping because they've spent a whole night listening to people fighting and yelling, and they come to school, they're tired, they're sleepy, maybe they're hungry. And so we really need to help and try to help them and help them succeed. And so I think I really would like to see that piece on your next presentation on how you're going to incorporate those things, and support schools and really encourage schools. I know the state of Washington was ahead with their trauma-informed care, and I haven't really been keeping up since. I think Loop schools might be the other one. One of the schools here in Loop might be Mr. Ryan Chi. Might be the only one who's really implementing in his school as well. And then I just would like to see all across the board. I don't know if you do already, but do you also reach out to get help with, in terms of some of the work that you're doing? Like I've started conversations with Miss Kara Bobroff with NACA Informed School, NACA Inspired School Network. She's one of our own at the Nenlido, half Lakota, and she's doing some amazing work in terms of education. There's another entity called Education Reimagined, and they're really using your community as a classroom. So we really need to start looking at ways to take our kids out of the classroom into the environment and really look at, learning from that perspective instead of keeping them in some classroom and holding them hostage at their desk and making them sit all day long. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair. Ado, Kwaiki, Ayin Hitnausen Nako, Dr. Ferlin Clark. Ako, di kwado your HEHSCAP 09-19. Ada in the in your performance criteria, it was part of the PowerPoint. Ako, in there, the information that I was really trying to listen out for was in regards to the purpose of this plan of operation. How ODSI is improving school through professional development. Although the next one is how are we improving schools through professional development, and then through coaching, and then through monitoring of education. Ako kwado na PowerPoint there's really not any numbers or data information. Number 3 is again how many trainings do you have in place for educators on your data information, making your training to where it's a data-driven decision. I don't know what your numbers are. Is my third one. My last one is, I think it's very important to know and share with HEHSC committee how many school improvement plans are with educators are in place to strengthen leadership skills and knowledge of education and parents through your technology. What are the innovation ways to providing that excellence of achieving and accomplishing the student academic achievement? That's how I see ODSI based off your plan of plan of operation. If I go back to your page 25 of your PowerPoint, your program performance criteria that you have in place, and your budget form 2, you have information on there as well as in having 34 grant school. 34, that is it down to 33. I don't know if one of your school made that transfer to BIE. Under your goal 1 statement. I don't know if you can zoom in. And that's why I was asking what goal you were on when you were talking on this performance criteria. And then under your information regarding goal 4 statement, again, connect the using data process and the DSAP part A comprehensive support and part B target support in ESSA. And that goes back to my third question over here on you sharing that information on enhancing and training educators on data information and making it into a data-driven decision. Going back to my third question. That would be my question pertaining to that. Nana, moving on to page 26. What is the ODSI plan to improve school? I know this has been ongoing, and I really want to know where you are at regarding your second last bullet point to reach that SEA status. where are you guys actually at on that SEA process? Are we almost done, or do we still have to go over some hurdles, some hills, or are those big hills or big mountains that we still have to go over? And then moving on to page 27, in regards to your challenges and that state and federally. I don't know where you guys stand with sharing information with each other's. This is what I mean. I usually get different stories. It's been very interesting trying to find this information. You go to a grant school or whatever, or a state school, and well, Dodie don't share this with me. We don't need to share this with Dodie, and it's just vice versa. So at what point do you guys start sharing information with each other? Even from the grant school, from the contract schools, tribally controlled, all of that. At what point, or what can you not share with each other, and what can you share with each other? I guess I'm trying to get to. That I think that's a very important piece to move forward. And if it requires HEHSC to drop legislation to say, hey, this is how we need to revamp this whole deal thing regarding data information, and share it with us. And I thought that was very interesting to see on your challenge as that. Nana, the next one, Nikki, the one that's right above that. Which is the audit. Oh no, we're not part of Dodie, so we don't need to share the audit information with Dodie. Oh, Dodie, we don't need to share this information with that school. Whatever it is, it's vice versa. And what does HEHSC need to do from here to move forward, that these audit reports are shared, no matter what it is? Because we continue to say that the main thing that we are here for is for Navajo children, for Navajo kids. And if it weren't for Navajo students, if it weren't for Navajo children, none of us would have a job. So why in the heck are we not sharing audit reports with each other's? And I'm glad that you put that up as your challenge, because that has been something that I've been really trying to research as well. Where does it say that we can't share audit report? These are our Navajo children's, our Navajo kids' money. It belongs to them. The only time you should be hiding something is, if you know you darn did something wrong with that funding, that you don't want to share information. You don't want to share those kind of information. So that would be my last questions and my comment. And so again, thank you for your PowerPoint, and thank you for the information. It's been very helpful for me on my end as one delegate myself. Honorable Toth.
Thank you, Chair, Madam. Also, Vice Madam Chair. It seems like you build all this policy up top echelon. No. And you haven't incorporated into the school. We have bad teachers, we have bad administrator. How come you can't go down there and meet with them? So data, how many times you visit, how many times you went to, let's say, Crown Point Community School. What are some of the issues? So you look at the headline when they make that adinta. So you're a monitor. That's all you're doing. So all these policies that you implement, how you incorporate it and sit down with the school board administrator. I have not seen that. Obayati, a question is, could the improvement of Nenigi, how many schools that you visit and told them, hey, let's help you to improve. I haven't seen that. The information school board, administrator, BIE, McKinley County especially. Other school, county school. How are you doing with them? Are you going down there and tell them, hey, this is what's going on? So you build all this policy up here, putting all the tools together, but you haven't used that to help the students or the school. That needs to be clarified. How many schools? Don't make a guess. You know, so it is. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Don Toth. Committee members, are there any other questions? Honorable Yanito?
Ya nanat eo. Ayot esilchani ikhawaige. I'm trying to understand where you guys stand at. The 19 years of Dasla, you know, as you know, being an oversight on all these school institutions. You know, it sounds like there's no communication. You know, I want to see the quality of education that you guys provide. You know, is it real? Is it you guys really doing this? Because there's a federal debt ceiling that we're facing here. And we're in a crisis. If that passes, a lot of people is going to lose a lot of benefits. What are they going to do? And then here, you know, we're trying to educate our children to enhance their job security on the Navajo Nation. Create a job, you know, in business wise and so forth. Anita behind you're saying that, you know, the net college, number one is to do farming. Not done on set of the. Is there farmings out there? Because we're not teaching these kids how to farm anymore. They're just getting away from that. That's the number one sources that it should be developed as far as education. Those are business-wise. We would have been in food production right now. We're behind on this. And I don't see any kind of business development from the Navajo Nation. It's all franchise. Business development here on Navajo. I'm thinking that if you guys are really in charge here, you would influence our kids to develop business and job security for their communities. You know, those grandmas out there are forgotten. You know, the only business that they have is like livestock industry. And, you know, we would have been number one food production in livestock. The best is the bekashi. Eol ya inna. Ebe haszel. And then our language too. That's our identity. That's who we are. You know, like the way I'm listening to you guys, is that you guys are inserting policy, procedures, and qualifications and so forth from the outside entities into your administration. That's how you guys sound like you guys are developing your policies and procedures. That's why you're having trouble finding teachers. That's the way I understand by your reports. That shouldn't be like that. We are sovereign nation here. We are Navajo. We should be developing our own policy. And the way they hire their own employees over there, I think those kind of requirements are inserted into these policies that you guys form. So you're not even trying to, really look at your own people, what kind of service qualification they have to enhance that. And then the way to do that is hire some young ones. If you're having problem with background checks, because those young youth are all innocent. They haven't reached that age where they reach crimes and so forth. And that's a question I have, and that's why I asked you, like, what is your plan for amending Title 10? That was my questions that I never heard from you guys. Adonda, I asked you about getting a permanent superintendent store. And other neck and the case in that only. That's all you gotta, somebody that knows about life right here on the nation. Because if you're living here on the nation, you'll know exactly where the problem area is at. Because you guys are the oversight of all these institutions that we have here. And then to improve the quality of education for our future generation.
Thank you, Honorable Yonito. Committee members, are there any other questions, comments, committee members? If not, I will go ahead and give the floor back to Dr. Ferlin Clark for response. And then after that, we'll go on to the next presentation. Dr. Clark.
It's my, okay. The question should not, not the kid over you. I'll do my best to respond as quickly, as expeditiously as possible. Title 10, this status of SEA, DSAP, right now, we're just talking amongst ourselves. Okay, this 638 application, it went to DOJ. They had a lot of questions. It came back. And so we as a team need to go over those questions. They asked a lot of interesting questions about data. That 638, what programs are you going to ask the BIE for the Navajo Nation to take over or to assume? What programs in there, what funding sources are included with that? What are the data information connected to that? And then our plan is to, same time, what do we need to do? Because the Navajo Nation Council already made this SEA, State or Sovereignty and Education Act. Then we want to go over Title 10 as a group. So the task force that you're recommending and establishing on that, good. Let's do that. Because once we figure out where we want to go, where we're at, then we can amend that Title 10 to include the curriculum, public school, that Honorable Toth. Senat, we try to work with the public schools, Gallup McKinley County schools. We can't really interfere in their personnel. Although we have tribal consultation with the schools. You were at that the government meeting that they had in Santa Fe. And I talked to the PED secretary over there. And then when they have that impact aid funding that comes and then we sign off on it, the chapters sign off on verifying those students. That right there, the Doty superintendent could sign, ask them, what have you been doing? So that's that Title 10. I think we need to amend that section because it says you oversee all the schools in the Navajo Nation, but we have no real regulatory authority over those public schools. So I think that's a good idea to amend that Title 10 to include that. So that Title 10, and then at the same time, our plan of operation. Maybe we just become this is gonna go to the question of our Doty board. You're right. Nikota. This position, her position is hired by the Doty board, but we're over here reporting to you. You are our main oversight. You authorize and approve our Form 2s and our funding. There's a dysfunctional system there. So maybe we need to just maybe we have our own Doty board with our own Department of Personnel, our own finance. Let us run independently. I think we can do that. And then, like Dennett College and NTU, they run independently. They provide reports to you all. So, but we need your funding from the Navajo Nation Council. So that's a part of that question. And then as far as the quality of education, we just talked over here the other day, yesterday. We don't really teach any student, one student that comes on Navajo. None of us teach them. Yeah, we're all former teachers, but we don't teach the students. And that money doesn't go to the student, it goes to the school for the teachers. So that professional development and then this curriculum, the curriculum, we're still developing that within Doty on language, culture, history, government, and character development. So that one's still in movement. So that quality of the education, so we can measure that, so we can assess that. That's a part of this DSAP. There's a lot of moving targets, but that's the status of this Title 10, including this data sharing. The data sharing, we're trying to get data from the state of Arizona, Utah, and New Mexico. And we're trying to renew that agreement. We need to verify in Doty. We would like, you asking our department what you guys can do. Navajo Nation Department of Information Technology, they have upgraded their warehouse over there. They said we can put a blade in here for you. It's going to cost $250,000 to have a blade that all the information, the data that you're getting from these schools, they could be stored in there. So, and then with that, our team at Doty, we had a data, using data workshop with over close to 90 students, staff from different schools that are tribally controlled that we work with. They came to our auditorium and our team spent Friday and Saturday with them. So how they can use data as part of their reauthorization that goes to Derek, which by the way, as far as your audit question, I'm going to leave that up to him to answer that question, okay, on the audit. So that way we can use that data. Head Start, they have a different data set too. And then we're trying to put an ear tag on our students so we can track them, because what we're seeing is they're leaving the reservation. It seems like they're all going towards Farmington. Phoenix Indian Center, there's 50,000 Navajos down there. They're leaving that way because there's no housing, because there's no jobs that pay well. Your children, grandchildren, my relatives, they all kind of like left the res because of that. So it's a systemic problem, that one. Some of these schools, they can't even afford to buy or to upgrade their housing. that part of us, our offices need to do a better job of coordinating between ODAC, between our office, between language and culture, as far as providing professional development. When we had that data sharing, using data to help our students improve, they came to Doty, our auditorium. It was so cold. We had to tell them bring their winter hat, their gloves. It's really cold there. You know, we don't have meetings over there. I mean, HEHSC, maybe we could have you come over to experience that. Last week we had a meeting. They turned on the AC, and it just shot out a bunch of probably unhealthy elements. So I know we could do better. And then at the same time, I'm going to go to the STEAM and the STEM trainings that we have this summer. We have over there ASU East. They got a grant that we got approved for to develop science, math using like sustainable solar energy, water. And so we're working with ASU as far as that is concerned. Sit down this doc, right? I'm in total agreement with you. I told my staff yesterday, I want you guys to pitch in $20 each. Let's go buy a sheep. Let's go butcher right there. Let's go hang that sheep right there in front of Doty. Let's go eat. Let's go talk. Let's go. I don't even know all of our staff over there at Doty. And then I want our acting superintendent right here to cut that neck right there. And then I want the speaker to tell us each part of that sheep, the anatomy. I think we should partner up with NAPI too. NAPI with all the agriculture over there, all the economy over there. The Office of the President, Vice President, Vivian Montoya Watuma. This thing on public safety with this task force that we have on safety and health task force, we need more mental and behavioral health specialists. Vice President Simonson, the mental health, behavioral health counselors, the individual, because of what happened, we are partnered up with the Department of Health. They have their emergency prepared people. Right now, they're all kind of consumed because of Phoenix over there, that Rainbow Project. But that's maybe what happens, you know. But I know they're bombarded, so we're working with them. We started talking to the University of New Mexico School of Medicine to bring us some of their mental and behavioral health experts. We talked to IHS director, TMC director, medical health. And so we know that's a very important aspect. Some of our relatives, the other day, a teacher tried to hug a student, or at least, you know, put a hand, pat them on the back. That student, kind of like, what do you call it? Because of what you said, Shema. Because these students in the wintertime, they have no jackets. They can't wait to come to school because they're not eating at home. They're not with their mom. They're not with their dad. And so I know with Gallup McKinley County Schools, they have a partnership with Soap Medical Center. So that part is a really big issue on Navajo. We have a lot of issues. Even the police chief, Chief Noon, said the other day, we have an epidemic. Our criminal justice system is broken. Between our police, we have more schools than police officers. I do my best to defend those police. I think we need more police. I think we need, and they're traumatized too. God, can you believe how many issues that we put upon them? They bring in new officers, and then next you know, the county, the BIE, the state police to hire them. So Danette College and NTU, they could develop a program for that. So we're identifying all these social, cultural, economic issues on Navajo just through this simple task force. So it's not that's kind of like a really sensitive but important topic. There's all these ceremonies that are going to be coming this summer already. what is in Haga. We know our students are coming in from Kojo, the Christian faith. Haga, Ado Kojo, Tadadin, the Soso Kojo, Ni Tadadin. So our students and our families are from all those areas. And so Shinata, that's as best as I could do. I know we could do more. I know we could do more, but at the same time, like Shinata, Mr. Toth, we don't want to be top heavy. This reorganizational chart that Dr. Yellowhair proposed, we need a school safety and health office. And then over here, my sister, she's going to talk about Hatathi. Hatathi. We have a traditional apprenticeship program. To me, that's really important. Work with those Hatathis and Lini. So I think there's still a lot of information that our staff and our colleagues can provide. And we need a leadership with our DOTI board, our superintendent that could be stable 2-3 years without question. That way we can get some traction, we can get some movement. So we're all over here just kind of like doing what we have to do to present to you. But at the same time, we do want a permanent or try a permanent superintendent.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Clark. With that, I will go ahead and move on to Mr. Franklin.
I can't, Nana. Chair of HEHSC committee. To answer your question regarding the audits, it's public information. Hashid al-Did, my office is in charge of collecting audits from all 32 schools. Hashid al, sometimes the audits are being held. The schools don't want to share it, but it's required for reauthorization. I'm required to show a 3-year trend when schools come up for reauthorization. So if a school has a qualified audit, meaning there are several findings, and the following year they improve and they have an unmodified audit, but they still have material weaknesses, that still shows that the school has not fully implemented its own policies. If the next year they come out with a unmodified audit with no findings, that shows that the school has made drastic improvements from a qualified audit all the way to a unmodified audit with no findings. Sometimes our schools go backwards for whatever reason, due to lack of leadership, due to school board micromanaging, but that audit shows, it tells a story. And that's when a lot of times our schools don't want to submit their audits. So I have to go out and ask these schools constantly to send us their audits. Sometimes I go into the federal clearinghouse. The federal clearinghouse is where the schools submit their audits because it's required under OMB in Washington. So they have to submit it. When I can't get an audit from a school, I go into that website. It says they submit it into the clearinghouse, but it doesn't allow me to download it because the schools made that choice of just submitting it, but they didn't give access to the public. And every school that's within Navajo Nation should be sharing their audits without hindrance. They should be doing that. So I hope I answered your question regarding the audits, is that it has to be made public. We've made several recommendations to a lot of schools to post it on their school website. I know we had an internal conversation with the acting superintendent that if the schools don't want to share their audits, we'll post it on the DOTI website. When they submit it to us, we'll have it there so people can access it too. That's what we're moving towards because it's public information and everybody should be able to read it. So, Mr. Chair, I hope I answered your question.
Thank you again, Mr. Franklin, for that information. That was really helpful. So in regards to this PowerPoint presentation, it seems like the need is that the need is in regards to what kind of task force for the Title 10 and the time frame of establishing that time frame regarding the Title 10 task force. Another one is in regards to the need to update agreements to share data information with the state of Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, and I'm assuming BIE. Again, I think the need for that is also a time frame. How are we going to move forward in that direction, working with your oversight, Health, Education, Human Service Committee. So those are the two information that I received, and I think as we meet, we'll figure out more information regarding the audit, what needs to happen with the audit deal thing. So we did already, as HEHSC committee, we did already meet with BIE Dearman. Did I say that right, Mr. Dearman? In Washington, D.C. So we do have some more time to meet with BIE there in Washington, D.C. So before our next travel, if you guys can share those information with us, that would be very helpful on how we can get to that point, Dole. So thank you very much again for those response. All right, with that, moving on, I know we still have 10 other departments to go over, and we are at 1:46 p.m. So I leave this up to you guys as committee members and as presenters. So with that, number 4, Office of the Standards Curriculum and Assessment Development, Vernon Thomas, Education Program Manager.
Oh, yeah, it's and I don't know, Lenny. Shas Tui, Shazani, a cat on a thingy here, Ado Shanale, a large doesn't die here. Kodoshi a ya, Ad a conchego, Podon Hilchonish Atole. DA Office of Standards, Curriculum and Assessment Development, Lana Huinzingi 8 or the Nick Echigo Office of the Language and Culture. Oliago shi e yisiat e kala de nebzat poho a ol iliki e yopoho a yisibin yebel khaz ado kone nanas distogi e ya shi e ya Dolores Noble da shijine ado e kodobik ikidin shi di kwa khaz angi ado na kone e Verna Thomas Waliedo Rita Jones Claw David Scott, Eric Ashley, Daniel Martin, di out a ya dash nistoko. Called out a yisi nahalo a ya old nahaz ago yitada a Verna, Rita, do David, Otto, Eric, Sitsu a ya and hahok as a data a nalsos. At case is the ape ajo bananish. Otto Daniel Martin, I need to go a ya agitationish do she ya nido to dashnish katsin that hat the mosli ado nal sos e ati papa shabik in ot atigi and the papa could ani a hat nigo e ya koje nahot it has ashon that the nation a quiet that kago benin
Point of order, Shanale. I did not know that was you, Miss Dolores Noble.
Oh.
Until I had to ask. Shanale.
Oh.
I'm doing a point of order because on our agenda we have down as Verna Thomas. So is Verna Thomas here? If Verna was not here from the beginning when we were approving our agenda at that time, when I asked for add-ons, corrections, deletions, we should have inserted your name there and scratch out Verna Thomas. committee members, Honorable Toth. Suspending the floor rules. Okay, so with that, I do have a motion to suspend the floor rules to insert Ms. Dolores Noble, second made by Honorable Curtis Yanito. Committee members, are there any questions? If there is no questions, I will call Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Okay, no question. Shamasan Lahaja Iyat Ms. Edgewater, is everybody here? The presenters that are listed, are they all here? Do we need to do any more corrections or deletions? Okay. Okay, all right then. So with that, there's no more corrections or deletions, add-ons to under presenters. So we do have a motion in a second under for suspension of floor rules. Shiajo Denise Thomas. Okay, Asian Ecuador Nihiyi K Dako. Mr. Seda Asia Equagi Dotso, to A dot motioning party under Office of the Net Youth Development. Koya second. Shayla Aya, she indicated that everybody's here, even on the second page. All those individuals are here, so there's no other corrections, deletion that needs to be made under presenters. So we do have a motion and a second to suspend the floor rules and to add on and then also delete Verna Thomas as well. So so with that, we have a motion and a second made by Honorable Toth, second by Honorable Yanito. So with that, committee members, I'm going to do a roll call vote. Honorable Dr. Nez. Honorable Vice Chair Simonson. It don't matter because Roy's here. Roy Tracy's here. Mr. Roy Tracy is here. Yeah. All right. So Honorable Vice Chair Simonson, Honorable Curtis Nito, Honorable Toth, Honorable Helena Nesbigay. Okay, thank you. With that, we do have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 chair not voting. So with that, we do now have a suspended 4 rules and an updated presentation listing here, deleting Verna Thomas and adding Chanela Ms. Dolores Noble on. And so with that, Chanela, Ms. Noble, the floor is back to you now.
Oh, HEHSC national ado additional need quite binda ya zalha kapan ishledition tanji kin bashish chin tanji kin dash che torich eating dashnal what ya sun nishle ado quite ya with dash nishigi akot yisi binanish the yegon sago ya Basalago da e banses case do di vernashi e starts a nach quite bananish quite your single program manager it all quick days bananish your send a call at a nas what they she at a kodo a kaishi ben ye mal sauce so zo bela as lead at a kon gitrasata ado na kone ada inishigi di kodo standards curriculum assessment development jodi ko edne ultra bilkhaz aje ko days igi hot abna inishigi bakha di the nep zade on il sado ke na hanne na hat agi ado chiniage hata altrahagi bilta innisto lelto ado le hastado nas et at ayet de tragi ado na anas kodon jishigi ya jo ultra betzil bil khaz age ado koje bilta innishigi oje at bizar yen dan tinigi do benago dit ya bilteni nishko hot abakha Arona konne at ish ben na nishiki na kasala. Jude da alsko ol trapel na has ango grant school ishnigi contract BIE public schools ebel nishto le study ni do da ebel del nish adot benel ango ya konte ne bizarre ol into adot kut aben an nishigi kait aben an nishto le ligi kwa benia die halt ja ultra idra hadika ado anid anish satsile di kodo hatkali ado bista inishiki do hot en hiya di kodo grant standards and office of standards of curriculum yifin dal nish ado koje yo trouble haut zoje ado hos double haut zoje Dain ultra betran has age pertaini nishko di project the zat because ago ya yin antindo le chotia di no ya be sabe fatet di project posdo belhauzo ado yo trouble hauzo ashi bit trouble hauzo ado anhin hike yas age hot abischen del nishto le di ni ado na kone ya ultra istana yeta has khanigi ado pata ultra ado sa ya ke ultra yaj ultra yinta nishla da ado ultra ilaj yeta has khanigi amma ajeto benago keda hat ingi ultra igi da atsko hot abishne nishto le di ya ashla hallo ya yisi ben del nish the nebzad the shningi hizad yohol ado lefnike ol if a kate na hanne ado hwe at ege di ya ben antiendo lef adon hin hat ya yohol ado lef jo le hat don le na kitad da ya not so spahadelia curriculum framework will ado le dide koje kaya pel khata hois soje aje ultra yeden yeta na has khangi edo del nish ado Washington do ado edi hot aspen yet da khait en kizad bo ato le khajo hat liago jo hot ya ben del nish do ni khinan shte nilzen ado na kone ya di kwa onal ego di ya kwa na din do na din na ki nal sos del yago di hata atrahi kindergarten wol yegi ado di da yol tragi se bi da yol tragi do da il tragi na kits ada da yol tragi di nal sos nebza be etnel wol yegi biaron ni nel do ado se I pre wol yegi ado kid post akodina atnan ya be asai personal ego ani inda ihol ahagi ya hasta sentao hota nan ado tseda inda ihol ahagi hasta hasta dot jona kisentao ado naskol jishe ya asai dot ado in Kate Nahal at Kate Hall Jishko developing Yislingi decent down. Ado tada yisi ya 2008 asasin down. Ado da yisi tada kisko 2000 ya na kisan down biga hanal oko. Did ante kinetso 8 asai personal no anal eko. Da yisi hatnin git out the nebiza boho aholi hagi. Nakachinda yisi a kid nes de dot did Title 10 behatelia yeta eshe ita ya nebizat hadan so 2000 adishji de ed o ya kwani honnasto at e ya ko nakaalchin de nebza double bed hausinda ado la e ya la na dam zin yet the house ako di e hot out ben hit na hot ito ado di ultra play del nish at kot end an hot I hollo ako yisi be na hot igi to e ya di kwad ashon hi ka ije hire to consultants din tan tsade hi ka do lo le kwad yisi bichan kidi agi e kwad Arsenal beso na nil hali wol yegi eight aside the meal so kot abi how e ya big astute e ya bisnach nicht ole ich do ni akoshe ita e ya ben ya islande kosh do ni insurance ne hollong go hot e nan nicht do ni tra hi ka di lo e aside the meal so bi how big astute e hot a tran dil nicht do ni ako ishe kone lao beso ne nil pe hollo ako adon na gi e ya da shonti di uyo tropel hot so jute da yisi beso ya da le do ado e be hi de di nte beso ya hanta ko ado koten peten na da e ya di na di li no ado na sos a ke hol jish na hallo aku hoshche beso chido inflado ya shoda ko education part kista jina no ende da hache bela alle ko da yisi na hoti kadn te thata shi hata delia ko na nchitso na dina ki ko ye ha da be hata delia ado bela azli ako tishid and it also souls ko bend on the she ako di ko agi e quality in large superintendent bijit baka ado connect kit nan stai bijit na baka adon ita e verna e biji la yen di kwa na ha ajo kwa di pe biji e na ha do so do di ko do ani nan stai bijit na do ni ko do ke an hallo ko yen kati iziliki tratingo yo kalko kone be ako azad na kito mo katsi ako peso I kwan hichempe lazne ai ta hirado so peso o aj na do ti lako kota e na kiko peso ben khala azli laida shon e di nana ko inda be ako ela ako di ni tashish ako di inda bohosh ako da yisi nika do binina do awashta ako yisi shika do jat ashon the best pass anda no tengi hala ni no ni to ni e ya da tsobe has an ita sha ko yisi ni ka di lo no sindo le kun so adosho asa go nan eti hatrali psna an nicht ni hot ela adashit ana kits atta e yan hiado hot hatrali no ado ado ho agi asago da hot ho ye ho aho yisna nish akot end which is lagging the doch hat inda kodonal sosi handa yija ada petenna nal sosa de ado babela le kodo askia do adon de hajo shinan liko ade nason hichin tal ne hat khati hashit ash peso ato chiche shahat yashta naso do yita ne no adon hak khat o ako ya piado din hiado hot on da nish ako di nasko hajo ol iltan lengi hat khalda dat egi senda dat egi kishid o yudo bed hausinda do shi na hol agi binina akot hot IEC na hot igo has hot apa konsen akoti ba binitli go ya hot I hot atole akod ahead hidini dole also
Yeah, Miss Noble,
Ado chair daza. I think he went to go take a quick nap daza. It's on the woodla on his hasne. Ich had qua Jonagon his na. Ado committee members are they slash night of kid or comments? Okay, Mr. Yuni.
Yate. Yeah, oh, good old. Sudden lures. I only got one question. Did it on traditional healing. Alana graduate ilala. Do you have a data on the years that they graduate, or how do they? You guys got promotions or certificates, or what do you guys have on those?
Go ahead, Ms. Noble.
Oh, yeah, DA addition gate out, Laishin Tati double argo, it house and cadet na kids at the high silly a call one open day addition gate out. Da ilye shi bin na kut out agodo dovchin da ilye ko jojo ede ya peso ina isna kut out oho ako yit na chi ine lengi kwe na hot hazli ado tashi di na kits ata itahos na kits ata ya itahos ado ako hatkhali isntal nish ako kwishi tukshe ya in single khashit ya jo ye ga haj shi hatkha jo dot yisi shilba hazanda akodi ya sato kujit dinne hatkha association wal yagi yisnal nishto le ko hot ya ikepes jo blakanik ajnal ani kut hegi holos nal sos be hazin ki kujit nik achiko shi saut shi saut yan sakes a condition ya binaide deski to not on notation shanantai.
Oh, no, yeah, and I don't cogito, Dr. Andinez, Hadestina.
Shima Vice Chair. Arokudo Kwagi to the Office of Standards, Curriculum and Assessment. One thing that I didn't see in the presentation that I think is worth putting into the next presentation is the bilingual seal that OSCAD initiates every year. And to my colleagues here and those that are online, the Office of Standards, Curriculum and Assessment Development does initiate the bilingual seal assessment to high school seniors. And I've assisted with this part of their programming for probably 5 years. And this assessment does identify proficient Navajo speakers who are high school seniors. And this past year, there was 5 of them, and I'm happy to recognize them during our summer session this year for Navajo Nation Council. Also appreciate the extended invitation to join the ceremony there in Gallup last month. And so this assessment is really very unique. It's all in Navajo. It's really good. It's really nice and unique to see. And it occurs at the beginning of every year for high school seniors. And my only question right now to Ms. Noble is, under your leadership, and I know OSCAD has this challenge since I've been there at Doty, was the consistency of individuals to remain in these positions. And I think with this one of the biggest things that I want to question is the curriculum. You have many schools, even public schools, that there's a lot of challenge with developing their own curriculum with the 5 content standards provided by OSCAD and Doty. Do you see under your leadership providing or establishing a curriculum that can be used? And I think through tribal consultation with the Department of Education, we've learned that many of our schools in the Valley have Navajo students who also yearn for a curriculum to support our Navajo students. And to my colleagues and those online, we have many of our Navajo students who attend schools in Phoenix area. In fact, Mesa Public School District has over 1,000 Navajo students. And so it's, I think with this office, it'd be something to consider on establishing that curriculum so that we're continuing to educate and help our children learn Nikizad. So I wanted to just point that out as part of the presentation, but also ask that question. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you. My only question to this presentation, Shanale, is in regards to the requirement under Chief Manlito. One of the requirement is that you have to have the Ned language course study in place, culture study and all of that. So I had 3 families, one from California, one from Utah, and one from Nevada, that brought up a concern that, you know, why do I have to pay this much amount to a non-Navajo program for my child to get that credit to qualify for Chief Manlito scholarship? What happened to our own Department of the Net Education? To a different non-Navajo and I never knew that until these 3 families approached me. And I was just really surprised in regards to that. So based off that, I had submitted an email to Dr. Begay. We didn't really get a clear answer for me to relay that message back to those individuals. So again, I guess it's just the lack of communication within Department of the Net Education to address how that can be resolved. Dr. Honorable Dr. Nezi curriculum. So is there any plans to do such sort that this funding is actually going to a Navajo profit of where they're going to send their big amount of money to get that credit in place to qualify for the Chief Manlito program or the scholarship? Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
I did quite no settle you see yet a bilingual seal a bitchin hotalia a quite president's office quite yaha kayo a quite a niado or on or asks go bitchin has see to odo or hehe tabadini do Pomado Bajato Masan Cheda that I should up and say late a quite to Isnehes Kaila. Edo o Hehabadini Halash Eshi Yasiki a Datnes Tato Yata Hos Joe you see who want the Epoho Nisha. I call o Hehabadini the quite a Datnes say late quite an Heskai. A call a quiet here president not any bitch has the Dila aye go pendatil neshe o coho ainle na hego nes nada dollars aro with the nanda $19 o hotel de huel ni loka hajota dil neshe but the snow da I see a ya beliat eto ani hot open deal national o coho pendatil national o coho njon hot o ya ke ni zi Oko oya a hotel halit o okot ego bedat di nihlan so aro shinle na shahade opinion Unified School District e aja she cat dot sa ish dot sa she ad da yiga de dos binte she kaha she o hat ela o wazo yanzentle Ishin quad proficiency tests bahol jijinta o yan yahasan san bigan ado tayila dajan a coho ad yo nek achiatas kitano a coho ishi ado what's out that ila dande it a higi o yet bansas case a shika o ya what ela it's a kahachiko a yado o yodo yanzendo alla yinet linka a coho ea bahades hinsen do njon ya ba hinsen nachalchina what out that ilagi aro apalachet that's a scholarship baba bakat nado to ono ya hadzi president edi bilingual proficiency bahatnili china maybe in on top of their if they receive chief manuelito maybe they get 1 or 2 more 1,000 in reward for obtaining that bilingual seal. So it's a hiya o ba sendo ahait ahota aja under Department of the Net Education deal chino what bahat naligita shingota bring them in, let them help you create, some of the work that you're doing. China ate o nihil hazne stop based betlato satago tra yastito tra na ago. So I quite dansa e haja opes nans nestoli wat ego yo alla yitanet lido atol nihit to ya yatastila bes beda hazen ako o ya wat an kachene no sele ba inshlo do ba jean shi go adishne.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. Honorable Helena Nesbigay, Ado Bekedo, Honorable Tolstolder.
Oh, for doing what you're doing. Name Hizabadadi Kato at this she or he had the dish so. Although 3 weeks ago, in that shido ashe, I went to Page Unified School District, Hostet no. Aqua adito, the neck ashibati ashkito, ashin soko, and Lenny the flat of bed the house and the Naha Chineko. Ado what by the shnitty, the net do, the budget shinido, the hache hanale, the quaggy, the edo, the what done hit that name that Ahodina I don't the Shahashi Babas Nahoshishneko. I don't know if you have a curriculum that you can share across the board with the schools. Then under your program, the net curriculum, that's probably what's needed, so you can share with the schools. La Hoshiba curriculum then, because that's what I asked Navajo teacher, but that no, but that kid had this in the curriculum, nesh, but the shnina. The opohali the o a hitje, the chinebe nan stin shetnila. Akho el epenina adishne nihi curriculum mishallo. Akho maybe you could share that with schools that don't have a curriculum. Maybe the next college can help you get that to put that together.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again, HEHSC Chair and Vice, and also committee members, staff and Olenegi. I have some question before I do that. My intention as being your leader here is not to oppose what program you have. You have the tools, but the way I look at it is you need more power, more authority than asking for those audit. Yeah. Some schools are not cooperating. I know that. Some people don't want to follow the net. You have the tools, but we're trying to help you identify some of those areas so we can do a legislation. I don't see why the schools are stingy with the audit because that's their responsibilities. School improvement, curriculum, I know I used to be with one school that was converted back to BIE. And it goes back to the school board members that this is my community school. Nke has tweed on long sani dan long do da iltra grant school de ila. Ape iltascha. We try to it took time to get rid of those school board. Now we're just disappointed it went back to BIE. I know sometimes BIE don't want you to be in their classroom. Monitor, you look at the curriculum, you do the assessment, how the teachers are performing. Auto state education. I think right now we're not ready for it, but it has to be done sometime. But we have to get ready for it. Do it the right way, not working against each other, meaning our school board, local community. We have to sit down. We have to earn all this. Right now, it's like that. A lot of these BIE school board are saying, hey, the education on, you have to. Me as a leader now, I have to, listen to you guys, listen to all the administrators. We're trying to help you identify some of those problems and help you to go on with your initiative. I know some schools don't like their own administrators. The conflict go there. Your hand is tied because even the county school, so I think this body itself is finally doing something, trying to help you identify these problems. I remember when I became a school board, my local grant school didn't have a curriculum. We had to pressure the principal. Ako yahot ang hijadisito at ilanada ne on yayohal chalarshino nan shade on hikaishi. I'm trying to think. Halabash at all. As long as you communicate with local stakeholders, I have no problem with it. Allah adopts ananos and implement they educate them. Not one time. Di korojene taho hote. Lady school board dalwo. Mrs. Behosen. So as me, part of the leader, let's get to work and put this in motion and help you and come out with some legislation if we have to. Then you have some authority to, especially BIE. We finally got to our meeting, BIE, about a month ago, 2 months ago. We had to go to Washington, not Chicago. We talked to the leader up there, Mr. Dearman. Dad about that background. He finally opened that door. So I think that needs to be shared with you. Now we have to work on the background to do a legislation that all the school Navajo Nation background checking that we honor those, no. So we had problems with that. I'm doing for my community. We have a lot of issues, especially with BIE, the federal law 25 CFR. We have to understand that. So area ben hijatis to Jonah curriculum you because some school don't have it, you know. Even BIE wasn't the long contract school ya but the only no. What are the such a audition? Close to, I would say, about 15 years in the school board. Even now, I did shutly stay koshik in Senegi. Yeah. Eden Hijabe had this jeto. Nihishi Jian hike and la. Yeah. Nihishi that. Sit at it, Rose Graham is a wait extra out of which other has okay. Yeah, which other has okay. I'm just kidding. Thank you.
Honorable Curtis Yanito. Okay. All right. I think that's the conclusion of our questions. So with that, I'll go ahead and give you the floor back, Chanela, Ms. Noble, and then once you complete your response, we'll move on to the next one. Item number 5, presentation. Chanela, Ms. Noble.
Oh, here, tonight, nice to kick away the lab, Bohujil, go here. Ado, the curriculum will yagi, the framework, the kin halon, Pansis case beyond does athlete, I don't hadalia, the ishlako, the nebzat, the ne, ve all in the ne, kate nan, ado ne, at egg, character development, ado, the ne. Not the ashlako hadalia standards will yego. Could post double cahod soje nal benachet nal ego di dots got a sign lay haton lay na kids at dash day of tagi big baby has ani kate na no senilodi you hit off no kate senil a coni hito da hot ashlako di hadalia at what's at neligi hata haton lay trajet day of tagi. Ado di do has traje da yo tragi adon hast edon le na il traje hot out at casen nil ako di and lako ako tra na lo biasin nil iran na lo hatelia de shiningi nde of trae bo old trap las ago abe bit the hodni hashit de do lilki hashit neshti zengi joda atsko elchinya it the horse ball tragedy go show the shlachin nai or artin zone not so speak out up and city case go hot hajdi it open the ban haja ago hajdi a ko di tra and zit da hot ke hol jishkun le nast dizzy oje aj old atol a ko hot national oil abe alt in lingi yisi be boholni tole the nebzadin al tinigi a konden hi kodon hi khaz angi di talt ya David Scott Ado Berna Thomas Rita Jones Claw ya talt di old go yitra trandakha di heshi hajo curriculum had do niliki la nanes go age at halito ado if old had trandat ko nish akot ya panahot kati to old khata ko tata panadut ati to ebinina peso workhead di ko abject salado le ko din juno hade do li khatne cho ni pansisti ko tahna haidita the shingi ko ayin hala chich is law ends and khash aji agonadnish akoti ya aja peso basenel tata ya pa alt khait ape alt khaya tasataki a large in tech case got the deed nebizard hajon hapoho ato le deal sa de nilzen do le nizen go besot asati yani the ato dishingo deed and the mod a lech aj asati no beso yaj yahash ni ato hut aben na an hut ado has ako pahaz ko di ado do ede bishna an nishtan de koje public school will yegi ye kuje yo tobel gaut zoje yo toje aje ol de kuishi ado central consolidated Bloomfield Aztec on lebes dilas nelje ad hot ad baka nature ad na hakakodan hilna hod di talt kon de ka akod yisi na nish tsago hot da inni stone dot out dalnish ko ba hensen do da la at kiso ba hensen ge nin halchin la na danzen adon hito on hin hasla amasan ni tlengi amani tlengi amayaj ni tlengi eta ni tlengi halchin benat nek ejel ki go en hits adon na yilla do pa na old got able nas ago pasala dan dit an hit an hit yan hits ado o ato le jo hot en hin hasala ni he na ata nitle amasan amani tlengi ni hits ado dit ado la na winzen akon so HEHSC do le ado di could chief manualito ningi could chinale button ato le eshi aji ye ni chief manualito.
Yeah, so another the honorable members of the Health, Education and Human Services Committee, Chair James, and and the question was about providing the criteria for Chief Manuelito Scholarship. And in the rules, it does say that 1 unit of Navajo language and 1 unit of Navajo government is required, in addition to ACT scores above 21. And it's back on. You good? Yeah. Okay. So as I was saying, 1 unit of Navajo language, 1 unit of Navajo government, ACT score, which is right out of high school. Nana, once they're in college, they've completed 1 year of college courses, 24 credit hours with a 3.0 GPA. I'm not touching it. The battery is going out, I think. So we have a lot of Chief Manuelito scholars, and a lot of them earn the scholarship while they're in school, in college. And then so there's two different ways to qualify for the Chief Manuelito scholarship. Ado
Testing.
for you, Mike. So the cost of the registration is over $700. And it was believed that Onsfa Dodi was paying for those courses. And we do not pay for those courses. We're not involved in the cost of the courses or where the students take them. We receive the transcripts when students apply for funding. We receive the transcripts from high school. We also accept when they go to a college or university to get those courses. We accept those. They also take them online. Those are also acceptable. And the institutions that provide courses are non-Navajo. Why are we paying outside sources? So I answered that. And most high schools on or near the Navajo Nation provide Navajo language and government courses. For students in high school that do not have Navajo courses, they have the online options, and they can take those from Dana College, NTU, or any other college or university. And then when the Chief Manuelito Scholarship was created, there was an online high school out of Utah that used to provide a lot of the courses, and a lot of the educators were Navajo educators. And the online high school is no longer offering those courses, and the Navajo educators have retired. So Nana transcript. The official transcripts are required. They can be on, it'll show up on the high school transcript, or if it's an online, they'll send us. If we receive the transcript directly to the scholarship office, we'll consider that official, as long as it's not coming from the student, or if it comes from the student, it's in a sealed envelope. We consider that to be official. So regarding the ACT and SAT testing, in many cases, it's true. However, ACT scores are used because it determines academic ability of the student. And that's the reason why it is used. If we're going to change that, then we need another alternative. We have the Chief Manuelito Scholarship Award Ceremony coming up on July 28th, and you're all invited. You'll see all the students. They get like 2 or 3 minutes to introduce themselves and their families and say a few words in Navajo. Kodiyet, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Noble, does that complete your response? Okay, thank you. With that, again, moving on to the next presenter, Dr. Shayla Yellowhair.
Hi, everybody. Let me go ahead and share the PowerPoint once more so we can Again, my name is Shayla Yellowhair. I am from Fort Defiance, Arizona, born and raised. I went to school in Fort Defiance up until 8th grade, and then I went to a college preparatory school in California. I spent a year studying Spanish in Spain, Zaragoza, Spain. And then I went to college in France, 1 year in France for college, and then I went to college in Massachusetts. So at one point I was pretty proficient in Spanish and French. I say all of that because in my story, and before I get into all of this, one of the things that comes up a lot is whether or not I can speak Navajo. And the answer is no. And I am a product of the 1990s educational policies that proceeded to make a decision for kids in my generation to know English before we know Navajo, to be able to read, write English so that we could get more funding for the public schools in Arizona. Now, those decisions are out of my hands, and I've come to a point, and again, I say this because this is a part of my identity and this is who I am. And one of the things that I often feel as a millennial and on the leadership team within Doty is the fact that I can't speak Navajo fluently and I don't always understand can often be seen as something that is negative. And I have had to work very, very hard to get to a point where I am able to love all parts of who I am. And so the decision to put me in an advanced gifted and talented track versus the Navajo immersion track at Fort Defiance Elementary School in 1990 was made by my parents. And they were working through their own trauma, whether or not they realized it, but they just replicated their own trauma for the fact that they also had to speak English in order to be successful. So when we're working and when we talk about education now, and when we talk about the importance of Diné language and speaking our language, I understand it. I also want to make sure that we're clear that there's in some ways, I am a representation of a majority of our students now. And so with that, the work that I do has a lot to do with ensuring that the schools that we work with within Doty, but also within the boundaries of Navajo Nation currently meet a certain bar of excellence. Apart from my educational background, I was a special education teacher for 6 years. I am a certified special education teacher in the state of Arizona. I've worked in New Mexico for 5 years as a special education teacher. I've also coached administrations, teachers. I've worked with the state of New Mexico Indian Education Department. And so I've worked on multiple, the different systems of education when we come to talk about Navajo and Native education. So my particular department, you all have heard from me in the past month because you approved, thank you very much, my plan of operations to create or to bring us back Cognia Navajo Nation. One, it was a name change, but also it was to bring us into a full affiliate status. One of those ways to, one of the reasons behind the full affiliate status is to ensure that, and this is the timeline that's up on the screen, to ensure that we are able to have the autonomy to evaluate schools and to make sure that we have, or another level of autonomy to evaluate even ourselves, because there are some, there's a lot of opportunity to look at if we do become an SEA, how do we internally set those policies? And so the work that I do has a lot to do with evaluation, with rubrics, and with performance. So this is my staff. It's myself. I have my administrative assistant, who is Candace Sosi. Claudia Edgewater, who is currently our acting superintendent, is the principal education specialist. And then I have one position that's vacant. Our office requires our staff to be certified. And so because I've brought in highly qualified people. So before, we also had another person who was also put into acting superintendent. And prior to that, we had Dr. Davis, who was also superintendent qualified. So my staff seems to be pulled out of Cognia a lot to be put in the leadership because we're unable to keep well, superintendent. There are a lot of issues there. But that's one reason why. So you'll see, I've worked with Claudia for about, 2 years now, Claudia. And Candace Ossie has been in my office for 4 years. She also, in addition to, so just as a note, we have a position within Navajo as the education program manager, administrative assistant, and then principal education specialist. We also have roles within the Cognia organization. So I am a director of Navajo Nation. Candace is an analyst / coordinator, and then Claudia works with schools as a primary training professional services person. So again, just a quick history at a glance. These are the major areas. We are often called NCA. Even on the agenda, we're called NCA, which is the North Central Accreditation Commission, HEHSC, NCA HEHSC. So NCA HEHSC still exists. It's the actual accreditation arm. However, Cognia is, as an organization, is the umbrella organization, and one of those arms underneath that is NCA. So we ourselves do not accredit the schools. We are a partner in the work, and it is the responsibility of the school and their leadership team to ensure that they have processes in place to meet our standards. We have a 3-phase improvement process, and this is a part of the new protocol. And again, I gave you this information, so this is just super high level. We have a self-assessment phase, which is typically 12 months. From there, we hold the accreditation review, which is now all virtual, but it can be from any time from February to May. And then 2 years after they receive their accreditation review report and the status, schools are required to do a progress review. So these are the 3 phases. I did also give you the last time that I was in front of the committee, the list of the 6-year cycle. So if you have any questions on those specific schools and when they're up, you can email those, and I can respond to you in writing about specific schools. We do go off of the continuous improvement system. So this is just, again, a high level. And I would like to also point out one of the major criticisms and conversations that we have even within DOTI, within our leadership teams, is how do we, well, I guess the main criticism is that is that Cognia is an outside organization and is not Navajo, right? As we go through this work, one of the things that I am super aware of is that, yes, the name Cognia is an outside organization. We are provided the authority to do the work of Cognia within the Navajo Nation, so following this continuous improvement system. However, this is aligned to the Diné philosophy of learning. So if you look at the top, you have envisioning, then you go into planning, then you go into implementing, and then evaluating. So we are asking schools to think, plan, do, and reflect. We're asking them that no matter what they're doing in their plans, they need to think, plan, do, and reflect. And so while we have different words that we're using, we're saying the same message. And then just as a final note, one of the things that I am working on to, I guess, meet the challenge of indigenizing the work that we do is to look at the standards that schools there's 30 standards, and we have 4 key characteristics. If you look at those standards, they're not revolutionary. They're talking about social emotional learning. We're talking about safety. We're talking about best practices for leadership. We're talking about stakeholder voice. And so the things and the requirements and standards that we have within Cognia are things that schools should already be doing. Another criticism, just to kind of, and maybe not a criticism, but more of like something that we hear often is DOTI asks for this document for reauthorization, and then BIE asks for this, and now Cognia asks for this. Yes, we do. Do you have it? Yes, you do. So let's make sure that that's a high quality so that you're not redoing it every single time we ask for it. right? We're working on the processes. So my role within Doty as a program manager and on the leadership team is also to look at our internal processes and align to those best practices and organizational changes that we need to have. So that's what my program does right now. And again, if there's anything specific about schools, I can respond to that in writing. Thank you.
What I late at hitting the object or late now. Wow. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Yellowhair. Dan Hitlerhausen. Committee members, are there any questions? Committee members going once, going 3 times. I skipped number 2. With Ella, no questions. So with that, good job, Dr. Yellowhair. Moving on to next presenter, Office of Special Education and Rehabilitation Service, Paula Sines.
Good afternoon, Yate. Paula Sines, Nishia, Kin Cheat, Nishendo, Toheglini, Bashichin, Hanagani, Dashichedo, Ashin Dashanala. I'm originally from Crystal, New Mexico, same place as Dr. Clark. Our program has a long history of providing and advocating for adults with disabilities, Navajo adults with disabilities. We used to be called Navajo Vocational Rehabilitation Program back in the day. That was the only single grant that the program developed, and it was a very important grant to provide access and program accessibility for and services to Navajos with disabilities. I've been the program director here with Department of Education since 2017, but I've been on board with staff much longer than that. And we continue to expand the scope of services based on the need. We are now Office of Special Ed and Rehabilitation Services. We don't provide direct special education services. I want to make that clear. We do provide preschool special education services with early intervention. So the Department of Education is not just about K-12. Education is not just about Head Start to adult services. We are about providing early childhood services to infant and toddlers because of the importance of brain development and the importance of early childhood development of children before they get into kindergarten, before they get into Head Start. So impacting the development of children. So now OSERS is a compilation of services. Next slide. I just want to start with our oldest program, which is vocational rehabilitation. Vocational rehabilitation is a grant. So what when I mention a compilation of services, we are about blended funding from federal and state and private programs. We know that the funds through Navajo Nation are dwindling, so our program makes the effort to apply for various grants through the federal government, state government, and private sources. So vocational rehabilitation is a grant from U.S. Department of Education, and we work with people with disabilities to seek employment, to get employed. As you know, people with disabilities face many challenges seeking employment, and actually accessing services, facilities, and so forth on the Navajo Nation and throughout the country. We have vocational rehabilitation counselors and rehab technician staff who provide direct services. Services can include counseling and guidance, vocational training, on-the-job training, transportation, to name a few. Navajo Nation should be proud because we were the first vocational rehabilitation program across the country. The efforts of Dr. Elmer Guy and others within Doty, who were leaders at the time, helped change federal legislation to incorporate American Indian Vocational Rehabilitation Services in the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 as amended. So Navajo Nation paved the way to be the first tribal vocational rehabilitation program. Now there's 93 programs across the country. And again, to provide culturally appropriate and responsive services to adults with disabilities. State vocational rehabilitation programs still exist within state federal partnerships. We also have memorandums of agreements with those state vocational rehabilitation agencies in Arizona, Utah, and New Mexico. I want to move next to the next program, which is the trust funds. Navajo Nation adopted and trust funds in 1985 to include trust funds for people with disabilities. The trust funds includes three parts. The first part is to establish an advisory council. Those advisory council members advocate, advise, and they're appointed by the president of the Navajo Nation. Those positions are people with disabilities, they are parents of children with disabilities, and service providers, and they represent the 5 agencies throughout the Navajo Nation. The second part of the trust funds is to establish independent living services. Independent living services is to provide services to Navajo individuals with significant disabilities. So these individuals may not be going to work, so we provide physical access like ramps, widening doors, and those types of services for adults with significant disabilities. The third part is we grant out a portion of the funds. We only use the accrued interest of these trust funds that have been established. And right now they have dwindled to about 300,000 to 350,000 that we are allowed to use. We only use the accrued interest. So the trust funds are established to also provide direct grants to develop an infrastructure across the Navajo Nation for adults and children with disabilities. I want to go on to early intervention. We have a program called Growing in Beauty. This is the program that provides early intervention services. The focus is to provide child find and early identification of children, screening and evaluations, parent training, and direct services. 60 tribes across the country receive these grants directly from the Bureau of Indian Education. Prior to 1991, when they changed Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, the Bureau of Indian Education was administering these funds. So now 60 tribes, including Navajo Nation, are responsible for implementing services birth to age 5. And again, we collaborate with the state agencies and the state programs that serve infant and toddlers with developmental disabilities. Again, a child is determined eligible. We assign a service coordinator. The service coordinator provides an individualized family service plan. The IFSP, which is called, lists the functional outcomes or goals and strategies to improve that child's development who has a developmental concern. So the child might have a physical or mental disability. They were born that way. They were born premature. So we work with infant and toddlers, and again, to change those outcomes. So when they get to school, when they get to preschool, that we turn around those outcomes for the child to be able to learn. The next program is home visiting. Again, home visiting services are primarily funded by a Health and Human Service grant. Funds are to operate an evidence-based home visiting program, serving expectant families and parents with young children, age birth to kindergarten. We support home visiting. To strengthen families support that have young children, and we participate in building. We provide also evaluation of our programs. So again, this program, we employ parent educators or home visitors to provide the direct services. Currently, we're using the Parents as Teachers curriculum to provide those services. The next program on the list is called Indigenous Launch. Launch is a Health and Human Service grant funded by U.S. Health and Human Services. Launch stands for Lincoln Actions to Unmet Needs for Children's Health. This grant works on social, emotional development and learning. We're promoting physical, social, emotional, cognitive, and behavioral development of children. Again, we work with families, very young, that have children of very young age to focus on social and emotional well-being of these children, including infant mental health consultation, in early childhood and education programs. We strengthen families Skills, parenting skills were currently adapted, the positive Indian parenting to include teachings of Navajo Diné positive Indian parenting. That's the curriculum we are using, and I believe it's out of the National Indian Child Welfare Act. So those are a brief summary of all our programs. I want to again stick to the slides and the agenda. We have a number of staff, close to 60 staff across the Navajo Nation. We have offices in all the agencies, including Farmington. We don't have office space in Shiprock, so we are in Farmington. And we also have a office in Gallup. Going forward, we are applying for additional grant funds. We put in for 4 grants through Arizona First Things First, who also focuses on services to very young children. We're receiving a grant on developmental concerns, providing service coordination. We have a map that we developed with all the early childhood programs across the Navajo Nation. We can share the website with you. The service coordinator will work with families to connect them to services. We also applied for a home visiting grant for children with developmental concerns. And then we're submitting a grant on home visiting that is due to First Things First on June 16th. Just in closing, I just want to highlight a couple of legislations that the council has passed that we are working with our advisory council on. The one that was approved that I want to highlight is the Civil Rights Act for Individuals with Disabilities of 2018. And the Civil Rights Act, again, the legislation number is CJY 6318. And again, it's looking at employment, that people with disabilities should not be denied employment through personnel management due to not being provided reasonable accommodations at their job site or upon hire to be able to provide reasonable accommodations. In addition, the funds that were set aside through UUFB funding, I believe was over 13 million. The tracking number that I could find is 010722B and F. It's B and F, I'm sorry, 010722, and B and F set aside these funds to provide physical access to facilities across the Navajo Nation. And I believe they were working with facility management on these funds, but the legislation was assigned and the funds were assigned to general services. So I would recommend that, again, that these funds and legislations that have been passed, that we build on those and find out where we're at with all of these pieces of legislation. So that concludes my presentation, and I stand for questions.
Yeah, thank you for that information, and then also sharing the concept of, you know, how you assist now for families with children that are with disabilities, achieving those levels of independence, self-sufficiency, and the opportunities that you guys put in there for disabled children in Chicago. And I look forward to seeing your budget, since it's budget season again, and to see how much funding your department is receiving. I always have tremendous respect towards Navajo children that are disabled, adults that are disabled, because those are the ones that aren't able to really speak up for themselves. Akoko, it's going to be a very interesting piece that I would like to see on behalf of Dodie when it comes to budget. And I always do my best to try to advocate as hard as I can for disabled individuals. So thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. Committee members, are there any questions? Honorable Helena Nesbigay. Shade?
Oh, yeah, Nana. Kwegi not the dish Kittenson. I'm from the Western Agency, laid and then on the border town of Page, Arizona. Ako. I was I worked with an adult disability there. They were in Flagstaff for so many years and they wanted to come home and they did. Ako aye go picha na hotio. Not aj asane ado bahasti la hasli le isnat aj ako. Ako Tuba City je picha contact and they need to help them out. I fail or they fail me or I might have failed them, but no services was given to them from Tuba City. So I went with the state chico and they respond to me. And the state is who I work with. And now they go 30 miles to get service in Page. Ako, they live in Kaibito. That's on the reservation. So, you know, but this is out in the field. This is what I encountered. Ako, and then we get, when also I just request for services for the kid, for some younger adults over there that with disability, just to go to Page. So now they're getting services from Page. So that bus na luwo, and they get the bus they get picked up and they get bused into Page. Ako beso ajugo hinte off the reservation for them to care for our disabled adults. Though younger children too, I did reach out to Tuba. I left so many messages. I never got a response back. And I didn't know where their location was. So Obiketeya. And then I just went with the state. I didn't go on the because you see, they needed help. Ako eya hote e hadate out the yida. Shabbat and the hodi ahto. You can't touch it just at all. Eya what he
Honorable Yanito.
Yeah, not at all. Yeah. I have a question later. Do your slide here. Your last page, combine home visitors, those staff intervention. Arizona, though, New Mexico, they were caught. Is there for Utah too?
Thank you, Honorable Yanito. Honorable Dr. Andinez.
Oh, thank you, Chair. And to Ms. Inez for providing the information. I do have a question related to data and the collection of data for services across Navajo Nation, specifically regarding the programming and services. I think oftentimes when we talk about education, we overlook our students with these challenges as well as our adults. And part of my role here in assuming and vying for this position was to help bring some of those services back to Navajo. And for one good example is American Sign Language with our higher education departments. I think that is much needed. And, you know, Honorable Helena Nesbigay talked about a lot of the services with this respect that go off Navajo. And I think it's time that, you know, we're pursuing options that bring these services to Navajo because we understand that there are a lot of our children and our adults who face these types of challenges. So data is a huge thing for me. I've been compiling it, especially as it relates to the Upper District 18 area. And then the other is iLaunch. I understand, and maybe I'm incorrect on this, but I know that many times you'll see iLaunch at many of the events. So to my colleagues here as well, I think, you know, there can be some correspondence with Ms. Inez's OSERs and, you know, getting the word out in these types of services that are available as well to your region. So I just wanted to make those note, but also ask that specific question. Thank you, Chair.
Committee members, are there any other questions? If not, again, thank you, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez and Honorable Yanito, Honorable Helena Nesbigay. With that, I will go ahead and go back to our presenter. Once she is done with her response, we'll move on to the next presentation, Dorlichliko. So with that, Ms. Paula.
Thank you for those questions and thank you for your attentiveness and staying with me with my presentation. So with regards to Tuba City, they do serve that western side of the Navajo Nation. We also have an office in Kayenta. With Tuba City, we've been homeless, if you will, due to building being renovated. So where the chapter house is, there's an old Tuba City Industrial Laundry that was in front of the chapter house. We're renovating that building to be set up for staff, to be a parent-child resource center, to be a resource center on that western side of the Navajo Nation. We're running into some various issues regarding, I won't go into all the detail, but hopefully by the fall, we can move back into that building. Staff have been utilizing office space with the Center for Independent Living there that's called Assist to Independence. They've been utilizing various office spaces to be contacted. So apologize for them not being able to, you not being able to get connected with them. Our VR counselor there is Marinez Gamble, and I will get with her regarding information and having a consistent place to receive the referrals and to be contacted. So with regards to your question, that's my response. With regards to Utah, we do have individuals who serve those areas of Utah. However, San Juan School District has been the primary entity that, so our staff are located in these offices, Farmington being the closest to southern Utah, and then our Kayenta office being closest to Utah. So it's not that we don't serve families and children in Utah. It's just that we don't have an office in Utah. And I can see that this doesn't say that, so we will adapt our future presentations to include Utah. For a long time, we have had a close working relationship with San Juan School District. They are responsible for providing preschool special education services. They were also responsible for serving infant and toddlers, but now they gave the infant and toddler program back to the Department of Health. So we're working with Utah Department of Health to provide services as well. But our staff do cover the Utah area. With regards to Dr. Andy Nez's question, we do have data. I mean, as you know, with all these grants, we have to provide annual performance reports. We have to provide outcome data. As you know, that we administer ages and stages questionnaires, which look at child development, where they are at in their areas of development. And so when we develop programs, we look at child development areas again. So there are a number of outcomes that we track. And so I guess we have those data available. Again, just making sure that we can present it to you in a way that, or provide it to you in a way that it's clear as to how many, when we say number of children served, you know, what does that mean? On an IFSP, Individualized Family Service Plan, on a on an individual plan under home visiting. So we do have those data. We're open to looking at any and all resources that can be brought back to the Navajo Nation. There used to be sign language training programs, interpreter training programs, and there still are that exist out there. I know they were looking for trilingual interpreters, individuals that speak English, Spanish, Navajo, and then training them to do sign language in those areas. It's much needed. Services for blind individuals is much needed. So however we can collaborate with ideas to get those training programs here on the Navajo Nation. I think University of Arizona, University of New Mexico still have interpreter training programs for sign language, Pima Community College as well. I think that they do have bachelor's programs if you get a degree in sign language interpreting, and it is much needed because we often have to bring interpreters from Flagstaff area. And oftentimes we get requests from the courts to provide sign language interpreting. We're utilizing video conferencing as now that we can do through Zoom. The clarity of sign language interpreters is fairly good now when we use Zoom to utilize interpreters from the city or from Flagstaff. So that's also an option, having the individual on Zoom to do the sign language interpreting. So I hope that answers your questions, and I'll move on to the next presenter, who is Rose Graham.
Yeah, thank you for that. Really quick on committee members, I just wanted to let you know that I know I received an email from Ms. Claudia Edgewater in regards to the board member meeting requests on Navajo School Board, and the dates that are suggested are June 28th and June 29th. I believe we do have a HEHSC meeting already scheduled June 28th. So if I don't know if you guys can make the arrangements to have our meeting here at 20 Arrows on June 28th. That would be something that I would like to have you guys think about, committee members. If not, then we can look at June 29th as well. So just something for you guys to think about the time being while I go to the next presenter. Which one you guys want to do, and we'll go from there when we get to that particular item under announcements. So with that, moving on, Office of Navajo Nation Scholarship and Financial Assistant on Shema, Ms. Rose Graham.
Nana Shea Kia Anin Shlo Sadeshkijni Bashishchin do Todich Dashinalado Taba Dashiche do Navajo Nation Scholarship Office Banashish. Navajo Nation Scholarship Office is a Public Law 93638 program and provides financial assistance and scholarship to enroll members of the Navajo Nation for support in post-secondary educational goals, to receive a certificate, undergraduate degree, graduate degree, doctoral degrees. Services are provided through the offices throughout 5 agency offices throughout the Navajo Nation. Tuba City, Chinle, Window Rock has Fort Defiance Agency, Crown Point, and Shiprock. And also the funding for the 638 contract is January to December, which is related to Challenge 1. The federal budget is not received on time, or we receive continuing resolution 1 and 2, and sometimes they'll stretch it out to 3 and 4. this year in 2023, the federal budget was approved in December, but we didn't receive the remainder of our budget until April. And by then, we're well into the spring term funding. So the solution that we have is an administrative fix, which is for, and we've been doing this every year for many years, and to have the controller, and it is in our contract. It's an approved process for the controller to authorize the Navajo Nation Scholarship Office to receive Navajo Nation funding. They give it to different names. Sometimes it's an advance. Sometimes they call it floating Navajo Nation monies, but we get Navajo Nation funds while we are waiting for our federal dollars. And the process is a lengthy process, even though it requires a memo request from the superintendent to be signed by the controller. Ado OMB HEHSC, they sit on documents until we have to get the president's office involved. The other part of it is a federal process that we are working on, which is to forward fund the federal budget that we receive, which forward funding would might 2 years in advance, and then the funds would be available in July. And
I think it's IT that's sitting really close.
the light on this one is green. Don't move, Brent. So forward funding, as I said, is going to, if approved, it requires congressional authorization first and then appropriation. So we've been at it for more than 10 years. And this year we have Senator Mark Kelly, who is going to introduce the legislation, and Senator Mark Mullen from Oklahoma is going to be the co-sponsor. So a bipartisan bill is what we've been searching for a long time. So we have the support of the Oklahoma tribes to make that happen. And so on the federal level, that's what we're working on. And the BIE said that they were going to write language in the Green Book about forward funding, but we didn't see it this year. So hopefully it'll come out in 2025. Ado, thank you for the information on the DPM processes. Our biggest challenge is related to the Office of the Controller, OMB, contracts and grants, and the Department of Personnel Management. Just real briefly, if maybe we could sit down and really go through these processes thoroughly. So you could maybe like oversight hearings. When the administration as well as the legislature, di pantahuilne, there are so many things that we could do with additional grant funding, more personnel. I'm trying to hire 2 college students, and DPM, even though they're in the business of personnel processing, they said they couldn't, I couldn't just send an application, they would just process it. I have to write a memo and ask them to, for a qualification assessment. And those things usually, turnaround is usually like a day, no more than 2 days. These are going on for like 3 weeks. And it's just a lot of, it's a waste of time and resources. And we go through a lot of double work, and we go through a lot of writing justifications. So we really need some help in that area. Maybe the committee could have a oversight hearings. I think that's the only way it's gonna move, if we air out everything, or we could submit all our where we could submit all our evidence and give the information, because the processing of personnel policies I not been done, and the question or one line at a time in groups go yana. You know, just a simple directive that says, you know, give the authority to hire back to the programs, give the authority to determine who's qualified back to the programs, as well as classifications. We should be able to classify and decide what kind of positions we need. And we send documents over there asking for class to reclassify positions or classify a new position. They take anywhere from a year, 2, 3, or it never gets done. We provide direct services, and it's related to the structure of the Navajo Nation government. DODI is a direct services division, and OOC, OMB, DPM, they're supposed to be support to direct services programs. But you didn't cross your T, or you didn't say ask me in your memo to do my job, then because of that, you have to redo it. You know, we have to redo budget forms. It's just a lot of busy work that they put us through. So AI yisiki naha hanugobi the to is ashon additional, and you have a commitment to make some change. Just, you know, I've asked every administration, even if you just simplify the DPM process, give us access to their database, their portal. We can do that work. And that's a major, major accomplishment. We could hire so many people, and years and years and years. So for the Navajo Nation to have the we have the technological capability to modernize our processes. You probably heard about the 6B rollout and P cards. all we're doing is OOC's job. That's what we're doing. Nal sos adiyin dal nisha anhe da set anhis. No, we still have to submit paperwork. When we do a purchase requisition, we, in addition to doing everything online, we still have to submit the paperwork. We need a modern, updated system ahead.
Yeah, thank
Oh.
you. Shema, Ms. Graham. Is Ms. Lowe here? No, I don't see her. Okay. Thank you. Quite a presentation anoning glako regarding Office of Nation Scholarship and Financial Assistant. Although we have the PowerPoint here before us, and then the information, your program summary, your challenge, and then the funding and the number of students served, and then your profile. So we have those information. So with that, committee members, are there any questions in regards to Scholarship and Financial Assistant Office? We do have the PowerPoint here. Just to let you know, we're Shema, Ms. Graham, before I go to Honorable Toth, is that we're trying to figure out a solution regarding DPM. Of course, the reason why I was asking for Ms. Lowe is I don't know if we can move forward with just doing a quick dropping legislation to give you that authority to start drafting your plan of operation if you guys want to run your own human resource department, creating your own plan of operation. Or do we continue just to wait for DPM and say, see what they recommend as well? So, she's not here. So I think if traditional branch can run their own HR, I think certain departments can, just as long as there's a plan of operation that is established and approved that will give you a guide. So Ms. Lowe, thank you. My question was, how much authority does HEHSC have, or as a lawmaker, to immediately draft a legislation to give that open door to departments to start creating or drafting their plan of operation, for them to establish their own human resource department within their department, to alleviate some pressure, some duties from Department of Personnel Management. I know to some extent departments will still have to work with Department of Personnel Management, but as of today, what can we do immediately to give that open doors to departments to start drafting possibly a plan of operation on how they would run their own human resource section within their own department? Ms. Lowe?
Okay, so not sure if you're looking for a full service human resources department, or what the impetus for this was, other than maybe doing processing and evaluating of applications more quickly. But for example, the Department of Justice this was years ago, they did a training with DPM, and so DOJ is able to review their own applications that come in. So people that apply for the positions at the Department of Justice, the attorneys at Department of Justice, some of them were trained to be able to look at the applications and make the evaluations. And so that's not done by legislation. That's something that was done just administratively. So that's one way to approach it. But as far as if you're looking for a full service HR department, I don't think that's going to be quite that easy. I would have to do a lot more research to figure that out. Chair.
Thank you again for the response. I think the question is in regards to just opening the door for them to start the plan of operation, to draft plan of operation. Right now, they really can't start a process to drafting a plan of operation, but just think about it. I know it's something that would require research. If it's doable, I think one of us here at HEHSC can drop that legislation and provide that opportunity for open doors and see what kind of plan of operation we would receive from these departments that would like to take over human resource and to run their own human resource section within their own department. So, I know there's several things that, there's several things that are extended, like even in the personnel policy manual, background check, gaming is excluded, and then also public safety is excluded. But if we continue to do that, then that creates all of this confusion, and that doesn't go back to being consistent again as trying to figure out how to resolve this issue and problem that we're continuously running into with our departments hiring individuals. I think it's been a very long process trying to figure out what steps can be taken, and I think one step is that. And number two is in regards to, depending on how departments would set up their own plan of operation, it should just indicate to me as their minimum qualification as just a high school diploma, and then just insert DOE depending on experience, and then from there generate the salary schedule. But for certain positions, just have a cap of what the maximum salary should be for those positions. But again, it's the programs that create these positions, and it's the programs that has the funding, and they allocate that funding for those positions. Those fundings do not belong to Department of Personnel Management. And so those are some very interesting conversation that eventually we'll get into, but for the time being, how do we assist the departments to start to provide that open doors to create plan of operation through legislation to start working on establishing their own human resource section. So I know it's something that's it's the last minute, but just put it on your to-do list, Ms. Lowe, and see what kind of response you can give back to the HEHSC committee. So thank you very much. Honorable Toth.
Thank you, Chair. Members of HEHSC, also our staff here. Go Shayway. That was what I was going to say. At least have the attorney to do a research along with Ms. Graham to give us a report back to the next meeting, see if that can be done. So I would like to recommend that this information, or this rough draft idea of if we need to draft drop legislation, so I would recommend that. So chair, so given some our attorney to work on it and present it to us at the next meeting. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, Ms. Lowe, there's been a request from Honorable Toth. I'm assuming that would be within the next 10 days to give us an answer at our next HEHSC meeting, which would be June 14th. And so if we're, I think we're okay with that. So, and I don't think our legal advisor has a concern regarding it too. If she does, she'll email us or get in contact with us. So thank you for that recommendation. See what we can do regarding that issue for human resource to have departments run their own human resource section. So with that, I will go down the listing. Honorable Dr. Andy Ness.
Yes, thank you, Kadoshima Rose, for the presentation. And I just have a couple of questions. The first one is, where does the Navajo Nation scholarship, and perhaps this is a policy question or maybe it's non-existence, but I received a phone call at one point asking that a student who was at the age of 14, who was being homeschooled, wanted assistance from the ONSFA to support the classes that he was taking online, I believe it was. So is there a policy, and just educate me on that that area where it is allowed or not allowed for an individual, a student who is homeschooled, to be able to be supported by ONSFA if that individual is taking courses, higher education courses. And then the second is also another concern. Does ONSFA approve all of the programs, or is there sort of a difference when it comes to scholarship requests based on what the student is going into their degree? For example, here, the cyber operations, I was informed that because it was not listed as applied science, that the student was unable to get support from the Navajo Nation. So is there a difference between what a student enrolls into for their degree program, or is this free for all despite whatever the program that the student is enrolled to? And also, I'm fully in support of forward funding. When I was in DC a couple of months ago, I did bring to the Tribal Interior Budget Council the need for forward funding, not only for higher education, but for the Johnson O'Malley program as well. So I continue to commit to that and to share that, and it makes the most sense to me to forward fund so that we're supporting our students this way. So I just wanted to make those comments, but ask those additional questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Nez. Committee members, are there any other questions, comments? Going twice, going 3 times. So with that, Shema, I'll give you the floor back to respond after you complete your response. So we'll move on to the next presentation. The floor is yours, Shema. Ms. Graham.
To Dr. Nez, your question on a student, there are rules in federal Pell. The student is not eligible for a federal Pell grant. The student is still in high school. And so there are a lot of resources that we've offered, as well as the college where the student is at, as well as the university where the student wants to go. So for whatever reason, possibly financial, I don't have all the details, but from the Navajo Nation scholarship side, the student is they haven't applied. So that's the only way to really determine and get all the documentation. And we've just been talking to the parent. I'm working with ASU. We're going to convene a meeting with the family. There are, and then with with a lot of other resource providers there on campus. So we're trying to figure out some way to help the family. Like I said, we don't really have, other than a letter, we don't really have much to go on to really say yes or no. So but we'll figure it out. On the issue of what do you eat, Nina? Oh, the degree program. Yeah. No, the Navajo Nation Scholarship Office provides funding for vocational. We have all kinds of degrees that we fund. The biggest problem that we have though is funding. So maybe before the budget process begins, we could have that conversation. We're only funding 50% of the applications that are received. That's all applications, undergraduate, graduate, vocational. The only thing that we don't fund is like if you want to go to a conference, say you want to go to an NIEA conference or a short-term conference, we don't pay for those things. You have to, the end goal is to get a certificate or a degree. And we're also a part of the Aspirability project. So we're trying to find some innovative ways. And one of the questions that we get is, what's the return on our investment from the leadership? I think that's a very good question. So maybe we can discuss that in detail. Let that be your question and we'll figure it out together.
Shma, thanks for the response. So with that, that will complete the presentation of Office of the Navajo Nation Scholarship and Financial Assistant. With that, we will move on to Office of the Youth Development presentation. Ms. Thomas.
Thank you. Ado here, ado ko chat no anigi don kodo so a foundation home the youth do Boys and Girls Club. Kodo shiga a Alsada a Boys and Girls Club ikadezi. A kobanache a yan a bendan kitchen at Alsasi. Shea Denise Pete Thomas in Shia. Ado I've been with Dene Youth at Hastra Nakhe. Ado Benache a department manager what a Shananish Ako Le Bakai Gi a we have a 5 centers, but Tuba City AO office at a 9 staff. Ado Shiprock they have a facility. Ado Fort Defiance facility. Hello. Crown Point July 11th ko ni hit on ni ko up benanish. Ado inle do aquagi na house aigi. Kita halaning a Boys and Girls Club because what ain't the AD Chinley the office I have a total of 57 staff and we are lacking 10 that are vacant right now. And here plan of operation is still update the day next month though that's in here a DOJ goal set the change ado hustan a Department of Board of Education adoshin hitahan natolsos ako a benache ainlay recreation 8 so that's a little bit over $11 an hour each on bena a recreation coordinator jo no ohot bohotesta. Ado mini farm boys and girls club iki e hushdown hatol so e asahato hatno ohot top benat on ben on nishotoni hala e ya e le beso hich edit Atlanta Georgia de a boys and girls club yiki ako ayo anantla beso cho enigi kwagi ako e ade ya chinli biyasa bena what dol ni no ako ad is ozaji e ya herfano ade do a do biyasa ado Tuba City do crump shiprock ado Fort Defiance so it ain't done ad chin 1979 at what a chitat ado ad Peter McDonald what a ho also a benache ad ita a youth opportunities la lago what budget change nalia kainda a ya dene youth what natol ni nato ni a kobenache a ya chinigi besinte nish ado next slide please ako the priorities iki the outcomes that we have youth recreation fitness AD bits is chini gito juk what chine a the tablets jo ani hito honit adi telephones cell phones do tablets do con laptop dan deja la eya aji eya nahalo kon na chini e ayo kwaegi bichin da hasli kwaad nishni di COVID do benache e do ultrao nzao na hashish o hawanto da ultrao ako but isigi AD diabetes at alchiniaja 4 years old do ado hoteshi jo e huta bichit da huita ako benache e ba needs no AD alchina you can't nalwo again lao staff na kregi ainle ultra on da kre AD sparks will ya sparks agi ya it's just to create and to help the lifelong wellness and to provide healthy wellness to the children hala ya ultra iki ya DPE physical education iki grant school do BIE do community school yi a do sabisin da hazada hot PE ako AD staff iki aden da krigo a that's who a what's out da chinigis ado ben that a ya team building jo AD chin nkindache kon hilyahanata jo ba inzo ani what chinias the chins and ado it's like a safe haven for them to come or to our center and for them to basically learn something self-sufficient jo ade yata di nido benache eya china oho dos alton naskun yet edo jo e benache oho da eya di youth recreation fitness ado kun eya prevention do character building. We actually have 13 curriculum that we utilize overall, and that 13 curriculum migi eya le chineben sa kesigi khala eya masando bache eya biyata hosa ado ja da ata peteya ya hosa ota emata ota benache eya di parenting class igi social service e ade ngije das atas on a ado parenting class AD staffy or tagen dalnish ado benache eya Navajo culture sto kona na nasto Navajo culture gi eya it's la yego a shikodo department manager and what ashanan shish ini yo base jot kodo the staff ko AD na atzoi the ado beyati ado ala at the nebet or nish bad nigi eben nache in halchen ajia ohos ahigi AD after school program that adult chino hit on it na dinna on the khandal nashi hit on dantikin adoben that a academic achievement leil chino nkif yahanatahigi a ada after school program but grades nan dehigi nkif yahanda yitness ako a grades nan dehigi kodo arts so incentive petit nile a betranatne Ado benache eya jono na eat like every 9 weeks a hotel centers or hotel the yoshi Ado konagi a providing opportunities to very variety of programs ishkano a the workforce Ado behavioral health Ado diabetes program AD kwagi the neta nati jaho kwagi in nail ado ani do a yahostan hito need AD the na ba zay bena nahaga aja sto hostan hito ni ado sto unity sto ari hostan sto hito ni benache aya din nakaalchen kit nahanata hiki Jo ya hajo bichi yatye ado benache a nahalchin nasko yet edo ben ye o what al a the plan of operation o what al begest here ado yego a ba hensen ho nahalchin ba huyangi dobeln deilnishin hala a ashesa zini shaltra nahashish ado benache a Analedo a masanenshli do a manshle eben nacha and saha casey gi hajo wolyani edin halchin nahan daintian centered a good job readiness at a summer youth employment naho jijo I see to laata hala a peso keep it to ye a Crown Point, Joe, we have 8 high school students, Ado 11 college students, Tuba City, A14 high school students, Ado College, A3, Fort Defiance, A3 high school students, Ado College, they didn't employ anyone, Shiprock, A24, Ado College, A7, Chinle, A15 college and high school students, A16, ako eben nache AD, contract nas de lope so H edit aho a ade hustan hit that needle ade a we do trainings for our students. Ado what our a yadi the tant nas de wagano kot our able not danish. Ado ben nache a ya Chinli, they work with 16 chapters. Out of 23 schools, 18 Head Start, and 2 child care. Fort Defiance, they work with 26 chapter out of 35 schools, public, private, and BIE, and then 15 plus Head Start Center and 3 daycare center. Shiprock, 20 Northern schools, or excuse me, 20 chapter houses, and then 39 schools. Ado, Benacha, Tuba City, 21 schools and 15 chapters. Ado, Crown Point, Tila Yugi, 36 chapters. Ado, there's a lot of schools that they help out at certain school level. Each quarter, go AD program supervisor, they assign all these out to the staff, and that's how they serve these areas. Achie ya kojo al sada ayan hilchana do all for Boys and Girls Club.
Ja, det har något så. Penna ni hit det har sig det shit shit den näns. Ado mai det skizin lo pesha jina sanje kina ishkida. Nat ot ne bash shin. ado thapa hada shi chedo chishi de ne da shinal gai ta chinli no na shano na gai ba ke ba ho zanjo e shishin adan gai chinli ge e ya the youth office a program supervisor okay e chinli a ho zogi bi ketin shi akori da na kha he sin ko are ko ni hin ha tha ko ayo ni hina nes biche kha ina snila he he ko do na ha thani do da nil ko he he do na gai den da iste gi do ko e he he hi de snil ko adon da e ya di boys and girls club is nenigi na gai hol steht a halon de na gai ship rache choi aje za kha shi hol je da e haina et e ya e in hol ya sli ado ste han kha tahnadi lokatsli ge na gai 2014 je da shne ya as Mr. President Shelley at o you disconnect na yi klasli adon da ste 2016 ada na gai in league banada ni tra no ako di ji de an hitchinly agency jin gai da ke lande ada e ya boys and girls club as ako many farms chapter but building go cho e ko chinia je e ko na hacha ako 1890 ha shi ho je da cho e na gai Harvard Connecticut ako tenne shi kaya je ya e shi o yo bi ga ya na kai ko shi sani tilt e go cho e ko e khata bates yo e ko chinia je no session lenigi shi kaya je lenigi Kain lenigi e hashin so hogan ya ta yila ado kha hol ji sli e be bichi ya thi gi ti ko a pes zen ge ke ta o thi gi e do ta ha to zi gi te go shi e ko ja ado le ben na yi ga ya na ga gi be ta no so shi ben ya e kha hol ji sli 1906 da e ya boys club e ko ta e ya o yo pe what jo ha hol ji 1931 da e ya e Boys and Girls Boys Club of America. 1990 da anda a Boys and Girls Club. Ken linigi egi yasli. So hot ela ko adoste hashe ho just 1996 da ya Boys and Girls Club Native Americans yati sli ado konzate Native Services hadlo ko Boys and Girls Club. Ede hot ela o na ke ba na hajil na ko aba hazani ya na hazani akot ya nikhil ho je khodi ko et khaz anige ya it's you know we're providing millions of kids and teens a safe place to develop essential skills ya yisibin ya ko ye ta hon zinigi adon da ya for them to have fun all day da altra ya hodi le se piro da zun da altra le ting de ja zo ho ko di se khosigi shi asian yego adon da ya be energy gi shi sa to ha you use it ho ni hin khan na cha ya get rejuvenation rekindle ni la o ya ka atra hat el zait o ka ya gina net lo I do so ha to ge to Khana to le even yeshi ja na den ko ako all day ba yathi ko di na na shi ba yathi chin ya je ni he ba hazani bod ado neden ha natta ya ko leading ke ya natta ado da ik abedi ne ko ya te sha we shi ya je ko te ko Allah je ge ata han zin ben na ho aton en ado bashin chin dan chi dan nal do adon da dit chike itle dit selke itle edigido dit an sa kisko dit tan hachit ago dit khwa inna ille adon da besse seten zengo jo grafiki jo ekwe adon da trocho ich yan cho ha yin cho ho wan kwe hun span kon il kwe ba khaya do kwe hon chal zendo ol don rit o be inal inigi ekwe ben ho ahagi ye kun shehen de ya kuj be bita yi ni hot ya ni ko nreit club de ko tela ado ko curriculum do yoj nrei Boys and Girls Club of America de the curriculum hadlo ko be na al khagi do be sala pre and post test ya so ko aba hazan ye na hadlan ntsikiz na hadlan ko hanza che en hol a hanza che onten tle edigi be hazan na hadlan ko di ko don hi the neck hansa case khile in the neck hansa case gi ko iba hazan hayos ka no de no so chahil so khosgi shabik so khosgi cho khashin so ado asa ana ke khati isla go hol adon da de DA ya il ganek asibitish as ABC do ya do ko even ho ahagi chot aso ho khosigi benal khagi khashin so go bi slagi in hishya at ko
And put it in part.
ko not the hagi inigo not so na khash evaluation ba na hal ko di chinya ja appe Abit nabedik hido ata nenigi 89% of them says that Boys and Girls Club is a safe place in the 89% across United States Club nelo in YOI no ben nalka so ko 52% ya abin shra na kitsa tahin teshtahone ko that confident ya ko 97% so 97% again they have confident to graduate from high school go audition 52% these STEMs na other STEAM art ibinana STEAM ya 52% go shin engineering position field go te shas ninigi 52% 76% on a regular base, not every day. It's not mandatory that they come here. Attendance and the creature nadi tas hey neto ananta hot apitanzon adi nekhagi aye pendel neshko hehe koke unzashe ho jijo ke ikin hal ko kunsoga ye ya an shehende bahatish nego also
Ado Benache ya Kodo the Navajo Nation close-up program huta ya $100 was the snow huta ben nahita hala ya naha shinigi nihinat ani ko the nebekega hi ka oho nahaholonigi do yaho sendasha ado ani he ho council delegate flat do yaho senda oko hajo kodobich nal ito ben hilyahan na jaho ben nacha AD unity gi adro tahol tahi gi out ako AD Boys and Girls Club gi getes ito no benahot ako ade ya ben nacha AD Girl Scout niya holo AD ko the 5 agencies gi adabas na has ado a Girl Scout holo Ado Devil Pups, AD at the Holjishigi, 35 years, Navajo Nation, Ohutal, Chine Sate ish. First time, hot Idata and lay Ana Kihinaj Aj, she Kegojan, and they Camp Pendleton, the Adishi Etraholon, Nesna. That it was 10 days she ad a Camp Pendleton. It's to give them an opportunity to be part of the Marine base and what the military is really about. Ako ado hustan na that she na dean 20 students that ako sana kahanda de ayo ilnesali ako this year 8 desk she keto a ketra AD newspaper that she weekends go date baka AD tryouts. It's a lot of fitness, physical fitness. All the years that our Navajo kids have been going to this Devil Pups program, a lot of times our kids do run very well and they're recognized there. Ako AD ko sitilit alsita aji atrahyanalnish ako a invitation gi a HEHSC committee a kitchen what they next week though you'll be expecting an invitation what aimed at a summer session hot no what that's a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Yeah, California go doka. What a devil pop seats ila yego a bonet loans. Ado the graduation do banquet on day. Ado unity a this the end of the month ain't Washington DC the ada hina day. Ado teen nights igi a nahachini high school igi at these centers. Although we have our students, 4H students, AD planning dog Dr. Ferlin Clark Italiado ala Nike Aji with our greenhouses nas the centers go and Chinigik at the tle. Although high school preparatory scholarship, Dr. Andy Nazia Hadzi Nihikoto, the Nayuthiki office, we offer that preparatory, high school preparatory scholarship. Fall yanta 328 in yenta is 112 they qualified because of the grades, because of certain documents that are required. A 112 a scholarship which what's in the AD Rehoboth do Navajo Prep do St. Michael's Preparatory do Xavier do St. Pius do Gilbert Preparatory High School. They have to be accredited in order to qualify for that scholarship. AD Dr. Shayla Yellow Hair a Ajabna initial AD Lissy Gin Han de Soso a Beso Gi Chin Bridget edit Ado Spring at a ya 278 that is Nilo 126 a Beso Gi Bridget that Benacha a ya the preparatory scholarship igi. Summer ago we have another scholarship for extracurricular AD chinin low how that atrate shato inch for the summer a budget has hot ended AD high school a ajibik estate, but we don't fund the middle school. So I hope that this gives you an insight with what we do with Dene Youth. That's a night kid ado yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the information that you shared, Ms. Denise Thomas, regarding Office Dene Youth and Boys and Girls Club of Dene Youth. Thank you for the information. Committee members, are there any questions? Honorable Jermaine Simonson, Honorable Yin Toth, and then Honorable Lina Nesbitt Dole.
Oh, I don't have quite about Department of Dene Youth. I Ecuador Shade Helena Nesbigay, she's advocating for services in rural communities, and my concern always is that you mentioned all of these agency sites, and I get that that's where your population is, and but I've worked in my community for years as well, and I've always advocated and tried to bring Department of Youth and provide programs or services to our area. And so we're rural, we're Hard Rock chapter, Forest Lake chapter, Black Mesa chapter. They're pretty far from Chinle. So you're going to build a nice facility in Chinle, but it's nearly impossible for a young person to try to utilize your services and enjoy those facilities that are supposed to be meant for them. And they're traveling 60, 70 miles one way, and a lot of times they have no transportation. So I really want to hear of some innovative and creative ways that your department is going to provide services to these rural communities. And I like the idea that you're providing some kind of scholarship funds for kids to attend different things. And I'm always a big advocate for summer camps. We don't have enough of those programs in our on Navajo, so we have to probably go outside. But there's a lot of the times that I've done work with youth, I really enjoyed sending kids like so there was the Grand Canyon River trip. There's some other programs like Unity with youth leadership. I enjoyed sending them out to those places because I wanted them to experience, some things off the reservation, also to learn new things, also to learn to be among, non-native people, and so they can, learn how to, and learn how to engage and behave and see that culture. So I'd like to see more of that. There was a group of students from Pinyan High School, about a month ago. And it was interesting, the comment I heard from their chaperones. They said these kids absolutely had no idea that there was a Navajo Nation government and that there was a council and there was office of president and vice president. And it was sad because they're all like 6th, 7th, 8th grade. They're not little. And so a lot of them mentioned that we drive by here, we drive through Window to go to Gallup. This exists here. So I mentioned that I saw that you mentioned, the government, the close-up program. And I participated in close-up when I was young, and that was a fun experience. But I also really want to, I need our young people to understand our own Navajo Nation government and how that's set up to come and visit, any of the committee meetings, to NABI, to council. And our committee did a really good job in recognizing the kids that came. That we gave them the opportunity to introduce themselves and say something to us if they wanted. So we welcome any youth. If you want to plan some field trips to our committee meeting, we welcome all kids. When I was there, I saw our council chambers. The folks that worked there, they did a really good job in taking the kids on a tour. So it was like they set up a tour for them and they told them, how some history about the building. But I believe the same thing happened in Office of President, Vice President. And those OPVP, they do a really good job in making time for youth that come to, even if you didn't have and you probably know that already, if they don't have, even if they weren't officially set up. So somebody will see them and give them a tour. And I really appreciated that as well. The other thing that when I went to visit the high school, and the reason why the visit to Navajo Nation Council is really important is also we need to educate our as young as possible the issues that we're addressing. Like one of our more critical things that as a council on Navajo Nation leadership is dealing with now is the water adjudication hearings down in Phoenix. And it was really good for me to give that information to my high schoolers and give them context as to why really encouraging them to do well if in this education system in terms of reading and writing. They got it, they understood it. And I think that gives them motivation, and that there's a reason that they're doing this, and that they're going to be in a few years, it's going to be up to them to be fighting these, and fighting for their rights to water, something as critical as water. I also just want to encourage that I saw that you have list of like seasonal activities. I don't know what you meant by that, but like this winter we dealt with a lot of, I think the three of us here, I'm not sure about my three other colleagues over here, but this winter our communities were really hit with some emergency declaration in terms of weather conditions. And every day we were getting calls about roads and about and I would really encourage, and when in your contact with youth, and maybe you already do this, but in your curriculum, make it relevant to real situations in our communities. Part of, being a young Navajo person is a kaanjalwatla, she catchalonda, a catchalonda, the nahanago, ketahatani ba hosenzindole, ado a kaadeshwat halit, o kaadeshwat. That service learning, I don't know how much service learning you do within the clubs and the programs. There's that intrinsic gratification that they receive. It makes them feel good, that they've helped somebody. They'll offer even a piece of bread to you. So real life skill, how to collect wood, even how to shovel the pathway, so that my son and Che can walk out and not have to slip, because as you know, a lot of these young folks, they don't have that type of mentor, that kind of teacher in their home. So I'm looking to you to help us with that, because then each of us all have been out into these communities and some of the homes, and where I've witnessed that there are young people living there, but how come they can't clear the path from here to the wood pile, and so doshi amasan a check ada, or the fear of they might make their young folks upset or something. So it's a on hinge kid. And then you mentioned a little bit about data evaluation, the need, and I really would like to see more of the data and evaluation, the numbers that you get in terms of who's coming to your facilities, what kind of services are they coming for, maybe their satisfaction, because I know every time we've done program evaluations, we always ask, what more do you want to see? Where can we do better? Janona is just kitla, so I'd like to see more of that data and information. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Also committee members, staff. A good presentation. We know we have those type of programs, but only if it was out in the rural area, like Orion, Counselor, and I know Western areas like that too. That would really help our kids. You have put a good program that the only people that benefits, like my area is Crown Point Eastern Agency. You have housings, and then you have established, there's a whole bunch of housing in that area. I wish all the kids gonna, go down there and register and utilize this program. But in our area, way out there in the rural areas, we need this type of program to help our kids, because all you're gonna see is kids in the housing area, and after hours stuff, after after school that what I attended. So that was a good program that I know the staff in Crown Point in general the East Gate. So there's another building being established right just west of the center there. So I would recommend if you can provide these type of training somehow, if you have power, at least once a month to all the 31 chapter, another chapter in Eastern Agency. Idi balansan ako I halang halchen o breaking dayana kato viga joy anil kunitsen. So some of these kids, their parents are, working and some are not employed. So this program would help too. And the other thing that you mentioned, Devil Puff, did you say that you're gonna send HEHSC committee down there? Just kidding. Thank you.
Okay, Nana. I say maybe like everybody's saying rural areas near what I have Copper Mine, Kaibito, Tunalia. 3 chapters out of 5 chapters are in the rural area. It would be nice that maybe, it's just a recommendation that for 1 week, maybe you can take children out of those rural areas and go camping with them or something, once a month, they schedule it to where they don't have to go back and forth to home to where, without you have them in a group. It's probably it's going to cost money, but that's what I would recommend. Another thing is that maybe the youth and the elderly center. Do integrational activities. I did that several times when I worked with the seniors, and I took them up to the boarding school, and we had a generational day to where they dance with the elderlies and with the kids, the students there. We had mutton sandwich and rye bread and things like that. It's elderly, they teach them how to do certain things. If it's in a senior center or a senior and a youth center together, they could have their weaving. It's not that they're going to both learn from each other. The Girl Scout and I wish we had more of that out in our areas too. And my question is that when do you think that we're going to have youth centers out in our areas again? If Tiba City, so, okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson, Honorable Toth, and Honorable Helena Nesbegay. Honorable Yanito.
Yate, Janoni Twindle or Neck. Arodano so Aridadas, the Shanalona, so kind of. You got that. I got a question on your 4-H. Either 4-H Kagi. How successful are you guys in that area? Because I used to be a district grazing committee in Schlinde. I try to start it in my community, but I guess, people they can't afford to do fundraising and so forth. Alet Abe, not just like start a 4-H club, because we need some cowboys and ranchers. Then my second question would be with the Boys and Girls Scout and the Niggy. How are you guys teaching that? Are you guys teaching the Western way or Navajo lifestyle survival? Every time when I go on the res, I always, check out villages, and I'm really interested in seeing some Navajo villages. Any kind of activity like that, and so that'll be my second question, because with this Boy Scout, Girl Scout thing, if you teach them in Navajo lifestyle, that deals with like cornfields and horses and so forth. That's what I'm thinking. Campground, like what Simonson asked you about too.
Thank you, Shanale, Honorable Unito. Committee members, any other questions? Any other questions? If not, going twice, 3 times. If not, I will give the time back to Office of Dene Youth Development for response. Once you complete your response, we'll move on to the next presenter now for Nation Library, Dole. So with that, Ms. Thomas, response.
Yeah, kodo na itos kidi ado nat ani do benache eya baseball saan kodoshi ben so it eya kodo sa digi rural community donanigi ad ko she colleagues sit celibate sno hot eke ad Black Mesa do community Hard Rock ajo ad the summer they'll be going out there. Although it is true, I wish we had tons and tons of money beso aya adani nandaha ado benache ad youth center ashi ani tila u beso halonshi 110 youth center nazaloshi tila bohonet zadonde jobenache aya di abohone anigit au ayak at youth center naznal ado summer camp elto aniya hot aya hadzi at STEM do STEAM jo hot aya science engineering, art, technology, and math jo aj because ad ko yin da kay at you see this summer gi Biltendale Nashigi Ada Hualont lay chapter houses go Ado community schools da ultrao ADMOA gi Hualont jud ultra gi ultra il walo ada yahna alta higi abek estinde summer gi ayo anan naha nantla ako ad tratnas de liberano ako aya staff gi trata de ka benache shi ad elchinin nkilya hato gali gi the chapter house de ishin to abe boholni ado benache aya Bilindash Nishigi program supervisor ad nat Hanegi in Dishli Escado Hutado Ado up close program Navajo Nation Igi so ani Huta Nahalchin local government Igi do Yahosinda Ado Kon de Nebeke Yaho ad Kon Nkinat ani president and vice president Jo Ajet do Yahosinda Ado Benache ya ad koto hajo you do alto hala nasco dala ade besh bahasaan nan lindo jo hot ya aje hot she hot aba bansi case nike koto dene youth bandel nishi ado united kids seasonal activities ad ko a chedo a masan nkilyahanata hot and lay centers the ado kwaeki ad Haneigi Atanek Etche Haneigi Ado Keshe do Hat Ishi Ko Ale Winter go Aji Cho Enigi Haneigi Aji Eya Bana ba Daan Nishle Ako AD Hut centers going Yenda Kri Ako MOA A Ilya Nte Kadeya Koja Department of the Net Education gi ARGA Kwaginal Sos Belyahija Kid on legislative legal analysis Mr. So ako ati aji hajo such atol listo adoin da DOJ go tol soso apen ye ati ado benache ani the survival skills of our children to hit the net yahosinda ado the alana akiedi da to ishin to hajo not no to ajo da hut not old ni ani hut en le nasco nachalchen NHA kita bagani gi jo aje ya ala big estin hit no the ga to ga hut that snow 80 nal sauce sa natol nisto eben nache kwagi Navajo Housing Authority gi jo 80 buildings gi 80 shiprock do Crown Point do Fort Defiance date basal budget that eben nache what kini nasnel ako AD Navajo Housing Authority Bethlehem AD kwagi hajo ndo nisto hajo ndo kaso eben nache AD chinigi le khade da tabagani gi rural areas tabagani adin hilhana tauj apiga no pohnet zan hilna ako enal sosi gi ya doshi adoshin jo nakhal chinigi alla go beka nilwoto ado benache AD the youth and elder ta hot shi Eliago don John don da 18 kiche don hamasan hala ya jo benan tini ge be olta at the shid and hitcho a copenache AD 4-H club jo kwagi at the and lay Navajo Nation Fair Nate Ahigi Ade AD enter AD Ntas Kato ala cake basakanda de lao ad ado hat ishi ala whatever they planted iki ate open ado by county fair and Pruitt ado San Juan akut a chinigi ade etra ala hat ishi lai ade that's how they're entered ado constitute honile dag about that a former council delegate Shanada Ada he gave them a little plot of field a adik at the Osleton Geno what a benache what Boys and Girls Club a adishi at Elie ada benache a paachaya adik at the Halande what has ado benache a Boys and Girls Club AD horseshoeing, how to handle what I net zato ado ani nachalchinigi jo what as a former teacher she when I was Sha'alta Winderock go asash is net lay president office do council delegates office the able thousand do dishka even yakwa patahnas deltanano a call your pins. What is it? What does it represent? I know the Miss Navajo, the Yahigaho, she'll have a pin to Miss Navajo, that she ha even yet I know that hot on that dilkido. John Hal Chinigi was Bahos and Oshin John
Ado benachin edi bizarro ba ol inhigi bespahosen or don't john or what angel do ya an hideyan hidet lay hawata has anigi a mother a ja hishi and sending stop it bitet or what I tell shisha chinibaji ashtigi foundation of education starts from home a hawato yisi what she ya koto sarigi what na dos kidi e koto hun dishli yeah.
Yeah, Donna, thank you. Shiajo, thank you. Da Shiajo, Hiti, ne o hot albe, Hinil, then ako. So you guys are probably wondering why I'm saying Shiajo, ako. So hot ako. We always have to have that long O at the end of our Zazo that the Hiti no ako. Shiaje no nenesh on street ho that the no be at Ak Ebe. Eta il Jehovan si kon leda ako ebenina I recognize her in that way ako. So yeah so with that, thank you. Ado kodo na sonan do le ashid ya edi or kilige eben nache ako. Navajo Nation aj 5:39 p.m. Ado Arizona time 4:39 p.m. ako. Hola da za 5 na da nation day ako oyo belaho or the kunzad and hina solta ako. So yeah. So with that, we'll move on to the next presenter, Navajo Nation Library, Mr. Donovan Pete. Asian Kwaigi na naho jij dole.
Yate. She nakhed na nishla. Ziltka. Dana ki ani e bashishin. My dishkijin dachte. Not the net kachin in that. I come from an area called Smith Lake, New Mexico. That's where my dad and my Nellies all come from. My mom comes out from the Greasewood area. My Che was the late James Pete from the Bishpatco area. And so that's a little bit of my family background. I went to the University of Arizona. That's where I got my degrees in library science. I have a master's. I also have another master's in linguistics. I went out to Johnson Wales University, got my web management e-commerce. So kind of being on that digital, being on the digital front and trying to figure out what would be our best way, innovations of bridging this idea called the digital divide. And once that came about, then usually it was the library that was one of the ones that I felt really was one that would help our people in that way, especially in providing items, whether it's reading materials, cultural materials, things like that, that we could assist in being able to do that for our people going forward, especially the internet, computers, and things like that. Go to the next slide. So we have 3 branches of the Navajo Nation Library, and we're separate from the Navajo Nation Museum. We get confused with the Navajo Nation Museum. So we're separate entities. So they're like our older sibling, and we're the younger sibling of the Navajo Nation Museum. But our main location is in Winter Rock. And as you can see there, that's the listing of my staff members. And then we also have a branch in Kienta, as well as another in Torion. What I didn't list on here was actually our Community Libraries Initiative. So we'll be having 99 libraries that we'll be adding to the library system itself. So right now we have about 30 libraries that are under our wing. So that's something I did forget to add on. Go ahead to the next slide. So we provide educational, information, cultural materials and services to all residents of the Navajo Nation. So if you do live on the Navajo Nation, you can register for a library card for free. If you don't already have one, or if you do have one, you lost it, it's $1 to replace your library card. And then we provide access not only to the books, but we also have access to electronic books, audio books, and streaming video as well. So not many people know that as well. And we're also an affiliate member with the Navajo County Library District, which was done by my predecessor with an MOU with Navajo County over at Holbrook, Arizona. As mentioned before, well, that should be updated to 3 branches, but we do have fully circulating libraries at the main library in Winter Rock, as well as another in Kienta. We also house the special collections, which also acts as the Navajo Nation's archives. So I'm both head librarian as well as archivist for the Navajo Nation. So we do have different collections under us, the land claims, which is only accessed by an attorney general memo, as well as the Native American Research Collection, which is essentially a lot of Native American written materials that we do house there at the special collections. We also have a Native American music collection. So if you want to hear some, a variety of different indigenous tribes, you'll be able to listen to it. The one special, very special collection that we do have is the Office of the Oneo collection. It's an oral history collection that dates back into the 1960s, 1970s, where they were able to go around and collect a lot of stories from different chapters. So a lot of it being completely fluently in Navajo. So a lot of times our special collections person will be sitting with individuals and interpreting as far as what stories are on there. And it ranges, many of the stories being very traditional stories, seasonal stories, as well as stories of Bosque Redondo or Huete, as well as the treatment, the treaties, how they all came about. So all these different perspectives that are there, people can listen to it. And it's almost like having an encyclopedia for your ears. Is the best way I can put it. And then we also have the Navajo Times hard copy collection. So that spans back when the Navajo Times was a newsletter back in the 1940s. So we have that as far back with the Navajo Times. So we provide multiple services, programs, events to the public, especially at our main library. The Kayenta library is very small, so it's really hard to be able to do that, but people do use the computers, Wi-Fi, they do check out books. But a lot of our focus is in Winter Rock, where we do provide a lot of events. Like right now, we have our summer reading program happening all this month for June. And then we also have our summer reading program, which is more focused on the reading. So people keep their logs and we encourage a lot of reading. So whether that's, picking up a book or if they want to read it through electronic. So that's something that we're really trying to emphasize to really build literacy for individuals. But not only being able to focus on Bilagana writings, but also Dene authors and indigenous authors too. That's something that we've also been proud to host a lot of indigenous and Navajo authors to do readings and to come by and to really look at our space and to interact with people that really love their work or people that are just curious. So we do have things like that out there. We do have computers as well as Wi-Fi connectivity. Through the E-rate program, we were able to get fiber optics connected over at the library, as well as Kayenta as well. So people are able to connect faster. They can do Zoom, all these different things that have held it up their usage for the internet. We've been able to do that. So a lot of the challenges, I think, it's very common that you hear, especially the 164. I think that's the one that really kind of makes us hesitant after going after any type of external funds or even going for applying for fulfilling any RFAs or requests for applications. But we do our best to strive to be able to get external funding. As far as our own budget that we do have, we use it for fringe benefits, staff, and things like that. So external funds do help us as far as getting new books and being able to spread that out to all the chapters as well. So we do a lot of chapter outreach by being able to provide books. And with the Community Library Initiative or the E-rate libraries that we're also assisting the Navajo Nation E-rate Consortium with, we're also providing Chromebooks, securing laptops to be able to distribute to the chapters, as well as hotspots too. So that's another one that we've been able to acquire and being able to provide that with the chapters. But of course, it's a process with 164 as well as 6B and being able to use a lot of our internal and external funds. And then also, just like everyone says, DPM, because the position out in Toriana has been unfulfilled now for almost 4 years. And it's just because DPM gives us different guidelines as far as what they feel is qualifying, what is a qualifying individual. And a lot of the times we want them to be able to learn basic library services and we can help them out with doing the administrative work. So that way we can communicate with the state of New Mexico to be able to do that. Because since Torion is in New Mexico, that's how they're able to use what they call geo bonds on that side of the Navajo Nation. But because of how tough and difficult it is with DPM,
Soft shoulder.
we haven't been able to get somebody at Torion for quite some time.
That's
I think
why
I was
I'm
the last person to be over there years ago, because that's how I first started with Navajo Nation, was over in Torion for a month. And then, of course, going through PCQ, all that fun stuff. And then, of course, the building maintenance. This is another issue that we've been having, especially where the Navajo Nation Museum only helps us to a certain extent, not to do any type of building maintenance or to fix any leaks on the building. So that's something that we've been having issues with the Department of Facilities. I did talk to Marcus Tooley about that, where he said there needs to be a memo or something of a MOA between you all and the museum, so that that issue can be resolved, so that facilities can come in to assist. So that's something that we'll have to set up with facilities, as well as Superintendent Edgewater as well. And then also too, just issues with state of Arizona, New Mexico. A lot of the times they don't understand that we have to go through the 164 process. And so they become very impatient as to why we're not spending the funds that are given to us. For example, right now we have an after school and summer program grant that we're trying to use by the end of the month. June 30th is the deadline. And right now I don't feel confident, because we're just going to give that money back to them, because we're not able to utilize the funding that was given to us, especially now that we have our summer reading program. And we're also looking to invest into a new cataloging system as well. So we definitely do try to provide our insights and always set up meetings with the state libraries of Arizona and New Mexico. But sometimes they just kind of discard what we try to tell them or what we advise them. But I think that's more of how we communicate with them as well. So I'm going to go to the next slide. So in thinking about how we want to really push the library forward, we want to actually set ourselves up to be an independent library system. So being that we're no longer dependent on Navajo County Library District, or on the New Mexico side, we're not looking at Octavia Filene Public Library or Farmington Library, that we have our own sustainable system within the Navajo Nation. Then that way we can set our own guidelines and even set up our own classification system, which also comes into the cataloging system as well. So I think once we're able to really set up our own cataloging system, then that's when we can start becoming independent. And then from there, we can start investing into a digital library, because everything that we depend on our partners at the Navajo County Library District. So once we're able to set up our own digital library, then we do become self-sufficient. And then also being able to help a lot of community libraries become public tribal libraries too. So that'll be a really interesting initiative to be able to assist. And somewhere down the road, maybe set up branch libraries in some of the agencies, or even at some of the chapters too. With this community library initiative, some chapters have expressed their interest in being able to renovate their buildings to house a circulating library. So that's where we definitely need a cataloging system in place. So we can also keep track of what's coming in and out. If they have requests for certain titles, things like that, especially where they need help in setting up where we can put computers, hotspots, things like that. Anything that we can circulate at that library, that's what we want to help with. So in fiscal year 22, we distributed over 12,000 books. We've also have been working with Barnes & Noble Foundation, which they were able to give us 16,000 new books. And my predecessor had gotten a lot of used books and really bad condition books. So one of the first things that we actually wanted to do was have new books that we can give out to the chapters, and also to catalog at the library too. So within the fiscal this past year, we've been able to train about 31 community libraries. And then we have about 4 that we're looking to train some more. So then that way they can put out announcements, things like that. And then we've also had about 120 new library members. That has gone up as far as looking at our latest stats. So it's really, really great to see that people want to utilize the library in itself. And then going back into the external funds, we're actually granted almost 1.5 million from the state of New Mexico to overhaul and really put a lot of new furniture, computers at the chapters, especially at the community libraries. But in turn, it's all for the chapters. On the New Mexico side is where we're really trying to help with that external fund. So yeah, so that wraps up all my you can find us on our website, library.navajo-nsn.gov. Encourage your members to sign up for our summer reading program. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Pete, for that information. And then in regards to the library, I was really surprised to hear that there is a Kayenta branch and then a Torian branch. I did not know that. So I was really surprised to see that, but good job. Committee members, are there any questions? Honorable Toth?
Thank you, sir, for a presentation. Been sitting here all day, so no, don't sit there. Thank you, Chair. HEHSC committee also. Mr. Pete, thanks for the your presentation. I have an issue with Torion, and I don't want to bring this out. You probably have to, give me a call, or I give a call and discuss that matter between you and me. So there's some concern with that library, and my understanding there's no individual apply for. So those area I wanted to cover with you. Okay. The other one, members of this body, we've been having these work session. There are some of the recommendation amendment to the plan on operation. I wanted to make a directive to the staff, even our attorney, to compile all this recommendation that we talked about within all these programs, such as there's a problem with 164, and also there's a facility issue. So I'd like to have this compiled and forward to the Mr. President, even the speaker. So this is work session by me. I could add a compile that all in. What are some of the issues that we have? We heard from the staff that so work session by me. I'd like to have that a full page, probably a booklet, so we can send it to the main chief. Sometimes we don't want to, we don't have time to sit down with the main leaders. So I would like to have this whole information compiled that we've been having these work session and staff with meet daily. Some of the areas that we're having problems. Chair, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that recommendation. Committee members, are there any other questions? Committee members, if there's none, I'd like to go to page 56 in regards to your first bullet, fully become an independent library system. Can you provide us a brief description of what you mean that you want to be independent? Are you wanting to be away from Doty, be away from DPM, just be away from the nation? Is that how I'm reading this, or how do you want to move forward with becoming an independent library system? So that's a question that I have. And then also I just want to send my appreciation to all the chapters that are within the state of New Mexico for receiving that $1.5 million. And I wish our state of Arizona could do something similar to that for our Arizona chapters. But thank you for that information. I did not know about that too. So it's really surprising to see that funding there for New Mexico chapters. So yeah, thank you for the information. So committee members, if there's no other questions for Mr. Pete, I will give him time and he will provide a response back. And then after that, we will move on to Office of Educational Research and Statistics. Dole. Mr. Pete, response.
Oh yeah, thank you. Thank you for your question. As far as I guess kind of fully fleshing out what we mean by independent library system, because it would still be under DOTI, because we would seek their assistance and their help, and as they kind of become or look to become an SCA and also and push themselves towards the 638, where we would also be a part of that venture and being kind of that archive as well. So we could also archive a lot of their documents, things that go on going forward. So then there is that, and individuals can see that establishment of seeing that a tribal nation has essentially become the 51st state. But in this case, to be an independent library, I guess to clarify, to not be dependent on folks like the Navajo County Library District. So they've been very helpful to us in being able to assist us as far as providing the resources, like the digital resources that they do currently assist us with. So we want to be able to have that for ourselves, and then to be able to set up a digital library. So we're not dependent, so we don't so we don't have to place restrictions as far as what people can use, because right now we tell people that you can use the electronic resources able to utilize that through the library system. And of course, that'll be attached with DOTI. So that's where we don't want to depend on our external.
Thank you for the response. So with that, we'll move on to the next one. Next presenter, Office of Educational Research and Statistics, Mr. Tracy.
Thank you, Chair, Delegate James, and members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. My name is Roy Tracy. I'm the Program Manager and Statistician for the Office of Educational Research and Statistics here. Today, I'm going to present to you an overview of the responsibilities of our office in looking at or working with statistics and the type of research that we do. We're established under this particular Plan of Operation, HEHSCN -29 2007. The Office of Educational Research was created at that time with the intent to monitor and review and keep track of Navajo student performance in delegate Nez. So we are established under that particular legislation as the Office of Educational Research and Statistics. It's a resource for the nation to monitor and keep track of Navajo student performance. And this includes academic related research and statistical analysis on pupil academic performance. And really, in layman's term, it's just watching how students grow in their curriculum applications and learning outcomes. We call student learning outcomes. And so that's the emphasis of the office. Our job primarily is to collect data, review that data, clean it, conduct an analysis, and there's a variety of analysis that can be applied to monitor student growth and proficiency, performance, even including graduation, academic rates, also even learning behavior using qualitative type research, not just quantitative, meaning numbers. And so we also manage a database that's in-house within our department. And this requires new technology today to really take advantage of the type of analysis that we need to do and make recommendations to schools about the applications that they are using and how they are monitoring Navajo student proficiency performance. We also collect data to create a longitudinal view of how a trend, how schools are performing individually, how students are performing individually, how grant schools are performing, BIE, public. We can break it down very distinct in a longitudinal data system. So as you saw at the beginning of this morning's presentation, we presented data to you. That 5-year data of that park performance is a longitudinal study. We just did not collect data for park. If you recall, 10 years ago or so, 6 years going back, we had AYP, Academic Yearly Performance. And that was one of the requirements that everybody across the nation was monitoring. So we have a 10-year report on the AYP standards, which were connected to the No Child Left Behind policy under the Bush administration. And so that's longitudinal data. It gives us a good bird's eye view or a very distinct internal look at how Navajo students' academic performance is moving across the spectrum. We also conduct research, and we work with universities, research centers, graduates. It could be postdoctoral or predoctoral, and we work with them. We also conduct our own internal research. We create these designs. They could be called mixed methods, for example. We determine the type of research that might be applied. There might be a specific question about how Navajo students are performing in English, for example. Why are the ELA student performance not up to par or passing that 750 cut score? We can dive into that very distinct and find out what it is. Is it teachers? Is it the PD? the professional development that the teachers are receiving? Is it materials, outdated materials that the school districts or schools or grant schools or BIE are using? Are they not putting enough money into direct services, into the classroom? We can make those kind of distinctions in this type of research that we do. We also look at data analysis, and there's all sorts of data that we can look at. I hear a lot about data decision-making. We try to create this so we can make some real critical recommendations. Again, keep in mind, Office of Educational Research and Statistics is the analytical process. We're the calculator, and we'll interpret the data and pass it on. So when we work with grant schools, we conduct training in that area, not only with the reauthorization process, but we also conduct that as an office separately. And that's usually at the request of the schools that come forward and ask for that type of training. The data that we collect also is also used by Dr. Clark's team, the Office of Dinesh School Accountability. We collect enrollment data, student proficiency, attendance rates, graduation rates. Again, all this information is passed on to the different programs, and primarily it's for ODSI. We also help schools during the reauthorization process. We have what we call office hours, and that's a new process. Before that, my team would travel out and meet with the schools individually and meet with their data, maybe their data entry clerk or maybe their UDP team or something like that. We would travel there and review their data with them, clean that data, and make sure that the data that they are using is reliable and there's validity, and how they can also use that data with their teaching teams, their maybe their CNI or curriculum and instructions team, their testing, the testers, the assessment people, and including their professional development. So a lot of the schools conduct their own research, conduct their own data analysis, but we take it to another level. We also conduct things like higher linear hierarchical modeling. And so we can look at a large amount of data and see how students are performing, how grant schools are performing against public schools, for example, how Navajo Nation is performing against the other 50 states. So we can use, we can crunch some pretty good data in this office. There are challenges, and I'll bring that up here shortly. So again, we look at data collection, data analysis, and we also make recommendations for database development. We do have a Form 2, which is specific and changes year to year based on the initiatives of the executive branch from the president down into Department of Diné Education. So we provide that in our quarterly reports. We also have an annual report that we provide. Now, generally, some of our challenges is accessing student data. If we look at our office in the past 5-6 years has been reviewing Title 10 amendments. We made this initiative back in 2015, 2016. We provided specifically the areas of Title 10 that need to be strengthened. If you look at Title 10 right now, delegates, Title 10 is very weak in that it does not manage, there's no data governance specifically inside Title 10. There are no research legislation or anything like that in Title 10. So what our office has been doing is creating this abstract that we can look at and make recommendations. For example, in Title 10, subsection 51A, it talks about the DOTI shall assure participation of Navajo Nation at the National Head Start program to meet the needs of children from birth 0 to 5. That data collection type includes participant demographics, parent demographics, and unique student IDs. So if you look at that, and when we ask for it, we get often schools saying that's not your authority. You don't have that authority to catch that information. And so we'll cite Title 10, subsection 51, and DOJ has done this before, and it's a general statement. So we have made changes to this, and we have proposed legislation, and it goes through like reading assessments, writing assessments, immersion assessments, achievement scores by grade level, state achievement scores by grade level, average daily attendance, and on and on and on. So we have this information. We broke it down. I'm more than welcome to share this with you as well. So we did this back in 2015 when DSAP was approved and started moving through the first phase process. We had to align ourselves. And so a lot of our plan of operation was updated in 2015, 2016, and you saw that document I sent earlier. 2017, most of the DOTI programs had aligned themselves to the DSAP initiative. So again, we use this data to identify and quantify the factors of student success and failures. And sometimes we have to do qualitative analysis about administration. Why does school boards, we hear this constantly, why school boards are maybe not really addressing student performance. They're inundated with audits and budgets and such. And so we can conduct a study and really pinpoint why boards are not focusing on student achievement. They're focused on operational, buses, facilities, and such. And so we try to meet with schools. This is really used in reauthorization, where we can direct the school board and have the school board, Navajo Board of Education, ask specific questions to schools, for example. We also look at grade level development. We can categorize them. We can break them down into groups. We can analyze why K through 1, the performance or the instructional methods used there should be applied at grades 3 and 4, 5 and 6, 7 and 8, 9 and 10, 11 and 12. And so we can really drill down and look at academic problems. Now, academic problems are not just in the classroom. It's outside of the classroom. Properly supported learning environment, visually, materials, even asking school districts how they use title monies, and they're hiring non-native staff, non-Navajo staff. That affects student learning as well. So we'd like to see that, the likeness of students, for example, Navajo, we'd like to see more Navajo teachers in the classroom. So that we can do that type of research. And that we call that academic intervention. We can make those types of recommendations. We also look at the academic programs that are being used in the public school systems. Again, we can cross-reference or do a cross-matrix, a crosswalk about how public schools are performing and how grant schools, who are the feeders into public schools, and why maybe at this level for Rose Graham's initiative, why we spend so much money on remediation when we get our students into college. That is a huge issue. So that brings us back to the conversation or the table that we can look at a school system and say, there's not enough development. Maybe the rigor has to be improved, or a simple teacher's movement for classroom management. Those all have outcomes that can benefit and create positiveness in a student's development. We also look at mobility trends. Again, one of the biggest issues when Doty sat down with BIE back in 2015, and we chose to agree to use the park assessment. At that time, we had Navajo students in Utah, Navajo students in Arizona, and Navajo students in New Mexico. They were taking 3 different state testing. So if Roy Tracy was in Utah and dad had to go find a new job because the plant shut down, for example, and I moved to Arizona, Utah was using SAGE assessment. Now, in the middle of semester, I moved to Kayenta. Kayenta was using Arizona Merit. The following year, we have to move again. We moved to New Mexico. They were using NIMSBA at that time. So the idea why Navajo and BIE came together was to promote one assessment, high stakes testing, that was PARC. Because our students they're mobile and they're transients. So the mobility rate, listen to this here, the mobility rate of Navajo students is 47%. That means we have 47% of our Navajo students annually moving across district boundaries, state lines, and such. And so that's the type of data that we collect that can help us look at that. And that affects student learning outcomes. We also assist with Navajo language and culture courses and their performance and how we monitor that. And we use that with Dolores Noble's team, looking at the Diné content standards. If you look at DSAP closely, DSAP has 5 reporting measures at the federal level. Yeah. First is enrollment. Second is participation rate. The third is proficiency rate. The fourth is attendance rate. And the fifth is graduation rate. The federal government gives state SEAs, education agencies, money. And if they do, you have to report these 5 main areas. The secondary alternative assessment allowed within an accountability plan is an alternative assessment. That is, for Navajo, we chose Diné content standards because it was rooted and based in Navajo culture and the philosophy of protecting the language and infusing Navajo culture and language into instructional methodologies and such. And so we help monitor that. We look at the Diné language proficiency assessment, and that dictates the success of student growth or learning development in Navajo for the Office of the Oral Navajo Language Standards Test, okay? We also have a baseline demographic data. We can measure a school performance at the beginning of the year and determine if they are making growth, okay? End of year growth. So we get to work with that. We share that data with the teachers, the school districts, the UDP team, and Dr. Clark's program. They go out into the community, into the schools, and they share that data with them. And they also help adjust their professional development and how they analyze data to improve teaching techniques or even non-academic support. How is the administration going to support a positive learning environment within that school? We also have professional development influences, again, not just Navajo language and culture, but we also look at Common Core standards. All these tests across the United States, the high stakes testing, most of them are using a best practice. It's called Common Core standards. Whether it's Arizona Merit, PARC, SAGE, Texas, California, they're all rooted in Common Core standards, and that's a methodology there. We also strengthen and enhance initiatives within the Navajo Nation Sovereignty Education Code. We want to look at how we can influence Title 10 changes. We can do that using data. We can do that. Now, a timeline for challenges and some changes. We made some recommendations. We gathered data from the Bureau of Indian Education. Now that has since expired, and it expired in the last administration. It sat there for over a year and then it expired. We brought this back up to the Nigerian administration. They are currently looking at that. So we need that access. We need access to NACIS. That's what the BIE uses. That's their student information tool, student information systems. We need access to NACIS and Native Star, and not START, but Native Star. They're using a different system at the time. And so for our data collection methods, we have what we call variables. There's 128 variables that exist that we want to capture, not just from BIE, but also from state schools as well. So the data sharing agreement is important for BIE. I'm requesting HEHSC support in a government-to-government relationship to have BIE share that data with us, to give us that access. They give us access, but there's only read-only, and it's only for 7 variables or so. That's it. And it's usually enrollment, it's math, it's ELA, it's their student ID, and there's a lot of issues with FERPA, okay? FERPA rights. DOTI system was reviewed by the state of New Mexico when we met FERPA. We were certified FERPA and meeting the state's initiative at that time. And so we also have these data sharing agreements with Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. We also are asking there be an amendment to Navajo Nation Code 10, Title 10, to support data and research. I just gave you an example earlier. This helps support the SEA movement. If we're moving into the SEA movement, we really have to amend Title 10 and strengthen that out. And this also can be used for reauthorization for academic proficiency best practices. We also are requesting to develop a data warehouse. Hence, Mr. Nelson's initiative to seek more funding to build this data warehouse, to find programmers that can write these programs in a computer system and create a virtual environment, to create a dashboard that anybody can access anywhere, anytime when you open the education website. So that's just one area. So we're looking at NACIS development, Navajo Education Information Systems. And so we need this data so we can house this and we can monitor academic data for analysis purposes. Here.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tracy, for that inclusive information regarding Office of Educational Research and Statistics, and then sharing the plan that you have in place going by your HEHCN-29-07. And at the same time, also sharing your program challenges, which is the data, and then also the timeline. I think we did get some information regarding the data sharing agreement when we met with BIE. they did indicate that there was no agreement in place at the time. And so, and we did receive a notice back from BIA regarding that information as well. So I think that's one of the real critical areas that we really need to also concentrate on trying to get it established as well. So that would be something that we would work closely with you, Mr. Tracy. So I will go ahead and give some time over to Honorable Dr. Andy Nez to go over and summarize the letter that we also received from BIE. So with that, Honorable Dr. Nez.
Yes, thank you, Chair James, and to Mr. Tracy for sharing the information related to the Office of Educational Research and Statistics. That was one area I wanted to highlight, was that when BIE met with HES, Ms. Arvizo in the letter states, and I quote, BIE needs additional information on the data the Navajo Nation seeks to include in a data sharing agreement. Currently, there is no current data sharing agreement in place between BIE and the Navajo Nation, end quote. And when I read that statement, it sounded like it was open up for discussion, and Dr. Henderson was presenting at the time, and I questioned what additional information is needed to solidify the agreement between Navajo Nation and with BIE. And at the time, it was mentioned and explained that they are looking and seeking additional variables to include with that. So, you know, if you need HES's guidance as well, we're here to be of support, but it sounds like BIE does recognize that there are additional variables or data points that are needed with the data sharing agreement that needs to be drafted, revised, and ultimately get President Nigan's signature. And additionally to that, reaching out regarding the NACIS access as well. I know that OERS and DOTI does have challenges when they're accessing NACIS, and I understand FERPA laws in its guidelines. However, I think there are some variables within there that can be accessible for OERS and for DOTI for them to manage and provide any decisions that are needed moving forward. So I just wanted to highlight that. Maybe that's something that Acting Superintendent Edgewater and the team can revisit and make that outreach to Ms. Arvizo there from BIE, but also share and state that, of course, on record with HES committee on May 24th, that was mentioned. So it is open for discussion, it appears, and just moving forward to solidify that agreement. The other thing I wanted to bring up was the conversation that the Department of Education had with Associate Superintendent from Arizona, Yazi, on tracking Navajo Nation. When we met with the Superintendent of Instruction for Arizona, Mr. Horn, not only that with OIE as well, Associate Superintendent Yazi, I have re-emphasized a lot of times that the state of Arizona does need to track Navajo students. Currently, they don't. New Mexico, they do. I'm not too sure about Arizona. I don't think so, but primarily it would really be in the hands of San Juan County, San Juan School District. But also we know that we have many Navajo students there in the upper and mid part of Utah. But with Arizona, I just want to understand what the conversation was like with the associate superintendent, if that was something that was brought up to their attention, because that's something that I want to continue to address with the state of Arizona and Arizona Department of Education's office. Not only that, in addition to providing the technical assistant that designed the Office of Indian Education for them to execute the consultation that is needed. And I hope at some point we do hear remarks related to tribal consultation. To this point, I haven't heard that from the Department of Education, but I do want the team here to share information. And I do see that perhaps Ms. HEHSC will be sharing it with JOM, because I think that's a significant role that DOTI has assumed and has accomplished and finds success in. So I just wanted to identify those areas and ask that particular question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Nez. Kwadot, Mr. Tracy, in regards to page 58, the number that you have there, the HEHSCN-29-07. I don't know if that's incorrect because I can't find anything on my end. So if we can have that corrected, and then if you can share with us what the correct legislation number that is, and that is on page 58. AD 2917. Okay, all right then. Committee members, are there any questions? Honorable Yanito and then Honorable Toltole.
Thank you. Yeah, Janoni to internet. The Nation audition. All right. Well, thank you. You know, all this information is very new to me, Mr. Tracy. I believe that, you know, the nation and everywhere is going into digital world.
Right.
And just like that librarian, you know, kind of explained about how to collect books and so forth, and everything's all digital nowadays, and I think everything's just going to go into research and so forth, and I was really wondering, you know, someday, you know, at our chapters, I'd like to see some youth technology building set there, you know, with your kind of research and like a hub office there for the communities out there, so they don't have to travel over here to Winter Rock. I just want to make a comment, that's all. Thank you.
Now I should turn there. Thank you, Chair, members, and also staff is still here with us. My recommendation from here would be we should work on have our attorney draft legislation to get data from BIE MOU by the delete. AD could direct actually, so we can get all these data. And later on, we can go visit the state of New Mexico, see how they feel about that. They also need to share the information, because a lot of our school are attending county school aided in our Kahoto even yet. So AD Kodoji, this Chair, thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, committee members, are there any other questions, comments? Committee members? If there is none, I will go ahead and call on Mr. Tracy for a response back. After he is done, we'll move on to now for Head Start, Dole. For a response, Mr. Tracy.
Thank you, Chair. Delegate James and members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. When Dr. Nez, Delegate Nez, had suggested that I think the 128 variables that we have was a very comprehensive request that we built into the data sharing agreements with BIE. It goes above and beyond what BIE would capture. There are many variables that we would need to really conduct an analysis on even student behavior performance, academic performance improvement, for example. A child's learning environment is not just a visual process, it's also the environment that they learn in. The room can be hot, can be cold. They might not get a good breakfast or good lunch. So if schools are not providing these types of information, then we can pinpoint why student performance is lacking, for example. That's one area. The other might be a student's constant tardiness, absenteeism, and behavior, social emotional support that's not really received at home can affect that student's learning proficiency as well too. So those are some of the variables that we capture within this data sharing agreement. Aside from the student name, social, post office, county, state, age. Do they have a CIB? Do they have a 506 form? Those are the types of additional information that we would want to capture. And so this data sharing agreement is very comprehensive. Now, the data sharing agreement is a two-way street. You're right, Delegate James and Delegate Nez. BIE may want information from Navajo. So I believe that's your reference, is that BIE also requested. They wanted to put some additional variables inside that data sharing agreement. So that's we're open to that. And so if these data sharing agreements, of course, we have to go through DOJ, right? Because we have to be very cognizant of FERPA, protecting PII, personally identifiable information, personal identifiable information. And so this is a very hot topic across the nation, that because we're having data breaches during, you know, these times, these ages, hackers and spammers and such, we have to build this system. And Mr. Nelson will talk about that in the construction of the NASIS system and the IT platform, that I think NDIT should have that capability. Again, it goes back down to resources and funding to find the right anti-hackers, those type of people that can counteract these issues that are coming out and hacking our systems and such. And so these data variables that we request, we are more than happy to sit with BIE and update those variables. In addition, for Arizona Department of Education, Secretary Horn, we met with him during the Arizona government to government session back in February. And the hot topic at that time was having school security armed. And he asked what Navajo thought. And of course, we couldn't speak on it. We're not in the capacity as legislative lawmaking representatives of the nation, but we asked for data as well. And he asked if we were tracking data. We don't track that data to date. We have instances which we all just talked about today, about the incident that took place in Shiprock and such and Kayenta. We have a few cases that we have monitored and captured. So variables can be built in that manner that we can work with Department of Education. I also helped and worked with the Department of Education on the GPS process. That started about 6 years ago, about 5 years ago. And so today, through the ADE, Department of Education, they have a GPS system. And if you ever get a chance, for those delegates that have your area of service might be Indian Wells, Delcon, I would encourage you to get up, meet with Superintendent Robbie Cooperich. Cooperich can open the website and pinpoint Indian Wells and pull that whole center out and give you all the demographics and such. It's really interesting because we wanted to do that. We were working with land administration, and I would like your support across the way to have land administration prioritize our development so that we have a dashboard that's interactive for the public and for any of the members of our educational institution here to create that type of mechanism for the Navajo Nation. And so we've worked with Arizona, also the Office of Indian Education, the new Deputy Director, Lynn Yazzie. We just had a tribal consultation presentation to the National Program Directors Conference in the US just this afternoon. I stepped out for that. The Navajo Nation gave a high-level overview of how tribal consultation should work within every Student Succeeds Act, Section 8538. And so we gave the nation's point of view on how complex, and thank you to Dr. Nez and the team that created the Navajo Nation Tribal Consultation Manual. And so today, the Navajo Nation's looked at by many tribes across the United States for the tribal consultation development that really puts accountability back on the school districts and how we use that to gauge and monitor students' success. And I'll leave that discussion with Ms. Hosky Oberly. And so we're working with the Office of Indian Education. We also have a good relationship with New Mexico PED, Office of Indian Education, and we've been very progressive with New Mexico. The TESSA report is one of them, Tribal Education School Report. That's one application that came out. The other one that came out was the government to government work sessions that we have been attending. This all came from a STEP grant research that our office managed at that time in 2015, 2016. It opened up the issues that were not being addressed at the public education level. Today, we have the tribal consultation team, which is endorsed by the president. And we also are looking at developing an Office of Public Schools within DOTI to specifically work on these bills in the House and Senate that move through and affect Navajo students who both on and off the reservation attend public schools. And one of those was House Bill 140, 147, 148, for example, in New Mexico. So we try to keep track of all this at the same time. So we're working successfully with Arizona Department of Education and then New Mexico Public Education Department. We're still working on Utah. We still need access. Our brother up there, Dr. Chuck Foster, Harold Foster, USOE on your next visit, HEHSC members, please have USOE support reporting to the Navajo Nation as well. They only are concerned with just Title VI. Again, we'll have Ms. Hosky Oberly recite those. And so, to Delegate Nieto, okay, I apologize for that, sir. I'll learn that. Okay, youth research. Our office has been conducting annual research conferences. Our last one was in 2019. The pandemic arrived and sort of shut things down. So today we're trying to plan 3 conferences. The first conference is a charter school development, best practice. The second is a parental research conference. And then, of course, we're going to probably have a regular research conference that helps. And that's a good idea. Thank you for that. Maybe we can entice the younger statistician and mathematicians within our school districts and grant schools to see what type of career paths and such that they can pursue. And so that we'll take that into consideration on how we can provide that development out at the chapter level. Again, this dashboard that we want to create should be able to be used at agency council meetings, should be able to be used at the regional board development. We have 9 boards that are regional partnerships that have been created by this reapportionment plan. And so that information will be readily available. Our office is also working on an annual report of all the school performances. Each school will have, all 34 schools, grant schools will have a report on student performance, proficiency, growth, budget, board listing, board address, demographics, and everything. That's going to be a very comprehensive support that we are providing for the council. I am hoping to create that and finish that out by the winter session. And Delegate Tolth, thank you for that. We really need that. We've been at it for years, trying to get BIE to share data with us. They do share data and we have to request it. And again, it's only on 6 or 7 variables. That's it. And so we use that for reauthorization. If you look at reauthorization, and I think Mr. Franklin may have covered this, is that there's the first application of reauthorization is audits, financial performance. The second is academic proficiency. Well, if you look at that that language, that academic proficiency is very weak. It doesn't really dictate what should happen and how it's used. Hence, we get grant schools that tell us, Dodie, you don't need that information. And so we say, okay, well, your students didn't meet a 750 cut score. Maybe you only had about 11 students out of 200 that passed that 750 cut score. Well, how do you change that? Well, we need extra data, those extra variables, to study how teachers are being trained, how teachers are delivering their instructional methods, how teachers are using the resources, materials at a student perspective to say, okay, how is learning monitored? Not just in English, but math, science, critical thinking, critical writing, and such. And so Delegate Tolth, your initiative to help Dodie get access to BIE is very important. I appreciate that. Thank you. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Tracy. Kwado, since we're trying to figure out your requests regarding the land department deal thing. So I'm gonna have vice chair, even though I said once you're done with your response, but since in your response you requested, and so I was trying to text and email at the same time. But I'll have Honorable Vice Chair address it, and she has some recommendation regarding that. Okay. Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you, Nana. For all the presenters and Ms. Edgewater, if I know there were a lot of sort of similar requests for support, or in any chance that we might meet with Tony Dearman again, or whoever state, Mr. Horn, what should we be advocating for? So, or even with our own Navajo Nation departments and programs, just as the gentleman there mentioned, can you do like a quick 1-page write-up, kind of an overview from all the different programs and sort of your priority listing of what you want us to advocate for, and which department we should be meeting with? And you mentioned land department, and I think Chair James is assigning that one specifically to me. So, but it'd be good because we've heard other requests throughout the day. So for Dodie, if you could give us a 1-pager with your priorities, yes, and where a timeline of how soon you need them, and when we should start to resolve some of these issues and find getting to some solutions and getting some work done. Could
Yeah, Vice Chair Don Simonson. With that, Mr. Tracy, really quick, would you need 10 days, 5 days, tomorrow?
Tomorrow. Wow. I think, Land Administration has been working with us, but I'm not sure if they're understaffed because we're just coming out of the pandemic. I know there was a gentleman there that created this digital map for us, and he retired. And so I went back over there and nobody knew anything about it. So eventually last year they came forward again, and I have staff, her name is Dale Benali, and she's working with them at the moment. We provided a list, not just from OERS, what Dr. Nez compiled, but also from our school leadership meeting from the pandemic. We provided a list of schools that they can digitally a plot on a map. And so I would like that tomorrow, but I mean, I understand land
When
administration.
can you get the information that?
Yes,
on-
we will
on
write
Vice
the
Chair?
abstract and provide that to you with all the documentation.
When can you get that to us?
I can get that to you tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Okay. And then we'll work with that document once you forward that information to us. I'm moving forward as of addressing it as a directive from HESC committee.
All right, thank
So,
you.
Ada, yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you,
So with
Treasurer.
that, thank you again, Honorable Vice Chair, for that request. And then also on record, we did get information that we'll obtain that information tomorrow. And you can email that to our legislative advisor, Ms. Benali. So Ada, so with that, moving on to the next item on the agenda and presenter. Presenting Navajo Head Start would be Mr. Roy Tracy again, Assistant Superintendent Delegated. So the floor is yours again, Mr. Tracy.
Okay, thank you, Chair and members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Navajo Head Start started back in '65 to combat poverty. And at that time, it was established and brought into the Navajo Nation. Actually, it was 1963, 1964. And it was brought into the nation in 1965, adopted by then identified as the Office of Navajo Economic Opportunity Grant. And so under ONEO, we started up our Head Start campaign. And the idea about that was to create a better learning system and community and early childhood education learning process across the Navajo Nation. The idea at that time and the philosophy from Congress and the policy studies was to create a high road initiative that our students can live a better life. Because at that time we have this, one of our great leaders talked about climbing this ladder. And today you see funny things about that, saying, well, I climbed the ladder, now where do I go? And so within Head Start, we believe that if you provide a good learning environment, a child's social emotional development health is critical to their learning objectives. It's even more powerful at that time because they wrote that into that ONEO plan. What we are calling today is called character development. If our students know their identity, they perform better at learning and they have better outputs for that. The Rock Point study showed that out of 1,000 of those students studied, those students that had better or more cultural exposure at home, the nebazado, sindoso the zinigi eshi, however the parents, the clan system used that at the home. If that child grew up with these traditional teachings and values, as we say, grassroots, they perform better at their ACT scores than their counterparts who had no exposure to culture and language. Yeah. So it's a proven study that if you apply these types of stimuli to a student's learning process, they will flourish and understand the importance of education. And it's not just degrees. It's not just university or colleges. It also includes trades, right? CTE requirements at high school. Not all students want to go to college or universities. They want to pick up a trade school. Maybe they want to go to a 2-year technical school, or maybe they want to join the military as well too. And so we believe at Head Start, if you can apply those measures at an early age, we have better performances. And so Head Start back in '65 started at that time. We are governed by the Office of Head Start under Administration for Children and Families. And so that's where our funding comes in today. Today, we get $22.3 million, okay? And that's applied to all direct services and indirect services within Head Start. We are a comprehensive childcare, not childcare, childhood education program. We serve children and their families. How do we serve their families? We train their families as well too. We provide resources, family engagement and such, and that we believe that if you holistically support the home, the environment there, the child has a better opportunity to perform at their educational endeavors. We have about 1,313 enrollment. We also have 37 early Head Start enrollees, okay? Early Head Start is 0 to 3. Head Start is 3 to 5. So don't get those confused. They have different learning outcomes and applications that they go through in those programs. We also serve prenatal. As we say, 0 to 3, we serve prenatal expecting mothers and families. We have 5 agencies throughout the Navajo Nation. We follow the Navajo Nation agency platform. We have 5 districts, we call them. We provide education curriculum, development screenings, mental health, home visiting, health, referrals, nutrition, transportation services, family engagement, fatherhood initiatives, and community resources and partnerships. And we do this proactively. We have a number of partnerships with IHS, with health councils, county, state, federal programs that we get to provide maybe things like maybe a child's oral hygiene assessment. We look at mental health. We look at growth and nutrition, health requirements. So Head Start does not have that. It would be nice to have that in-house so that we can hire our own specialists instead of having to rely on LEAs and their service requirements. Because frankly, after the pandemic, nobody in these agencies want to come out onto Navajo because they're scared of COVID, for example. Those were some of the challenges that we had to deal with. And so at a macro view, a high level in health and welfare, these are major challenges that our program is facing. One of the biggest things I have brought to this committee before was a facility crisis we are facing. We have an assessment report, and we updated that just 2 weeks ago. And so I would like to share that with the HEHSC committee here, and I'll send this out tomorrow. It gives a rundown of all the Head Start centers within your governance. And it gives you the most, we've even tracked Head Start centers on their age. And so what's happening is that the majority of our Head Start centers are at least 28 years old average, and they're starting to fall apart. They're dilapidated. They're being shut down by OEH and NOSHA. So we have a facility crisis, which is impacting enrollment. We lost a lot of students in our enrollment. That 1313, we only have about 980 students enrolled. Well, we have a little over 1,000 now, a little over 1,000 enrolled in Head Start. Why? Because our centers, for example, in Western Agency, they have all been shut down. And Western Agency carries about 32% of our enrollment weight. Because they're shut down, parents have to move their child into a public school system or kindergarten or something, one of our competitors. And so what we're doing is that we have to convert those to home base. When you go into home base, it's limited instructional time with sack lunches. We cannot provide a full nutritional meal using home-based methodologies that we have happening out there. So it's critical that, you know, I've been meeting with a number of agencies, including President Nygren. We met with a speaker and talking about how can Head Start access HEHSC funds, UUFB, ARPA funds. We had a $40 million plan to work on Head Start facilities in the last administration. It made it through the ranks. passed DOJ's vetting system, but it was never brought before the administration, by the NES administration. It never made it as a priority. And so we lost those ARPA funds, okay? Or we just weren't considered for it. And so again, now I'm trying to stimulate that conversation with a number of delegates. We have residual ARPA funds left. Maybe Head Start can use some of that if the nation or the system cannot identify what those priorities should be. We have our plan already. We have a plan and they're shovel ready. We can move quickly. We have the vendors, we have the contracts for vendors to create, address these issues, foundational issues that requires a replacement of a whole Head Start Center, maybe just the windows, the HVAC, the roofing, those type of issues. And so we have this $40 million plan ready to go. We also helped Delegate Slater for his area, Nosliny, Rock Point, Rough Rock. And we also took a piece of that and put that out there. We're currently working with Navajo Mountain, Oljeto, Shanto, and Apikin. Inscription House in Western Agency. We have $4.4 million of carryover money. The Navajo Nation just closed us out. Can you believe that? Just a few months ago. And they said, hey, Head Start, you have 4.4 carryover. We're allowed to carry that over. We have a 5-year operational plan. We're barely in our 3rd year. And so because we found that 4.4, I am asking staff to purchase 10 modulars that we want to put in Western Agency and put in these critical communities. I took the team out 2 weeks ago. We made on-site visits. We are interested in chapters position of land withdrawals. Is because we're moving so fast, are the chapters ready to accommodate a new center in their community? So we're looking at this very strategically. We're going to slowly make our move our way from Western Agency across to Eastern and then Central, Northern, and Fort Defiance. And so we have a list of Head Start centers that are in real dire need. I think the oldest is like 58 years old. And our students and our children are still in there. They're still in there today. And our teachers, they go out of their way to really try to make things happen despite the conditions. And so we're really trying to pay attention to that. And so we have we're about 82% operational efficiency. We have facilities that range up to 60 years old, again, 40 to 60. Again, we have to be very careful. Federal standards is very strict, okay? So we follow federal, state, and local building codes and standards. We can't just get any facility that a chapter has. It has to be a minimum of 1,440 square feet. And that's just learning space, okay? You have to put furniture up. So we're looking at 28 to 3,000 square feet per Head Start Center. We also have, I want to make one point. Head Start does not manage facilities. We don't. Head Start does not own facilities. Chapters do. Navajo Nation does. So we get a lot of communities and chapters coming to us and saying, you have a Head Start center here. What are you going to do with it? That's not our center. If it's unoccupied and there's no service, we're not servicing that community. See, but now that we want to help these communities after we do an assessment, that assessment is called child find. We have to go into a community and determine if there's a service need. I've also cut the budget, okay? Because we spend about $160,000 annually to operate a Head Start center with only 5 students. That is not economically or fiduciary equitable. So we shut those down and we moved them to home base. We go into a community and we do a child find. We determine if it's 0 to 3 for early Head Start or 3 to 5 for a Head Start. And if there's children, that's where the need is. I'd rather serve 17 students than 5 in a community. Doesn't mean we're neglecting the 5. They're still getting the home base. They get a better home base output because we can move staff across and try to fill our vacancies. For example, I will be honest, Head Start has a high vacancy list, okay? It's because we can't find bus drivers, we can't find teachers, et cetera, et cetera. So I just wanted to bring that up. And you know, we try to work with our stakeholders. We want the chapters. We are advocating to the council to provide more funding to chapters so that chapters can support Head Start, aging, CHR, and these community auxiliary support systems. They need it at the chapters. Unless HEHSC gives, and we are proposing this, and it is in conjunction with human resources, facilities, and transportation. We are almost self-sufficient within Head Start. We have these programs. We process HR initiatives, and then we have to send it into the tribal system again, and it gets double checked there. Same thing with our transportation. We manage our own transportation. We have our facilities department, but yet we have to rely on the chapters. We have to rely on facilities and maintenance with the Navajo Nation. Well, Navajo Head Start has our own systems. I like the conversation that Delegate James and Delegate Tolth talked about, empowering self-sufficiency for these programs. I believe it's under President Russell Begay, an executive order, and I was trying to find that executive order. Russell Begay at that time had mentioned that this executive order stated that divisions and departments can begin to create their own personnel management systems. So I'm not sure, it didn't catch. I don't think anybody responded within the Navajo Nation system. I think it was even brought up under the Nez administration. And I know President Nygren at the moment is supporting that. Is how can Head Start even become an autonomous entity, maybe as an enterprise within the nation's system, that we can manage these areas ourselves instead of having to rely on these the internal systems. And that's a hot topic for a lot of people, because you're talking about $22 million, and that match funding that Head Start always comes forward, $2 million every year we're asking. And that sometimes I recall the Navajo Nation Council has had to make referendums to really give Head Start that ability to say, hey, we got to help you out. And so, you know, we ask for that type of support, and I will put that in writing as well too. And so, you know, I think in general, Head Start is a great program. I know Congress was reviewing the whole entire Head Start program and CCDF, early child care services, who operate on 45 CFR Part 98. Head Start operates on 45 CFR Part 13. There's a huge difference between child care services and childhood education, okay? And so we have to be very cognizant of that. And so we came up with these recommendations. Title II, we need to amend the delegation of authorities for health Education, Human Services, the Board of Education, and the Navajo Head Start Policy Council. Title 10, we need to make amendments to the academic, statistical, reporting, and reauthorization process, including tribal consultation and the state education agency language. Title 11, we are making recommendations for amendments to the Navajo election code for school board members in Title 11, Section 161E. At the federal level, we are asking, as you make your way into DC for Congress testimonies and such, to address HEHSC, Section 8538, not 2538, 8538 in tribal consultation. And I have documentation for that. Again, we'll have Ms. HEHSC Oberle kind of give you a highlight of that. We also are making recommendations for amendments to Title I, Part A of the Elementary Secondary Education Act, otherwise known as HEHSC, which is reauthorized by the Obama administration, President Obama. It's also known as Every Student Succeeds Act. No Child Left Behind does not exist anymore. That's gone. We have HEHSC now, so just keep that in mind. And then finally, we are recommending amendments to the 25th United States Constitution, Title 25, the Bureau of Indian Affairs and Bureau of Indian Education, Public Law 95-561, and then Public Law 93-638, and Public Law 101-297. And so we have specific legislative language for these amendments. Some of these were crosswalked into the Yazzie Martinez, and Delegate told you were at the government to government. We have the tribal remedy framework, and there's key language in there that also targets the council or the nation can address at a much higher level, maybe with the president and Congress representatives, is amendments that will support and strengthen Navajo sovereignty and education, as stated in 2005 from our leaders at that time. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you for that information regarding for Head Start. Committee members, do you guys have any other questions, any comments? If not, I do have a lot, but I'll just leave it at that, and we'll probably set a date and go over it. So there's quite a bit of things that there's a reason why we had this meeting, and we called it a special meeting, and we didn't call it work session, because work session just tends to be like going back and forth. You can't really give directives, or you can't even start a legislation or the process of that. So that's the reason why we had this special meeting and placed there's a big difference. Now, if it was work session, we would just be listening to you, and we'll just be like, okay. But and we can't move forward with any recommendation, with any directives or anything like that. So Ecuador special meeting though or your legal counsel but that's the reason why it's a special meeting. But thank you. I know there's quite a bit of questions that I have regarding now for Head Start, but again, I'll save that for a later date. So committee members, there's no other questions, so I will move forward on to the next one, and that is Johnson O'Malley. Ms. HEHSC, thank you.
Thank you. Health, Education, Human Services Committee Chairperson, Chairman, and committee members. My name is Suzette HEHSC Oberle. And I've been a program manager for 2 years with the Johnson O'Malley program. And I have my organizational chart up on top. I have one senior accountant position vacant, which has been vacant for almost the entire duration that I've been with the Johnson O'Malley office. I have 2 senior educational specialists and 1 accounts maintenance and 1 office specialist. My senior education specialist, I finally was able to fill about 6 months ago. So it was very a long time that we were understaffed, and we continue to be understaffed. My staff and I are working on updating our processes, and this is a mission statement and the vision statement that we worked on and got approved. So we are really trying to make the Johnson O'Malley office more efficient. Our mission statement is to provide quality services with integrity and collaboration, guided by culture and academic success for students. And our vision is to ensure quality and efficient service delivery by establishing a working relationship with cultural integrity for students. This will make sense in the next slide. So Johnson O'Malley was established in 1934, and it was established to meet the unique needs of Indian students in language, culture, academics, and dropout. So it is a supplemental funding to Title VI. It is primarily for students. It is dictated and established by needs assessment that is by the school that includes parent voice. And the biggest requirement is that schools, all school districts and schools that have JOM have an Indian Education Committee. The Indian Education Committee are the decision makers that work with school JOM staff to make the decisions on how this funding would be spent. So in our responsibility, we are a 638 program. So we received the funding. No, this one. We received the funding, and the funding goes out to our subcontractors. In our responsibility, we make sure that the schools have educational plans, which is the performance and the special needs. And we also do oversight on the fiscal responsibility. We make sure that they adhere to the allowable costs. We have JOM, we provide JOM conferences, we provide IAC conferences, we provide regional meetings. Those are for JOM staff in the school. So we provide a lot of free training. We provide technical assistance. We meet with all our subcontractors, right? Last fiscal year, we had 28 subcontractors across the Navajo Nation and near the Navajo Nation. We had 29,529 students that we served. Our purpose is to make sure that our students are receiving those unique needs. And some of the challenges that we had was to align the Johnson O'Malley program with the 2018 passage of the Johnson O'Malley Supplemental Indian Education Program Modernization Act. This is the first year that we have we're adhering to that, and our total went up to 34,045. So that's what how many students that we'll be servicing this coming year. And we will be servicing 29 subcontractors also. Another challenge is forward funding. So just recently, a couple of weeks ago or last week, the government almost shut down. And because of that, my program would have been impacted. The funding that we receive, we have to wait for, we have to wait for the funding from the federal government, which is really hard when the schools only have the school year to spend the money. So one of the things that would really remedy this whole situation about late payments would be for funding, in which Ms. Rose Graham had mentioned before. And then again, I also have issues with the staffing. Like I stated before, it took a year and a half in the time that I've been in this office for my to get an educational specialist. And I've been waiting 2 years to fill the position for the senior accountant. This is a real hardship for my staff, because we try to provide services for all the 29 subcontractors. We provide technical assistance, and technical assistance, we go out to the site and we address all the concerns. Most recently, we had a meeting with a subcontractor, which took 4 hours. So we go through, and that was the 3rd time we met. So we really provide the guidance to the Indian Education Committee. We could provide guidance to the business manager, to the superintendents. We work closely with our subcontractors to make sure that they are doing what we feel as a tribal nation that they need to provide the specialized, unique needs to, what am I trying to say? Sorry, I kind of lost track of my, what I was trying to say. So it's just, we want the best for our students. So we really look at the type of training that they are providing to our students. My staff go into the classroom, they watch, they look at the curriculum, they look at how the instruction. We try to really oversee our program. And so I think that was an issue that came up this morning. And that is it. Thank you. And I will talk about tribal consultation after your questions, if that's okay.
Yeah, thank you for that information. It was nice and sweet, short, and got to the point. Yeah, thank you. So with that, committee members, are there any questions, comments? Honorable Yanito?
Yeah, told Nagy. Suzette?
Hello.
All right, thank you. I have a question. You mentioned that, these fundings are controlled by the parents. And here in Utah, the San Juan School District, I see your graph here that, we have 1,797 students there. And, in San Juan County, I don't know how it works, but this JOM funding is all pooled into one pot, like the general funds. And then whatever, however they use it, that's how they use it all as like in a mixed pot. Is that allowable?
No, if I could show you afterwards, because I know that this concern came up earlier. Thank you for the questions. The question, Delegate
Johnson
Yanito.
or Melly? Thank you.
Oh, sorry. If I could show you, I guess offline, where the funding's going. The funding is shown clearly what my office receives. It's on their website. the educational plan. The educational plan has monies tied to it, and that's what we follow. And I can walk you through their educational spending plan. It doesn't go into the general funds. Since it's federal funds that we're dealing with, we really are stringent about how it's supposed to be spent. Thank you.
Okay, follow up, Honorable Yanito.
I said, the San Juan County, Utah, the San Juan School District, they pool it in like general funds, they said. You know what I'm saying? They just pool all that money together, all the different fundings that they receive, that JOM is put in that pot as well. Like general funds in Navajo Nation, is what I said. You understand? Like in San Juan County, they have a bank, right? School. And so that JOM is put into that pot, mixed with all those other fundings that they receive. It's all pooled in one. And then that's how they use it, those fundings, JOM. Don't mind the general funds over here.
Thank you, Honorable Yanito. With that response back, Ms. HEHSC.
Thank you for the question again and the clarification. The funding, the JOM funds is reimbursement. So the Navajo Nation provides a contract for X amount, the funding, let's say $100,000. It's on a reimbursement. So according to the educational plan, the school district, based on that plan, will say, we spent $10,000 on supplies. They will send an invoice to my office that my senior accountant, the educational specialist, will verify that the funding, that money was spent on the supplies, and the amount that was set in there is what was spent, and that's how the reimbursement occurs. It's a reimbursement process. So the nation has the funding. So like I had stated before, if the contract says $100,000, the educational plan breaks down how the funding is going to be spent. And that's how the reimbursement falls. We don't send out a check to the school district. We do as a reimbursement, but not the whole contract amount. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you for the response. With that, moving down the listing, Honorable Dr. Endines.
Yes, thank you, Mrs. HEHSC Oberly, for your presentation. I think what's something good to note is also that there are guidelines for what JOM can be spent on. It's not seen as a general funds where it's open and you can just spend at your leisure. There are guidelines, just here to my colleagues as well regarding your question. But my question here was just to perhaps educate us a little more on, I know I'm familiar with how it works, but just for educational purposes on the discrepancies that are related to the subcontractors, and then again, them getting their funds. And this is probably something that Mr. Tracy can include in the letter for tomorrow, is that this is a fine example of how Navajo Nation's fiscal year related to JOM creates a discrepancy for school districts or the subcontractors here, because there are some charter schools listed that, you know, it creates difficulty for schools to expend within like the last 2 months once that funding is issued. So just kind of maybe summarize that just slightly, and just wanted to point out that clarity and ask that question at the same time. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. With that, Honorable Dr. Endines. With that, I'll give you some times. Committee member Any questions, comments? If there's no others, I will go ahead and give some time back to Ms. HEHSC to respond, and then after her completion of response, I will move on to information technology. Mr. Nelson, we'll get to your response. Ms. HEHSC?
Thank you for the question, Delegate Nez. In regards to the Johnson O'Malley, when the Johnson O'Malley process, the application process starts, my office collects all the eligible Native American students. And we verify that all the eligible Native American students and actually visually go out and we verify it from the school districts. Once we get the count, we're given an amount based on each individual student. And we distribute based on the number of the funding based on the number of students. That is usually done this month. So we go through negotiations with the subcontractors. The funding is the letter of funding goes out to the school districts right after we're done with negotiations. The timely part, the longest part is once the application and the contracts are signed off, it has to go through the 164 process. And in previous years, this process has really delayed getting the contracts out to the school districts. Like I had stated before, it's a reimbursement process. And a lot of school districts do not want to spend before the contract is completed. Once it goes through the 164 process is completed. And last year we had contracts that were still being going through the process in November, which gives the subcontractors only till April to spend. And because of that delay, we can't close out the fiscal year. Fortunately, we're in, first out, but when Congress looks at our budget and when the nation looks at our budget, we get dinged on the carryover. The funding's still sitting there. And it's not the fault of the subcontractor in most cases. It's because they got the contract late. So I think that's a huge challenge for my office, is having the contracts go through the 164 process faster. We've also had multiple year contracts. So the most recent, we did a 3-year contract. But even when we do the 3-year contract, we still have to push the contracts through the 164 process. So even though they said, okay, do a 3-year contract, we still have to do it yearly, which continues to pose a problem. And Chair, I wanted to also give a brief, if there aren't any questions, give a brief overview on tribal consultation too.
Ms. HEHSC, and this is the reason why I asked earlier when we suspended the floor rules, is there any corrections, add-ons, deletions to the agenda? So with that, at this point, I'm just following the agenda. So right now, all we have is the Johnson O'Malley program. So I apologize, it's not on the agenda, so we'll move on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again for the presentation. Moving on to the next item that was added on, which is not on our agenda, but it was added on from the get-go, from the beginning during the approval of agenda, which is information technology. Mr. Brent Nelson.
Thank you again, 25th Navajo Nation Council and the Health Education and Human Services. Really do appreciate this time, and they always say, save the best for last. So I'm glad that I have that reserved spot. But you know, technology, it's an essential. You know, it's part of our daily lives. Every other task that we do relies heavy on technology. We depend on it so much that we can't even imagine our lives without technology. You know, every day, you know, today I was observing laptops here, phones, devices, you know, gadgets that are being used to communicate with one another in various formats, you know, in our homes and our schools and our offices. You know, it really brought fruition to the importance of technology. But also, there's also many that don't know how much the importance of technology is in our daily lives. So the purpose of the Department of Education, Information Technology, and Communication Systems is to provide services to ensure the overall department can meet its mission and vision through high quality information technology support, modern communication services, and to implement and maintain systems that supports all programs to communicate and collaborate to efficiently conduct business with all Navajo education stakeholders. So part of the, go ahead and go to the next slide. Part of our IT pillar, I guess you would say, IT priorities is be a stakeholder to the construction of the Navajo Education Information System to help DOTI attain the status of a state education agency designation. You know, we with IT, we develop the technical aspects of hosting the data. As many of my colleagues had mentioned, we receive data in various formats from various locations, various entities. Part of the charge of Title 10 is housing academic data. And today with technology, infrastructure is very important. Capacity is very important. Compliance is very important. As we had heard, we have to comply with FERPA. We got to comply with HIPAA. We got to comply with many governance to ensure that personal identifiable information is secured. If it's not secured, well, everything that we had mentioned today regarding MOUs, MOAs of collecting data, we just jeopardize that. So it's a heavy initiative, a heavy resource that's needed to support this initiative. Today, you know, we try to be proactive in supporting our DOTI programs with technical solutions and to achieve efficiency and coordinate and productivity with cost-saving solutions. Technology is an expensive initiative, and building a data warehouse is not a cheap investment. It's a lifelong investment is the way I look at it for Department of Education and Navajo Nation as a whole. Now there's some challenges. Go next slide, please. The challenges that we have is there's a lot of misconceptions of IT also, and being responsible for creating NEIS. So today our solutions is we continue to educate DOTI stakeholders and administrators that the processes and they identify the solutions that are required is really coming from them. With IT, we're more of a support solution. So I think re-educating our departments and our programs in terms of how they see IT and how we fit in with this accountability system is very important. A good example is finance department. You know, with finance, you have your accounting software solution that we invest in. Well, with IT, we support the infrastructure that appliance runs on. So with that example, it's the same thing with NEIS. We need to identify an application system to, and once that's identified, we're able to support it on the IT side of things. The other thing that we're dealing with today is cybersecurity breaches. I'm sure that you guys are all aware of phishing attacks through your emails. You see adware, you see spyware, you see various things come through your email system. You know, it seems like that's the most vulnerable security vulnerability that we have. But today we continue to advocate and we try to find resources to address those type of issues. One solution that we have gone through with the Department of Education is we migrated towards cloud-based solutions. So cloud-based solutions provides many affordable solutions that traditional IT environments used to run on. Today we deal with Microsoft 365. I'm sure many of your organizations use Office 365 cloud services. So a lot of the bundled services through Microsoft has made it affordable for many departments. Today we pay $10.75 ahead to have email, to have Microsoft Teams, to have SharePoint. It's a way of collaboration. It's a way of centralizing a lot of documents, but also in this package, it weighs heavy on governance. So there's a lot of security protocols that we can implement. So a lot of cloud-based service solutions are made available through this, and it's affordable. We also recognize in terms of IT within the Department of Education, there is none. Right now we're advocating to establish an information technology department with an annual budget. And we have developed an operational plan that's currently underway. And we're hoping to finalize and get that approved through Board of Education and then through HES, and hopefully get some support in getting an annual budget to continue to support Dodi IT. Right now, we don't have a budget. We literally ask programs to provide X amount of dollars for us to maintain our outdated IT environment. So we've been doing a lot of advocating and looking for partnerships, even internally with Navajo Nation DIT. We've worked with NNDIT to bring in wireless solutions. We also have worked with NNDIT to run our NIS data warehouse at their location. So you add those two together, it's about a $2 million savings for Dodi. But we also continue to seek outside organizations. We have great relationships with the state of Arizona, the state of New Mexico. Some of the fundings that we get to improve our technology has also come from the Yazzie Martinez ruling in the state of New Mexico. So that helps in construction NIS. And just as many had mentioned, the procurement processes internally sometimes jeopardizes a lot of our grants that we pursue. So again, we really do need to make changes to those processes and shorten those so we can expedite those grants. So today, I have two people on our IT team. I have a temporary employee by the name of Frederick Toledo, who does a lot of our desktop support. Then we brought in a new gentleman, a new employee who started about 2 weeks ago, Mr. Aaron Yazzie. So it's good to have some supporting staff to support nearly 700 plus employees within the Department of Education, everything from desktop support to network support. Previously, I was basically the Lone Ranger within IT for the past 4 years, and we had a difficult time filling a vacant IT position. Again, just echoing back on the challenges of referrals of personnel. So I wanted to provide this update, but again, we really need the help of council to really support the technology requirements. And if we're going to be collecting data, we really need to make a heavy investment in the IT infrastructure to ensure we meet all the governance requirements that is required, but also to have data in real time. It seems like during the pandemic, we had questions from delegates saying, hey, how many students are in schools? How many students are online using distant learning? Those are simple questions, but we had to go out and knock on school doors just to get that information. But if we had a reporting system that we had in real time, schools would be able to submit that kind of information, and we would provide that in a timely fashion. But again, I look forward to more work sessions with Health Education Human Services Committee, and with the technology plan that's coming forth with the support of the operation of IT within DOTI. I ask for your support to fund this, and it's really supporting the Title 10 education law of building the Navajo Education Information System. So thank you again for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Shina kodo regarding the information technology, regarding stakeholders and maintain funding wise for the states, coming from states that thank you very much for that information. It is very helpful. Iki ni hita tonas naligi do da hot a ashini te shi top nani jaha kon hit asa on ni da just shut it hot a phone that's it that's all night that's it asa on na ilo was hot a ko then ha na big yasen tiets link ko yo the cords ni hitch it does still pillows because that they need ko. Yeah, thank you very much, and how it has changed dramatically, or the concept of our culture. It has really changed the way we view things. Not asato asto hashi te eshi na hagata adal na in the ni so there's goods and bad things that come from it, but again, for providing that information to us regarding technology. We'll probably work together and try to do what we can and advocate for funding for your section as well of under Department of the Net Education. So budget seasons are coming up, and eventually you'll probably have your meetings as well with your departments to discuss budget as well. So yeah, thank you. Committee members, are there any other questions or comments that you'd like to say regarding information technology? I don't see any. So with that, Honorable Dr. Nez, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Chair James, Otto, Mr. Nelson for presenting the information you provided here. What I wanted to just mention is that Mr. Nelson was part of a team with the state of Arizona that brought in millions to the Navajo Nation to support E-rate services and programs. Earlier, you heard from Mr. Donovan Pete with the Navajo Nation Library to help transform some of our chapter houses so that they're able to accommodate our students, both K-12 and up in higher education. So thank you for also spearheading and working with the team that way. And then looking forward to budget season, that was one of the questions I wanted to propose, was just, can we anticipate, and I think it's an obvious answer now, anticipate some of that budget coming from the Department of Education, but also something to consider with the administration. I know it's been changing lately, but give IT its own department or its own program. And the reason I had it requested to put this on was because, you know, the IT with its limited staff also does a lot for the department. And I know that prior to Head Start and their unanimous team there with IT, that they would be supporting both simultaneously. So I just wanted to recognize that, and just something for the administration to consider to move forward, especially with the upcoming budget season. Thank you. Those are my comments. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Dr. Andinez. With that, I will give some time back to you, brother, Mr. Nelson, the response to the comments and that was made by Honorable Dr. Nez. And then from there, once you complete your response, I'll ask for a motion and a second to accept the presentations that were done throughout the day, and then I'll call for a vote, and then we'll move on to the next item, Dole. Mr. Nelson?
Yeah, thank you again, Dr. Nez, Honorable Dr. Nez, for your comments and also for your support in terms of E-rate. You know, I think there's today's agenda, you know, I was kind of following on the IT needs, but with the E-rate initiative is really dealing with telecom. But it also serves communities across Navajo Nation. We have over $90 million of fiber infrastructure that's taking place right now. We started this initiative about 3 years ago. And the benefits of this is that each chapter house, as mentioned, is going to create a community library. And part of that community library is to provide high-speed capacity internet. Throughout the pandemic, one of the priorities was to have our students find a location to get online for distant learning. Many of us during that time, we seen and heard the challenges of limited to non-connection in many of our rural areas. So in strategizing that, we had seeked out partnership with the Federal Communications Commission. They have a sub-program called the Universal Service, they call it USAC, that serves tribal libraries and schools. So we applied for two things. One is for fiber infrastructure, and the other one was to have internet discount at each of these locations. So we with that initiative, we also had partnered up with the state of Arizona and New Mexico. And both those two states have been providing a 5% match that is required for this grant to support this infrastructure. So at the end of the day, I kind of get slapped on the hand for this, but it was building this 600 miles of fiber to all these 110 chapters has been no cost to the nation. You know, and right now, the only thing that is required from the nation is to pay monthly recurring charge, which is only 10% of the total monthly bill. So having 100 megs of connectivity at each site and only being responsible for 10% is a huge benefit to support not only distant learning, but also telehealth, to also to have our students and communities use this service to expand some of their educational knowledge. So there's many benefits to it. So thank you again, Dr. Nez, for you know, acknowledging this great initiative that we're hoping that will continue to grow each year. And in that, of course, there's challenges in terms of right-of-ways. And I'm sure you guys have all heard about the right-of-way clearances that hinders a lot of our infrastructure for CARES Act and ARPA. Well, it's the same thing that we're kind of stuck with many of our chapters. So if you can help us with those right-of-ways with that project, that would be very helpful again too. So thank you again, and hopefully I answer your question or elaborate a little bit more on that initiative. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the response. With that, I will move forward on to getting a motion from Honorable Dr. Andy Nez to accept all the presentations that were done today that is on the agenda. Do I have a second, committee members? Second made by Honorable Curtis Yanito. Committee members, are there any questions regarding accepting the presentations that were done by DODI administration, Office of the Net Account Built-in Compliance, Office of the Net School Improvement, Office of Standards Curriculum and Assessment Development, Ognian NCA Accreditation Certification Assessments, Office of Education Rehabilitation Service, Office of Scholarship and Financial Assistant, Office of Dene Youth Development, Now for Nation Library, Office of Educational Research, Now for Head Start, Johnson O'Malley, and Information Technology. e hot out e Ecuador be ke no as the link ko Asian Ecuador the don't sost as one hit the has na e ko Asian e ben ya kwa e ya ana ado ko. So with that, roll call vote. Honorable Dr. Nez, Honorable Vice Chair, Honorable Unito, Honorable Toth, Honorable Nez Begay. With that, we do have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. Therefore, we have adopted and accepted all the presentation from Department of the Net Education. So with that, moving on to item number B, Department of the Net Education, Doty School Board, reinforcement, redistricting, Doty's statutory authority under Navajo Nation Code Title 10, overview of the apportionment process, timeline, population, data definition of local control, school board compensation stipend policy, analyze and reinforcement plan 6, previous reinforcement plans. The presenters are Mr. Derek Franklin, Education Program Manager, Delegated, Matthew So, Legislative Analyst, Doty, Claudia Edgewater, Intern Superintendent, Department of the Net Education. So with that, we do have our presenters here, and they did also provide us the PowerPoint. It was emailed to us earlier today. So committee members, if you could check your email and have that PowerPoint, and I believe they're going to share it on the screen as well. So with that, I will go ahead and give the floor over to Mr. Franklin, Mr. So, and Mr. Edgewater. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and members, honorable members and council, and guests that we have online and individuals who are here with us today as well. Right now, we'd like to discuss the provide information based on the reapportionment. So right now, I'd like to turn the floor over to Mr. Matt So to give us the overview and the history and how the plan became law. So, Mr. So.
Oh, yeah, good evening, members of the committee. Shea Matthew So and Chet Touching, Shantava Bashchin, Kentachini Dashinali, Ashin Dashiche, Tseraganda Dashigando, Tseragandant, Yes Rasha, Agut Ego Denenshle, and I currently work for the Department of Dene Education as a legislative analyst. Quite the long in the Zoom. So we're going to go over some of the topics that are brought up with the agenda with regard to school board apportionment, redistricting, what the Department of Education's authority is pursuant to Title 10, and of course, our role that's also contained in Title 11. And we'll also go over the apportionment process, some of the steps involved, the timeline. The other big one is going to be collection of data, local control, and of course, one of the other topics is covering the school board compensation stipend policy. The other that was requested was an analysis of the current apportionment plan and of course previous apportionment plans. So we'll jump right in. But before I jump in, members of the committee, how many have are familiar with apportionment or know what the document looks like or what it is? Because I did provide some copies of the plan, but in a nutshell, like before I jump right in, what it is and at the end of the day is a document that's provided by the committee that's used for purposes of the election. So the plan that was approved by the last committee, that plan for everyone's knowledge that was how the HEHSC committee was to apportion school board seats for all the different school boards that are covered under that plan. So that's what the apportionment plan or document is in a nutshell. And just to reiterate, it's a process that's used for the upcoming elections for school board. And Ms. Edgewater is going to be passing out copies of the plan or the resolution that was approved by the last HEHS. And I've also provided a copy of the statute in question, which is or the statute that's referenced, which is Title 11, Section 11, and 11 N and C, Section 2H. So those are the main laws that affect how apportionment happens and the process involved. So I'm basically going to stick to that as much as possible, and of course how the department is involved in that process. What is our authority under Title 10 and of course 11? It's actually this authority that comes in about our role as a department. It actually comes out of Title 11, and it's specifically Section 11, which is before you, and also Section 2H. Title 11 governs the election for all elected officials, but these two sections of law are specific to school board. So what is one of the big questions is, what is the Department of Education charged with under the law, under the policy? As we're charged with collection of data, and that's the two criteria that we look at for apportionment plans that is collected from all the schools is student enrollment and chapter affiliation of all the students. So those two factors are what drive how apportionment plans are collected and how they're also developed for this process moving forward. One of the other parts that the Department of Education is also responsible for is collecting and maintaining public comment, and that's 11 Section D and also paragraph 2H. One of the other parts that's also required is that there has to be 60 days of public comment in any portion plan. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. One of the parts of the statute that you'll see in paragraph 2H is are public hearings required? The answer is that it is optional, and that's actually the committee's discretion. But as far as I've been involved with this process, even going back to 2012, the committee has had public hearings, and of course that's to provide as much feedback, input as much as possible at many with different entities. So generally, these public hearings are held in all 5 agencies with five different chapters or different locations. But yeah, so in that respect, there's a lot of like bits and pieces of how we eventually get to the end product or the end goal. But yeah, again, when it comes to public hearings, the committee has generally we've developed that partnership with the committee to help set up a lot of those public hearings, and there's a lot of logistics involved, but generally it's really going to be the committee discretion about how those are set up. So the apportionment process in a nutshell, we have a little flow chart here, is that under the statute, we're responsible for the collection of the data. And this is where the schools all report into a database called the Native American Student Information System. So whenever students are registered at a school, they usually have all the information like social security numbers, names, date of birth. In this case, they usually report chapter affiliation. So all that is fed into a system or database that is collected at the school. So in that respect, the schools are the ones that handle this part by making sure that they have accurate data. So what is the timeline for the collection of data? Under the statute, the data should be collected in October of every year after 2003. So the flexibility or the date is actually going to be up to the committee about what that deadline is. And generally in past apportionment plans, that deadline has generally been the end of October. So one of the big reasons why I believe the committee, or at least past councils, had chosen October as that date to collect the data is that's the date that all schools should be at maximum enrollment, because a lot of what drives this plan, apportionment plans, or any plans that are developed is enrollment data. And generally, October is a big ISEP count date for a lot of our schools, and a lot of that goes back to the big issue of funding. So again, we just want to put it on your radar that under the statute, under this law, October is going to be the deadline to collect a lot of the data that's given to the committee for development of apportionment plans. So based on that, it's going to be up to this committee that has final authority about what you want to do with that data, how you want to configure apportion plans. Do you want to have one plan? Do you want to have 2, 3, 4, 5, or this last cycle, the committee had 8 plans that all were developed based on the data. And I also want to recap that the data that is strictly looked at, nothing else, is going to be the student enrollment by school and the chapter affiliation. And then based on that, the HEHSC makes a determination about whether to have public hearings. This last cycle, we had public hearings that the committee said, we want all these plans after they've had selected all of them to take them all out to public comment or input. And so based on that, after collecting additional feedback, the committee narrowed it down to 2 plans. As I recall, it was Plan 4A and eventually Plan 6, which is amended. So after the comment, it eventually went back to committee to decide to tailor or narrow down which plans they're going to select. And of course, going back to the statute, what we are charged with is a collection of a lot of the public comment from the public hearings. We collect it by fax, by email, to try to provide as much feedback as much as possible. And we also have like forms and documents that we use to
run in there.
public to solicit their input, their feedback, and all this gets put into a report that's given to a committee. And based on that, just looking at the history, the committee generally would try to make a selection. This past cycle, the committee introduced legislation to pick 2 plans, and eventually they selected one over the other. Generally, what the statute, as I mentioned, requires is that the data should be collected by October of every 4 years after 2003. So we're now coming up into this timeline. So the data that was presented by OERS, that currently shows you what the data is with all of our tribally controlled schools. And it's important to note that the number that that's used, at least going back to the 2016 plan, we had 14,060 students that were part of that apportionment plan that was referenced as the former plan. The student count that we're working with now has dropped down to a little bit over 8,000 students. So all that is, I mean, the purpose of is really changed. So here, what sometimes happens, and this has been pretty typical, and this is built into the law itself, is that even though there are firm deadlines of October for data collection, and then what the statute also requires that the committee select a plan by the first Monday of November, at least going back to 2012, 2016, and even 2020, is that the committee has generally ordered an extension, which it kind of is typical. But with that said, we don't want the committee to sort of use that as a reason to delay the process of a developing plan and try to follow the current process as much as possible. And our task really from our department is to assist the committee, provide assistance and help you out, because it's a long process. There are a lot of moving parts involved. But some of the reasons why an extension may be ordered is for collection of additional public comment or collection of data, or even just trying to refine different plans as the committee has input into the process. So going back to 2019, some of the data is that generally we collect this data directly from the schools from that database. Data is given to HEHSC. HEHSC looks at the data, the plans that go over even a current plan, and just provide different options. And so in that respect, the committee is the driving force on a lot of these plans. And how we assist as part of this process is that we're here to help the committee. And sometimes the election administration, their staff have been involved to work on the development of these plans. And of course, HEHSC has made the decision to host public hearings, which are optional. So the last time, again, the last committee had said we want all these plans to go out for public comment was February of 2020. It was actually in this room that the committee said, we want all these plans to go into public hearing, and that what was done. So based on that, we collect the data and provide the report back to the committee. And eventually later on, the committee voted on those plans. Generally under the definition of local control, at least for purposes of Title 10, is that all school boards shall be under the control of the local school board. And how those school boards are configured, again, goes back to this particular law and policy that's in place, which is literally at the discretion of the committee. Generally, all the school boards have full authority to administer the school consistent with navigation law, federal law, And if they're a tribal controlled school, they have their own bylaws, corporate bylaws, and of course, policies, procedures that exist at each local school. So in that respect, there's a lot of discretion authority that's given to school boards in terms of how they oversee, administer schools. But at the end of the day, these school boards still are responsible to the Navajo Nation as the sovereign that created these school boards. So that's kind of local control in a nutshell. School board compensation stipend, that's one of the big topics. One of the powers and authorities that this committee also has final authority over is called the Navajo Nation School Board Stipend and Travel Policy. Under that policy, which was enacted, or the current version that we got, it was enacted back in December of 2010. And that lays out what compensation school board members are entitled to. Under that policy, school board members for school board meetings are allowed 12 regular meetings times $250 per meeting and 6 special meetings at a rate of $150 per meeting. There's also the word at large, which is used. And that means if a board member resides more than 75 miles one way, they're also entitled to mileage under that policy. It also allows that for school board training conferences, for tribal grand school boards members are allocated up to 1 WSU per board member. At the current WSU, I believe the current rate is about $6,800, and that's called 1 weighted student unit. So the budget, if school boards follow all that's required under this current policy, is that the budget for a school board, if they follow this down to the T with nothing else, is roughly about almost $10,000 or a little bit over $9,000. So all these have implications as far as what some of the other stuff that we're talking about moving forward. So one of the different analysis that was provided about was taking for example what the current school board plan is versus the former school board. Under the old plan, there was a total of 63 school boards all across Navajo Nation with a total of 275 school board members. So with that figure, just looking at it, it's these are just some of the numbers looking at what the compensation rate is for school board meetings, and just for stipend alone at 275 board members for the whole year, the amount of stipend that would be allocated is a little bit over $1 million for that many school board, and that's excluding mileage and anything else. And then you also have travel on top of that, and that the ballpark figure total is about $3 million just for that many school board members. So one of the examples is there's an upcoming conference to Las Vegas for DeBozo, and these are some of the different calculations about what the ballpark figure would cost if all school board members went to Vegas under that amount. And then at the bottom you have the current rate for what the current calculations are for 78 school board members, totaling 16 school boards under the current plan. And you get the total amount of stipend is $304,200. So the difference is about almost $770,000. So all these numbers get, and this is just looking at the analysis of what the former plan was versus what the numbers are now. So under the current plan, there's a total of 78 school board members for all tribally controlled schools and also bureau operated schools. And the total numbers of school boards is 16. Under the old plan, or the former plan that was in place for 2012 and 2016, there's a total of 275 board members across 63 different school boards. All right, so one of the other things that we're talking about is what's called what is the reality? As you have seen in some of the presentations, enrollment has declined across the board. The last time that there was a big change was in 2016. So the amount of enrollment that was used as part of that apportionment plan, what was called status quo, the status quo plan, there was 14,060 students. But the numbers, as you saw, that were reported today for all bureau operated and tribal control schools was 88,784 students, which is a decline of over 5,000. So a lot of this drives So a lot of this drives decisions at schools that affect the school's 3-year average in enrollment. And of course, the big issue, which is going to be funding. Right now, we're not going to be seeing the impacts of funding right now because of some of the waivers that exist for ISEP. But if these numbers don't change, it's going to have a huge impact in terms of how it's going to affect like staffing. It's going to affect budgets for a lot of our schools. So that's going to be the reality as we start to transition out of the pandemic. And the big question is whether or not those waivers that exist with BIE right now, if they're going to continue. If not, the 3-year average for a lot of our schools is going to take a big hit. It's going to go down. So it's important to remember that when you look at apportionment, what the decisions that the committee makes with regard to the next plan, it's also going to have the impact for probably the next 4 years. So what have we faced just based on the reality with apportionment or enrollment is that our tribe, our nation, and our schools have all had to deal with past legislation at the federal level, whether it's federal budget cuts, freezes that have impacts on funding that schools receive. There was also sequestration, which didn't happen that far away. And of course, we have Republicans in Congress that have said, we're going to freeze funding for a lot of different programs. And of course, a lot of money has been freed up for more money to be used at the school with this current process. But again, a lot of these policy decisions are some of the different realities. So one of the other court cases that affects how money is used when there's a budget cuts is there's a decision coming out of HEHSC that basically says if there's a funding shortfall with what's called the admin cost grant or tribal grant support cost, that allows the local school board to dip into ISEP, which is like a direct instruction money, or other line items to cover the shortfall in admin cost. And I think that's probably something that this committee may not want to proceed down. But that was just the reality of just a few years ago when all of our schools had massive cuts in funding. So analysis of Plan 6, generally, as I had mentioned before, that from the years 2012 to the current, there's generally have been 63 school boards with a composition of 275. And that was with the 2012 apportion plan, the 2016, and of course the current plan, which had a substantial change. So back in 2012, the last major change to apportionment happened when Wingate High School and Wingate Elementary were combined to form what's called the Wingate K-12 School Board. Again, just to let you know that the analysis or the data that we've been able to collect on this current plan is a little bit limited because this plan has only been in effect since January 10th of 2023. So a lot of the data that we have is just from people talking about the way the school boards are operating, observations of school board meetings, anecdotal information. And so far, we've not had major complaints or so forth. Most of the complaints have just generally been about how the board meetings are structured and so forth. But some of the big stuff that was put forth as the opposition to it is that if this thing's going to go into effect, schools are going to shut down, money's going to dry up, the BIE is going to take back these schools, and retrocession is going to happen. So far, all that has not happened. Schools are some of the facts to be put on the table is that schools are still receiving their funding. Business is still being conducted. A lot of the daily operations that occur in our school are still in place. So a lot of the scare taxes or the stuff that was said hasn't happened because our schools, you've seen your schools, they're still in operation. Board members are still conducting meetings. They're still being paid. They're doing what board members do. The only change has just been probably the big one has been the change in the composition of school boards. So some of the recommendations coming out of this that have been put forth is there might be some recommendations to amend or update the uniform stipend policy, which this committee has final authority to create a similar structure similar to what public schools have in place and put caps on mileage or stipend, even elimination of stipends for meeting, and just leave it just to per diem and travel, and that is it. So that was one of the other topics of compensation. As you probably realize, public school board members, they don't receive any stipend. Require school board training. Under the current policy, at least for reauthorization, as school board members are required to have 40 hours of training, and that's generally for a lot of different conferences training. DeBosa puts them on, and a few other conferences. But under the current policy, the requirement is for new school board members, they're required to obtain 40 hours of training. But that is going to be, that number does not really apply to board members who have been reelected and so forth. And another recommendation is also to look at the 6-year contract for DeBosa and to possibly align those priorities of school board training to some of the different aspects or changes within Title 10. Next steps, again, this is going to be up to the committee, but the next steps on apportionment is meeting with our department about further information, answering questions, and just starting this process. But just so the committee knows that there are certain firm deadlines you probably have to keep in mind. It's important to do a little bit of backwards planning to make sure that this committee you want to make sure that you try to get this plan in on time. So one of the things that drives a lot of this are certain actions of when things happen, like the primary election. The primary election for the 24 election for all nomination elections is going to be April. No, it looks like August 6th of 2024. So there's a part of the election code that says that the filing period ends 90 days before. So that takes you back to when the actual filing period happened is 90 days. And then the filing period for all elected offices is 14 days. At one point, it used to be 90 days, but it all got shortened down to that 14-day time period. So that puts like a firm deadline of trying to get this thing done, hopefully by the end of February. Because ideally, you also want to build in that 60-day comment period to make sure that you cross the T's, dot the I's, and cover all the bases. I believe that's it. I think we're done. Thank you. But again, just so remember that a copy of the statute is provided for your reference. I don't want to get too bogged down in detail, but it's there, and there is a copy of the current apportionment plan as it is.
Atoya, you're good? Okay. So with that, thank you for the presentation and also providing the PowerPoint to us here. And in regards to the presentation, committee members, are there any questions? Honorable Toth?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, members of HEHSC and staff here. Most of them are, I guess, on their way home. Mr. So, thank you for bringing this issue through your presentation. Why? What is the rationale behind of reducing this stipend? They only get less. Are you also a board member? So I know you are working for Department of Education. So seems like you have something against the school board. What's the rationale behind it? So that's the question. And then you should be also be neutral when you give this report. And a lot of these recommendations, I don't know where it's coming from. Are you just trying to penalize the school board? And what is? I know that the Doties and your department always say school board misusing funds. I don't think so, because I was there. Only some certain school, yes, but not certain schools. Some school are in right direction. They follow the policy. So one or two or three school that misuse these funds and then it covers everybody. So why are you trying to reduce these? Are you working with the community at lower level, which is stakeholder? You always mention stakeholders. Those are the key people, grandparents. Amatan Lenigito, Ideya. So Idibhatisito Kaet of Halne. And that's the only thing through your presentation, I would like to, or your response in that fashion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Toth, for that. Mr. Matthew So for the presentation, and then also providing the PowerPoint, and then also providing us the HEHSCAP-05-20, the reinforcement plan. I thought you provided that to us. And then also the listing of how the schools were combined, and then the names of those combined school by agency. Also providing the dates of when public hearing notifications were done. Adonana Quador earlier, in regards to ODSI resolution HEHSCAP-19. I talked about the purpose in that section, and I asked that question to Dr. Ferlin Clark. And in there, it talks about improving schools by professional development, coaching, and mentoring of education. And the response was indicated that we all need to come back together as a department, the net of education, DODI. We need to come back. With the AA Besoki, you're talking and you explain some areas of this reinforcement plan, and there's no real highlights of in regards to professional development, coaching, mentoring. How do we improve our schools? And there's looking through all the slides that you shared with us, there's really no understanding of that professional development. The only thing, and that goes back to what Honorable Toth is saying, is yes, there's that cost saving. You shared the difference between the school board members when it used to be 275 school board members and now being down to 78. Khalid bayat itla with the previous HEHSC. You have individuals that are trying, these school boards and these schools out there in the local, trying to get that wording out based off what was shared with us from Dolores Noble, integrating and improving our the language. No, the goal that needs to be accomplished, it's not corresponding with this new reinforcement. So me analyzing all of that, it's not corresponding Ako kote aani, you're indicating that you're saving this much money. But where is that money going to go? Akoko, before the reinforcement, yeah, we had all of these 275 school board members. To me, it seems like we were improving by them attending whatever training, whatever conferences that are happening out there, and then taking the knowledge back into their communities. How they share it, we don't know. But at least the important piece of what Ms. Dolores Noble indicated, the net language, the net culture, that's being shared back at the local level. Reinforcement, we're just down to 78. There's only a few people out there now that are able to do that. The previous HEHSC committee. Coming from ODSI, coming from the data information that was just shared with us today. We don't have funding to, or we're going to find funding to improve to have individuals knowledgeable for the net language, to share that the net culture. As lawmakers, we need to improve that. We need to increase that. The base of yes in the land, but yeah, nothing that they told, but not yet that's just the way I'm understanding this whole deal thing. And I think that's one of the pieces that we as HEHSC committee members need to start analyzing, and then based off the data information that we're going to be receiving from Dodi, because this year is another year that we need to come up with another reinforcement plan. At the same time, understanding that there was the reason why this was done to reduce school board members was because of enrollment. So I really have not seen any document or a report indicating, hey, HEHSC committee members, audit, and in all of these different audits that happened, there was indication that the school board members were overspending. These schools were overspending that should not be used where it wasn't used. When you look at it from that concept, you get that the town AAD Plan 6 that they need. Were they able to see that audit report from all of the school, where that audit report indicated that there were outrageously spending funds out there, the fundings that were not allowable? We don't have that information. It makes it hard for me to move forward and try to see where I can assist. That's the hard part. These very important documents, those are your backup. And I don't see no backup. PowerPoint, and then the things that happened, the history. There's no real strong backup that documents that we have here before us. And I think that's one of the key to moving forward on addressing this reinforcement. Now, I'm going to go across and I'm receiving resolutions from chapters. And those resolutions from the chapters opposing opposing the reinforcement plan 6. And so far, you know, there's been so far what I have down here on my listing is that I have 9 chapter resolutions. And when you start adding up all of these in favor of opposing reinforcement 6, it's a high number. And then there's several other school board out there that had submitted their own separate resolution as well, opposing this reinforcement plan 6. Okwagi Nana, that puts a big burden on us as elected officials when we're receiving some strong documents from the chapter level, which is resolutions. The Quishin or Hayushin Aden resolution regarding opposing the reinforcement plan 6. Okay, those are some of the things that that's been coming to me, and it's all in this red folder, and that's why I'm sitting here thinking, okay, what kind of strong documents do you guys have to back up the information that was shared with the previous HEHSC committee? And on top of that, at Kwado Nasonana, you indicated that in your in this differences between your reality on check in the on for your page 11 PowerPoint. Oh, what you guys just have been informing us, enrollment has dropped across the board. Again, there's no strong documents or data information that you have shared with this 25th Navajo Nation Council HEHSC committee of a breakdown of by years of how many enrolled students you guys had. There's no real table that you've shared with us up to this point, Nicole. And that makes it more hard for us on trying to address where you are coming from as Dodie, as in finding this solution to reinforcement 6. On the Haban, in the case, if you can take those into consideration, that would be really helpful, because we need those strong documents. The previous HEHSC, which are here on here at then. Upon the she Kodon Nash Naso, she hit our na is net or lethal. But I guarantee you, as chair, there's going to be no optional regarding public hearing. Just me as one delegate. And such and my colleagues that sit on HEHSC. That has to be a must. That we haven't received that information. Where do you stand on your budget on that? How many public hearings can you guys do for this reinforcement for this year? Are you able to do it at all the 110 chapters? That would be my recommendation, to have it all done at 110 chapters, a public hearing at all chapters throughout the Navajo Nation. And if you can't do that, then provide us some strong documents to where we can back you up, to where we can support you. Regarding these real strong documents that we need before us. But as the 25th Navajo Nation Council, we came in, and this is what it was, and this is where we're at as of January to now. So I appreciate all the information that you have shared with us up to this far. It's been Very interesting. At the same time, I've also been receiving resolutions to where school want to be independent themselves. There's some I think I have 3 resolutions where the schools are requesting for them to be on their own. So again, if there's no strong document, maybe I need to drop legislation for those schools and let them go on their own. So as HEHSC committee of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Other than that, I'm very appreciative of your PowerPoint, very appreciative of the information that you have, the knowledge that you have, that you continuously to share with us up to this far. And at the same time, just know that we've been researching on how we should be moving forward again with this. We understand there were several different plans that were initiated. And I don't know what the plans were, what the first one was, what the second one was, what the third one was. How did we get to 6? But I know you guys have been issues with the administration there as well, with leadership going back and forth, and but I'd like to make that request to you. Again, I'm going to ask you, how many days do you think you need to provide us those information, those strong documents information to us? And I will leave that up to you, and then from there we'll create a directive for you to provide us those documents within that time frame. And as your position title, legislative analysts, that's your job between Dodi and HEHSC. And so you should have all of this information already in place. And all the different questions that we had throughout the day, you're the main person that should be notating all of that and giving us that information. I think that's how I understand your position title. If it's a whole different one, please correct me. If I'm understanding it the wrong way regarding your position title, then share that with me too. And what is it, your position title? What is it supposed to do then? If I'm not understanding it right, I just reviewed the class spec of your position title really quick, and that's where I'm coming from with my information. That you're actually here in the middle between Dodi and HEHSC and maybe other oversight committee and committees, but that's I guess that's your position title. So class spec, but in regards to what was advertised under the job vacancy announcement, it's not on here. So again, thank you, Mr. Matthew So, for you and your team that have come this far to address what you can and how you've been working with the previous council and then moving on into the 25th Navajo Nation Council HEHSC committee. So that will only be my comment. Just that one question is, how many days will you need to give us those strong backup documents pertaining to the reinforcement plan 6? With that, Honorable Toth. That way we don't keep going with the mic back and forth. Honorable Toth, Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson, Honorable Dr. Nez. Anybody else, committee members? Okay. With that, that's the order of the 3, so I don't have to recognize you guys each time. So,
again, thank you, Chair, for follow-up questions and then concerns. Administrator and the school board are ready to fight each other. So it goes back to your organization and how this came about. So you want a clarity why you didn't choose number one? Then there was just some good plan that was in place. And then I know that consultation didn't happen. You did some, but what you did is you took a picture of some of these people in the meeting that you use that against the reapportionment plan. But the announcement, put it on the radio, it didn't happen. You know the problems. That's what the chair's asking. What determination, what gives you an idea that you want to go with Plan 6? There were some other plans that was in place. How come that wasn't selected? And again, we try to please with the other HEHSC committee. But the thing they said is we have authority. We have authority to do this, no. That's what I heard. We try to plead with them, but the plan was approved. That's a big concern that you created. It's out there. It's out there. Every day we go out, people say, what's going on? Are you going to rescind those? And I tell them, hey, I'm trying to figure out what the Doty's doing. So the only way is we got some months to go. If you're going to put another plan together, you're going to have to consult with the school board. You have to consult with the community. Consultation is very important. That has to be done not in a rush. So those are concerns that we see in it. You can't deny that. You can't deny what happened. It happened. We try to plead with you. We try to plead with it in education. Didn't happen. So that's the answer that we're looking for. What's the rationale behind it? Of course, some people were saying school board mismanaged. BIE are accountable. Have you looked at their budget? See, that's what happened when we try to get a message across. So I'm disappointed and they did what they remember that I'm for the community. But I drove by like you. You make money probably more than the school board at the same time. You're getting paid from the school. It is, yeah, could have had this so on Soroli.
Nana, the reapportionment plan is something as a new HEHSC that was the first thing that was kind of put before us, and it was it was a mess, and we were already bombarded right away with a lot of requests from our communities and the local schools to rescind this, but we were right away informed that nobody has any real power to undo elections, period. So the fact was that there was elections that happened, a new board member were elected and placed, and therefore nobody has power to undo that. So that was the biggest I guess that's something we couldn't get around. So certainly, I think I understand, the way I understand this is that we prior HES enacted the law, they created the law, and then it was given to Doty to implement. And so I don't really think it's, I mean, I don't think, I just know it's not Doty's doing. You know, we as HES and prior council members, 24th Navajo Nation HES committee is the one who approved this law. So, and basically was given to you to implement. Lawmakers, I see them, you know, with this new council, I'm seeing everybody very different. There are some council that are like, we just make laws and appropriate money. That's all we do. And then nobody, I mean, I shouldn't say nobody. There are very few people who, to me, who are concerned about how then the law is interpreted and implemented. So it just kind of like, yeah, well, I wrote this legislation and I'm going to put it out and here you go implement it. And then they just go make, whether it's a good or bad, there's no follow-up to see if any of it was good and if it actually works for the people, it's actually helpful, it's actually making a positive change. Like nobody kind of looks for that. And it just kind of like, okay, here, go implement it. And then opansis case it quit kunzago beninata o yuidi behas ani o bake and that seed. And that's all we deal with every single day is just this monstrous bureaucracy system that's been created through legislations and amendments and legislations and amendments. And it's just this big ball of yarn now. And not real helpful to anybody. So as for me personally, as a legislator, I certainly don't want to just create legislations just to create them. I want to make sure that it's a quality, you know, legislation. It's something that I can absolutely follow and see that it works. And if it doesn't, maybe within my term, I can come back and, you know, make amendments to help iron out the kinks. So that would be, you know, I would hope that other, you know, lawmakers think of legislations that way. The other piece is Kodo, he's Shana, he said he's receiving chapter resolutions to rescind this reapportionment plan. I attended one of my chapter meetings and it was through Zoom, so I had then they didn't have quality audio. So there was a lot that I missed, but from what I heard, to me, the school was presenting a lot of sort of not correct information. So one of the things they were saying was, well, they're not going to give us the money. It's all going to go back to Doty. We're not going to get any money and things like that, which I knew right off was not true. But I feel like the job of our chapter officials should then to do their own fact checking. They should then say, well, we're only hearing from you and thank you for your concerns. But in order for us to really understand this, why don't we bring Doty in? Why don't we bring, you know, other folks to help answer some of these questions? But in this case, it was like the chapter president and just went ahead and she's, you know, was acknowledging all that was being presented and just kind of went along with it and agreed. And yes, let's go, you know, we probably need to sue the nation, you know, and I was like, okay. And I just thought, okay, I just thought, okay, that the chapter isn't doing their due diligence. They're not fact checking. They're not looking at what's being given to them from all different angles and seeing that they have a full comprehensive overview of what this reapportionment plan is. So I'm going to take with a grain of salt these you know, chapter resolutions that come through, because I then want to check what their understanding of reapportionment plan is. And I also want to give them the opportunity for you to come to the chapter and to make that presentation and really help them understand. I think it's really a lot of misunderstandings. But I also agree with my brother here and Mr. Tolt that you need to sell this to me. I'm still not certain. I know it's. Let me reword that. So we need more information as to how we arrived at this point with the reapportionment plan. So you said, so what I understand, I know that there was a lot of school board, there's some school boards who had gone through a lot of mismanagement of funds. And so that was sort of one of the reasons that you arrived at this point, maybe, I'm not sure. If that is the case, then where do we find that kind of information? And is there, I'm sure there's a place, I just haven't really looked for it, but maybe some of those are the reasons why you went to we went to reapportionment plan. But if we're really gonna stick our necks out for school board and to go back to status quo, I'd also like to see the performance of school boards as well, because they also need to be held accountable. So if they are saying there's a full board needed at a school with 50 children and we need 6 board members, but then, the data shows that learning still isn't happening, then I might want to say, okay, part of a school board's job is to improve schools. And so then what are you doing? You're a full board with 50 children. So how come schools, performance hasn't improved? So I also want to, hold them accountable in that way too. So if you could certainly provide more substance to how why there was an absolutely need for a reapportionment plan, like help me understand that. And I know it has been a long, I think 10-year process, more than that, was introduced. I don't remember the year. I had that information, but it was way back. It was introduced, and it finally somebody probably had the courage to get it through. I'm sure that they were lobbied for years and years and years and years not to go through with it. But finally somebody, previous 24th HEHSC probably had the courage and finally did it, so what prompted them to do it, and that it made sense and that they absolutely had to do it. So I would appreciate that information. What you give us is just, some information, but we want strong, strong documentation and why we've arrived at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Aro Kuro, Mr. So, for the presentation. I think as a friendly reminder that, as the legislative body with the Navajo Nation, that those laws are created and the executive branch is the one that carries out those laws. So I know there's been several comments directed to the Department of Education and to Matt specifically, which I find unfair in a way. Comments such as "you probably make more than the board member" are certainly uncalled for, because those types of comments do not help the situation. And I think now that the individuals who are currently sitting on HEHSC and sitting on the Navajo Nation Council can provide those opportunities now to move forward. And a lot of the comments that you're getting from your constituents, from your respective schools, can also be used as a opportunity to help support this new reapportionment plan, granted that there are facts in place, as well as trend data that are also in place from our respective schools, because I too also see a discrepancy when you look at some of our schools, such as Hanatle and Pinyan Community, who are only K schools, and you also see some of those disparity when it comes to their school boards. So I see both the good and the bad, and I think that comes with just about everything in life. So I think, you know, the comments that are made here from the committee, I think can be used as an opportune time to help provide some guidance and advisement because we are the Health, Education, Human Services Committee to provide that here with the Department of Diné Education. And also, you know, there's been a lot of comments. There's been a lot of shared personal anecdotes, but, you know, I find it quite interesting that, you know, students have not been brought up. And I think it's very important that we continue to see that the decisions that are made that affect students should also include their voices as well. And, you know, when I share this a lot of times, I've spoke to a number of folks at various different events, and I always tell them that as adults, we also need to listen to kids. As a former classroom teacher, my kindergartners had a lot to teach me. They had a lot to remind me about certain things too. And I remember sharing with some of our students that, you know, sometimes during our debates on council that perhaps they know the answer to some of the questions that we have. And so I want to caution my colleagues here, as well as those online and our agents, to also consider the voices of our children who this ultimately affects as well. Comments that, you know, come from adults tend to just kind of miss the interpretation that is needed from our children as well. As you've seen in the report, there are over 70,000 of our students there, and that's 70,000 additional voices that need to be incorporated into the decisions and planning that affect them ultimately. And so I just wanted to highlight those areas as well, and just understand that as the legislative body, you know, again, we create the laws, and the executive, you know, they carry out those laws. So again, I caution my colleagues here not to make this as an attack on Doty. Simply what they're carrying out is what was passed by the 24th Navajo Nation Health, Education, Human Services Committee. And if we're going to revisit this subject, I would also recommend that we bring on Honorable Carl Slater, who is the only one member of the previous HES who was reelected, who probably can share a lot of the historical documents and the timeline that was created to implement this reapportionment plan. And I recall back in February or March, one of our HES meetings, that the Department of Diné Education also provided us a large stack of documents with previous resolutions, timelines of events for public hearings that occurred. And that's probably where a lot of our questions can also be answered once we peruse through those documents there. So again, colleagues, I always like to say that, you know, when you carry out or make remarks that, you know, are not up to par or have some sort of relation to what can be improved, carry it out with a recommendation or a strong guidance or advisement so that, you know, predicaments like this are not revisited, which leads me to one of my questions here to the Department of Diné Education, and for us as well as Doty to consider, not as Doty, as HES to consider, is how can we strategize then moving forward so that, you know, our schools, our grant schools, what can they expect from Doty concerning the upcoming plan? So again, just that strategy that can be implemented both with Department of Diné Education, but as a HES committee, as we continue to learn and unveil what was implemented by the previous 24th HES committee, and again, to help promulgate that to ensure that we're reaching every fine points as we continue to revise and ultimately implement a new reapportionment plan. For me, presence is a big thing. I would agree that, you know, many of our schools need to be visited because it ultimately affects them. To make the additional step to visit, you know, each of the schools, there's 28, and then you have residential schools as well. In addition, coordinate with BIE on this as well, and DeBosba, which by Title 10 are those that, you know, they're training their school boards. So ultimately, they also have a case in this as well. So those were just some of the comments that I wanted to make, and one of the top questions that I had at this time. But thank you Matt, as well, for your team and the Department of Education for working on implementing the law that was passed by the 24th HES Committee. And again, to my colleagues, those are some of the recommendations I have to some of the comments that you've made here directly to Matt, but also to the Department of Education, because we want to be solution oriented. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Dr. Andy Nance. With that, I believe we also need to start referencing resolutions just to be helpful. Like, for instance, the ECD-35-10 relating to education amendment, the uniform stipend policy for local community school boards. I think that's one of the biggest areas that we also need to have an understanding on of where we're going with a lot of this travel and stipend, per diems, meals, lodging, and so forth down the line. And so so I just wanted to state that for the record as well. Again, committee members, honorable committee members, do you guys have any other questions? If there's no other questions, comments, I will go ahead and give the floor back to you, Mr. So. And after you complete your response, we'll go ahead and end the presentation. Mr. So.
Oh, yeah, thank you, members of the committee. I just want to go back and clarify some certain things that were brought up. For the record, I am not a school board member. My term ended. So for the record, I'm not a school board member. So in that respect, yeah, I'm not a board member. I used to be, but now I'm not. So the presentation was compiled wasn't just me, it was actually a collaborative effort that involved all the program managers and staff, as far as like some of the presentations that were discussed. As far as like the path moving forward, I believe what we had tried to present is our role with our department is to assist the committee with what some of the next steps are, because it's really going to be your discretion about how to move forward, and not try to go back over stuff that happened. But it's important to remember stuff that happened moving forward. But when it comes to public hearings, that's really not our task as a department. That's actually the committee that says if you want to have public hearings or not. That's really your discretion. How we assist the committee was helping facilitate those public hearings. But at the end, it was really the HES that made that decision. And we, as part of our good faith effort to partner with HES, we wanted to help out with public hearings, and we did the best that we could with the time that we had at the time. And to go back to what apportionment is, all it is, what it boils down to is two big factors: chapter affiliation of students and of course enrollment at a lot of our schools. And as far as the past HES committee, probably the best person that would give you the rationale about why things happened the way they did are those committee members. But some of the stuff that we dealt with our department, ODAC, our department, a lot of stuff that was it actually made statewide news, national news. It was literally embarrassing to the nation to see a lot of the stuff was happening. We had the whole Alamo School Board get indicted for criminal conduct and misbehavior. The whole school board got roped into a federal prosecution. Two of them are now going through the stuff that happened in 19 is finally coming up to light now. The issues that happened in Borrego Pass, that school board, that committee, nearly they made a tough decision to retrocede the school, Borrego Pass, because of the stuff that school board did. That also nearly happened with a couple of other schools that we had to deal with. One of the school boards that we're actually having to clean up and address because of a lot of stuff. Loop schools. All 4 board members are under. They're now going through ethics, and 3 of them have been they've been dealt with through the process, and there's 1 more to go. That decision should be coming out shortly. So that's the kind of stuff that our department we do. We coordinate with white collar crime and stuff that's what the last committee had to deal with. And Mr. Franklin has tons of documents, probably stacks, that show a lot of different things that were going on. Audits not being turned in, schools that were on the verge of having their accreditation revoked. All these things were real factors that were brought up to the committee. We've even had schools that were about to be returned back because they had no accreditation. And who's in control of these schools? School board members. I mean, we do what we can from our department on that, but at the end of the day, the last committee, they had the rationale, and I'm not one to second guess or to try to or speak for them. I think your committee could speak with them about some of the stuff that happened. But as far as like stuff we've seen school boards violate the election code, and for us, we make those referral to the election office, and some of them, for quite a few, got removed. So our job is really not an easy task, and that's dealing with compliance, enforcing the law that's on the books, and just having to make some of these difficult choices. But out of all the stuff that gets lost at the end of the day, it's usually about me, my authority, my power, and nothing is said about the kids. And so what we look at from our department is, how are all these actions of school board, how does that impact kids at the end of the day? And just seeing the stuff that we had to deal with over the past 4 or 5 years, that was the reality of at least what the last committee had to deal with. So if you Google some of those school board names, all that is public record. So I'm not speaking out of context in terms of stuff that's not out there. And we also have one school that is also under federal prosecution right now by the former school board and school employees who misappropriated $1.9 million of money meant for the kids to redo their school. So out of all the stuff that's argued, how do you tell the parents and kids that's what that last school board did? How do you justify or rationalize why that's acceptable?
I'm going to do a point of order.
Yes.
Matt,
Sorry.
I'd like to caution of information that you are sharing, because a lot of this is still going through the litigation, and Ms. Lowe, if she can share some information of where this is all going with the litigation, that would be helpful. And I think it's best that you just stay with the questions that we ask for a response. But I'll give some time to our legal counsel, Ms. Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. So to the extent that this is public information, and by public information, I mean something that I could either do an online search and easily find, or that I could put in a request for information to a governmental entity and it wouldn't be redacted under a Privacy Act or a Freedom of Information Act. And I don't have any specific information about the individual situations that Mr. So has mentioned. So I don't have any information on litigation status or anything like that, Chair.
All right, thank you for the clarification. So with that, Mr. So, I know there's a lot that needs to be shared, but just be careful of what you're saying. We don't want it to restart the whole thing again. So so I'll give you the floor back, Mr. So.
Okay, yeah, again, most of this information was publicly released by the federal prosecutors, the U.S. District Court, and it also made the paper in the media in that respect. So all this it's already out there. There's no secret behind a lot of these stuff. And I believe ODAC and our department can easily provide an update about where some of these different cases stand. But this is the kind of stuff that we deal with as far as behind the scenes. But apportionment, this is only one part. So I believe what our goal is out of this is really just trying to assist the committee with some of the next steps moving forward, as far as what plans you have, what are some of the goals that you would like to see. And with regard to public hearings, I mean, our goal with the last committee was to work with the last committee on developing some of the structure, the processes. But at the end, all those responsibilities are with the committee. It's not with us. It's actually so I think that's sort of the misperception that all this is a DOTI or Department of Education deal, when it's actually the committee. And so what we do is, our job is to assist your committee with some of these decisions that have to be made. So some of the timelines, the framework, that's what we're trying to help you get to the next plan. So whatever that plan may be, and we're not trying to second guess any decisions made, but it's also to show that we're here to work with your committee about trying to get things moving. So the whatever plan you guys come up with, that's going to be your call, and we'll assist. I believe, I'm not trying to speak for our superintendent, but yeah. But that documentation, I believe the last HESC committee had all the comment, all the information that's somewhere at legislative council. But if you're looking for audits and all the other stuff, that's probably going to take a little bit of time, but we have it somewhere. But yes, I mean, with the current plan, it's only been in effect since January. So saying whether it's working or not working, it's difficult to say. But at least, as Mr. Franklin mentioned, based on some of the just observations, the boards are working with each other. They are taking care of their schools, getting stuff approved. They're operating no different than the last boards that used to be there. And the money's still flowing directly to the schools. And we haven't received any word or indication from Bureau of indication that the money's going to all of a sudden dry up, where the schools will get taken back or retroceded back.
Point of order, the Honorable Toll.
That was asked of Mr. So is not responding to it. So I would request them to put it in writing, respond back to us all these questions. He should have wrote it down. So it seems like he has his own opinion. So I would rather have him do in writing to us all the questions that we ask. Chair, if I'm in order to recommend that idea.
He had Honorable Toth for that recommendation. How long will it take you to provide a written response, Mr. So? In regards to the questions, tomorrow, Thursday, Friday? Just to the questions that we asked, that's the point of order that was raised. So you'll just be writing a response on the questions that was just currently asked.
It's probably going to take a while, because if you're asking us for documents about the stuff that we have covered, that's going to it's going to take some research. It could be a lot.
Okay, that's a whole different subject. That's a question that I asked you, how many days you need to provide that information to the committee. Now, point of order was done because you're not answering those questions that were raised by the HEHSC committee. And so since verbally it's not being given as an answer, we just need an answer, written response of the questions that we asked earlier. So in that document, your written response would be, I need 30 days to provide you the strong documents, because my question to you was, how many days do you need? But you're avoiding the questions that were asked, and that's why a point of order was done. So with that, your written response to answers, how long will that take you? Tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, and then once you give us an answer under the written answer response, then you can indicate in there that, oh, you need whatever, 30 days, 60 days to get those supporting documents.
Realistically, it's probably going to take between 30 and 60 days.
To answer our questions that we just asked earlier, or to provide us those supporting documents?
That, and probably also the documents that were requested.
Okay, so we're talking about two different things. The only thing that we need from you is an answer for those questions. So how long, when can you give us those answers in written format?
To be honest with you, members of the committee, I'm not sure I can answer some of these questions, because that was actually with the last committee about rationale or decision making. We didn't have, we're not the ones that made that
So to
decision.
put that in writing, how long will you take for you to give it back to us? Tomorrow,
We could
Thursday?
probably do 2 weeks.
Okay. So with that, your written answer response will take you 2 weeks. And you can email it to our legislative advisor just for the answers to the questions that we had. Just the answers will take you 2 weeks. And so with that, I'm assuming you'll be able to email it before or on June 20th. So just to the answers that to the questions that we had. That's it. That's all you're doing. Then the other question that I had was, how long will it take you to get those supporting documents? That's a whole separate thing again, which you would provide in your response as your answer. So HEHSC, well, I guess we'll give you the June 20th deadline to provide us answers to the questions that were asked of Honorable Toth, Honorable Vice Chair Simonson, myself, and Honorable Dr. Nance. So those are the 4 individuals that asked questions. So with that, that will end our conversation here. Mr. Franklin, did you have a statement that you would like to share with us?
Yes, Mr. Chair. May I address the committee? May I address? Okay.
Mr. Franklin, yes.
Okay, so to further assist for the upcoming apportionment, my recommendation is we need your help. Their schools have all the information on how school boards spend their money from the previous, before this new board came to pass, or currently in. So that information is very vital, because that shows how each school board member, if they followed the Navajo Nation stipend policy, if they followed the travel policy. So because the reason why I'm saying this is that at one point, the Navajo Nation Board of Education, they asked the schools for this information. And we only got 4 schools that replied. Out of the 32 schools, they didn't want to give us this information because it would show how they're spending their money. So all the schools have this information. So from the previous board prior to January 10th, if you guys give a directive to the schools to provide this, that can further help you on how schools are using their funds to travel, and particularly in school board, in the area of school board. The second is the last previous 24th Navajo Nation Council, the HEHSC committee, they ask Office of Labor Relations, ONLR, for data on how many schools were, how many employees filed against their schools for violating policies and procedures based on the decision that school boards make. I'm not sure if ONLR had actually provided that information to the 24th Navajo Nation Council, but that also can show the decisions that school boards make. And basically, if it gets challenged by the employee for not following policies and procedures, that shows that evidence that the decision that they made was wrong because they lost the case. So that is why when we explained to the 24th HEHSC committee, they asked that from ONLR. I'm not sure if they ever provided that information to that HEHSC, but those 2 things will help decide on what kind of decisions school boards make, how they're using their funds. Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. And I will recognize that as a directive from HEHSC committee. Once you complete your agreements, you don't have that agreement in place with BIE. And it was shared earlier by Honorable Dr. Nez that there has been no agreement that has been in place to share documents, to share information, to share data with BIE. And that's what we got back from United States Department of Interior Bureau of Indian Education from, who was it, Emily? So yeah, Emily K. Arviso. And then at the same time, I know it was brought up earlier today that there is no agreements in place for the different states as well. So it would be really hard to request or make a directive if we don't have agreements updated on sharing documents. So make those agreements, concur that all of those have been done for us to come back and say we need these information. Because I don't want to put a directive in and then at the same time we get a letter back indicating that there's no agreement, so we can't respond to your directive. Mr. Franklin?
Yes, can I provide a little more clarification? So tribally controlled schools are different from BIE operated. So tribally controlled schools, they have that own data. That data, according to their reauthorization resolution, if an entity within the Navajo Nation asks for specific data, the tribally controlled schools will need to provide that data. This is separate from the BIE data agreement. The data agreement really pertains to student information. This is, or I'm talking about school board. They have all this information. See, the reason why the Board of Education asked for this is because in a general audit, it's not recorded. The auditor does not provide information on how school boards utilize their funds. It's that detailed information. So when the Board of Eds decided about 5 years ago, they said, we want to know how the school is utilizing those funds. And that's in the jurisdiction of the Navajo Nation. So that's why the Board of Ed, that we try to get support from the HEHSC at that time, but their term ran out. So then the new 24th came in, I believe it was the 24th. Then they had a different agenda. So I'm just suggesting this to better support this upcoming apportionment plan, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. If you can provide us a letter with that information, and then we'll go from there. That way we have our paper trail as well. So that would be very helpful if you can do that, Mr. Franklin. I don't know how soon you can get that to us as well. I don't know if that will be part of the 2-week still thing, but I don't know how soon you can get that letter to us.
I think I would go with the 2 weeks
Okay.
to ask that so that I can converse closely with my colleagues, Mr. Chair.
Okay, all right then, sounds good. All right then, thank you again for that information. So with that, there are no other questions, comments that were made. So with that, I will call for a motion to accept the presentation report that was done regarding Department of the Net Education School Board Reinforcement, Redistricting, and the whole information regarding Reinforcement Plan 6. Motion made by Honorable Curtis Yanito. Do I have a second? Second, Helena Nez Begay. Committee members, are there any other questions regarding the report, information that we received regarding the reinforcement redistricting for Doty Statutory Authority under Navajo Nation Code Title 10, overview of the enforcement process, timeline, population data, definition of local control, school board compensations, and stipend policy, analyze of the reinforcement plan 6 and the previous reinforcement plan. There's no questions, committee members. We do have a motion and a second on the floor. With that, roll call vote. Honorable Dr. Nez, Honorable Vice Chair, Honorable Yanito, Honorable Toth, Honorable Helena Nez Begay, With that, we have 5 in favor, 0 opposed, and chair not voting. With that, thank you very much again to the presenters, Mr. Franklin, Mr. So, and Mr. Edgewater. Thank you for the information and the report that you guys provided. Moving on to item number 6, old business, there's none. 7, new business, there's none. 8, close of meeting, announcement, adjournment. Next meeting, HEHSC special meeting is tomorrow, Wednesday, June 7th, 2023. Travel, June 7th through the 11th, 2023, to BOZA 2023 Summer Conference, Las Vegas, Nevada, regular meeting on June 14, 2023. Are there any other announcements, committee members? Honorable Vice Chair.
Oh, committee members, we also really need to keep up with the Arizona Healthcare cost containment tribal consultations. So I got a notice late for a 2-day consultation, June 1st and 2nd, Bana State, down at Arizona State Capitol. And so then there's a quarterly consultation, and that one is scheduled for June 22nd, 2023 from 1 to 5 p.m. And the location is San Carlos Apache Healthcare in Peridot, Arizona. So it's virtual as well as in person. I think if we go to the Access website, we'll probably find information. It's from Christine Holden. She's the Access Tribal Liaison. So a lot of our Diné people are have their medical care, receive medical care under Access. And I know in the years prior, there has never been any Navajo Nation leadership advocating for the healthcare delivery to our people to Access. So I think we really need to take the opportunity to be at the table and advocating for our people and the services they receive.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. With that, also just to let you guys know, there is the Navajo Nation Economic Summit that will be taking place June 20th to June 22nd here at Twin Arrows. And then also tomorrow, Vice Chair will be running the meeting for me tomorrow. I will be somewhere down the hallway due to the fact of the ARPA funding from Division of Community Development has all my chapters scheduled tomorrow morning beginning at 9 a.m. So I'll just be here. I'll be here at Twin Arrows. So I'll be somewhere, wherever the conference room is set up for all the ARPA chapter project deal things. So that's coming from Division of Community Development as well. So I believe Western agency chapters are part of this as well too tomorrow. So Honorable Helena Nesbigay might need to be excused too as well tomorrow to attend and join her chapters. So an FYI. And I believe the next one's going to be on Friday, which would be in Ganado, which would be for all the Chinle agency chapters as well. So I don't know, it's this Division of Community Development. We got the email and the notice, and that was my question too. I was like, hey, why am I over here at Twin Arrows? Why couldn't we be in Ganado? But the answer was that contractors that they selected, I guess there's 3 contractors that Division of Community Development has selected for chapters to do those ARPA projects. So the contractor that's doing Ganado, my chapters, is over here with the Western agency. And then Chinle agency has a different contractor that's doing the job for the chapters ARPA project. Northern agency and then Eastern agency has a different contractor as well. So that's why they're having this meeting deal things based off the contractors that were awarded the contract. Just for clarification for you, Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. Okay, so with that, that would be the announcements. With that, do I have a motion to adjourn? Motion made by Honorable Helena Nesbigay, second by Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. Roll call vote. We vote adjourn here at 8:36 p.m. Arizona time. Reservation time is 9:36 p.m. So with that, Honorable Helena Nesbigay votes green. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Curtis Unito. Honorable George Toth. With that, we do have 5 in favor and 0 opposed and chair not voting, and we are hereby adjourned. Thank you, committee members. Thank you, Doty staff. Thank you, visitors, and then those that are online. Enjoy the rest of the evening and good night, and we'll see you guys tomorrow again, committee members. So, good night.